I downed the drink in one gulp, but even that smooth burn couldn't drown out the fury churning inside me. Hard work pays off? What a load of crap. Puffed. I spat on the ground and shook out my aching arm before gripping the cart again. Some heartless bastard had scattered nails all over the street, and now my tire was blown out. 1 in the morning. Who was I supposed to call for a repair? And who the hell would even show up? God, what a miserable life. What a crappy existence. I never should have believed in that bullshit called love. I listened to my ex, sold off the family homestead back home, and moved to the city to buy an apartment. And look where that got me. The second she heard we'd have to pay the mortgage together, she took off in the middle of the night with some rich playboy in a BMW, leaving me to shoulder it all alone. Grinding away at the office by day, running food deliveries by night. A good-looking guy like me, living worse than a dog. This god-awful world. Some people do absolutely nothing. Lounging in air-conditioned mansions, sipping imported liquor, surrounded by mistresses, while others break their backs from dawn till midnight and still worry about their next meal. Doesn't a world like this deserve to be turned upside down? And right then, a voice echoed through my head. Ding! The apocalypse is about to begin. Toxic snow will fall imminently, now binding the myriad world's maid system to the lucky hosta. By continuously collecting maids rated 90 or above in appearance, the host will earn an endless stream of rewards, living supplies, weapons, skills, combat power. Given that the temperature will plummet in 30 minutes and toxic snow will blanket the entire world, and considering the host is unprepared, the following supplies are hereby issued. 1 temperature-adjustable invisible house, 10,000 barrels of bottled water, 100,000 bottles of mineral water, 100,000 loaves of bread, 100,000 cups of instant noodles, 1,000 bags of rice at 25 kilograms each, 1,000 barrels of cooking oil at 5 kilograms each. Items placed in the system's storage space will never spoiled. Gasping, I wiped the sweat stinging my eyes and listened to that string of cutesy anime girl voices in my head. I couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Guess the stress is really getting to me. So bad I'm hearing things now. Apocalypse? Toxic snow? Myriad worlds made system? It's the dead of summer, hot as a steamer, and now it's gonna snow? Even web novels wouldn't dare make up something this ridiculous. I shook my head hard, trying to snap out of it, but that system interface was still floating there in my mind, crystal clear, right down to the long list of supplies and the glowing extract button. Damn, this hallucination is pretty convincing. Pushing the cart was boring anyway, so I figured I might as well test whether I'd truly lost my mind. I selected 2 bags of rice to extract. If this actually worked, I'd eat my scooter. The thought had barely formed when, bam, clang, 2 bulging woven sacks, printed with premium rice 25 kilograms, slammed onto the back of my scooter out of thin air. The rickety thing was already barely holding together. How could it survive an extra 200 pounds? The handlebars lurched sideways, and the whole thing crashed to the ground, rice and all. Holy shit. I let go in a panic, stumbling back a few steps and nearly falling on my ass, staring wide-eyed at those 2 very real bags of rice. Hallucination? This real? Man, I'm sick beyond saving. Might as well give up. Tomorrow I'll sell the apartment and go travel, eat and drink whatever I want. Guess I don't have much time left. Forcing down my dread, I stepped forward to lift the scooter. I heaved, This thing shouldn't be this heavy. Could it really be the weight of the rice? Does rice in a hallucination have weight too? With trembling hands, I dug my nails hard into my arm. SSSS. The sharp pain made me suck in a breath. A clear red mark stood out on my arm. This wasn't a hallucination. So this rice. I shot upright, too stunned to speak, then opened the system again and tried extracting a single bottle of mineral water. Thunk. A bottle dropped by my feet. I picked it up, the cold seeped through the plastic. I twisted off the cap and tipped it back, and as the crisp, cool water went down, most of the heat and exhaustion melted away. It's real. It's all real. The system is real. The supplies are real. Then, the apocalypse, the toxic snow. The thought hit me like ice water to the face. I instantly sobered up, and a wave of overwhelming terror surged through me. The apocalypse? Was it actually going to happen? Were the scenes from those novels about to come true? But right on its heels came a far more rebellious thought. If the apocalypse comes, does that mean no more mortgage payments? No more slaving away, kissing ass, getting crushed under the weight of daily life? I mean, I've got all these supplies now, and this incredible system. I should be able to live pretty well in the apocalypse, right? The more I thought about it, the more something clicked. The system had said it right at the start. The temperature would plummet in 30 minutes, and toxic snow would fall. That's right, snow. It was about to start snowing. And here I was, still pushing a broken-down scooter through the empty streets. If all of this was real, then that snow was the kind that could kill you. Plus the freezing cold. No way. I absolutely cannot die. A jolt ran through me, cold sweat breaking out all over. I'd finally caught a glimpse of a way out of this misery. There was no way I'd die right at the start of the apocalypse. With a single thought, I returned both bags of rice to the system's storage space. I couldn't even bring myself to care about the scooter anymore. It was the apocalypse. Who gives a damn if the rims were trashed? I wouldn't be needing it much longer anyway. I threw a leg over the scooter and twisted the throttle. The wreck groaned and creaked, wobbling forward, its bare rim grinding against the pavement with an ear-splitting screech that carried far through the silent night. Thankfully, nothing else went wrong on the way. 20-odd minutes later, I skidded to a stop, just in the nick of time, right below the high-rise where my mortgaged apartment was. I leaped off, gave the scooter a careless shove, and turned to sprint for the entrance. In those few dozen meters, I could feel it clearly. The stifling heat was rapidly draining from the air, replaced by a creeping chill that seeped in and raised goosebumps all over my arms. I dashed into the elevator and frantically jabbed the close and floor buttons, praying the power wouldn't go out. As it rose, I could even hear the wind picking up outside. Ding! Floor 30. The door slid open, and a wave of cold, even harsher than downstairs, hit me in the face. In nothing but my soaked short sleeves, I shivered violently, teeth chattering. So cold. This was definitely not the kind of temperature you'd get on a summer night. Fumbling, I dug out my keys, unlocked the door, slipped inside, and immediately bolted it shut behind me. Safe. Safe for now. I rushed to the window and yanked the curtains open, staring intently at the pitch-black sky outside, my heart pounding like a drum. Was it about to start snowing that toxic snow? A few breaths later, grayish-white flecks really did begin drifting down from the sky. At first just a scattered few, like gray raindrops, but they quickly grew denser and larger. It was snow. In just a few minutes, the snow exploded from scattered flurries into a blinding whiteout, and the temperature plummeted. Frost raced across the window pane, which crackled softly, as if about to shatter from the cold. I hugged my arms tight, shaking uncontrollably. The apocalypse was really here. This was no hallucination. So freaking cold. Trembling, I instinctively wanted to rush into the bedroom to dig out my winter comforter and coats. I'd just finished renovating the place not long ago, and to pay off the mortgage I'd been pinching every penny. I hadn't even sprung for an AC unit, let alone a heater. The instant I turned around, a flash of light shot through my mind. The temperature-controlled invisible house. How could I have forgotten that? I smacked my forehead, so excited I nearly jumped up, though the cold left me stiff and clumsy. I immediately linked up with the system, and sure enough, the very top of my supply list had one option that stood out. Moldable, invisible house with adjustable temperature, and used. Extract it, use it now. There was no earth-shattering noise, no physical object appearing. But the moment the thought landed, an invisible yet undeniably real membrane spread out from me at the center, rapidly seeping into, extending across, and clinging to the walls, ceiling, and floor of the entire house. Unbelievably fast. What temperature should I set it to? SSS, so cold. Let's go with 77. Once I set it, the warmth around me stabilized instantly. So nice. I touched the wall. It felt exactly the same as yesterday, yet everything was different. At least I wouldn't be drenched in sweat anymore, and I wouldn't freeze to death either. Crisis averted. My whole body relaxed. I strolled over to the couch and sank into it comfortably. Life shouldn't be all hustle. You've got to know how to enjoy it too. Oh, right. At a time like this, I should pair it with some sunflower seeds and peanuts, red wine, a steak. Ugh, why is this steak raw? Can't eat that, no way. I put the steak away, opened a bottle of red wine, and poured myself a glass. Now this is living. What kind of life was I even living before? Garbage. The only thing missing was a woman by my side. I glanced out the window, a vast expanse of white. Maybe in just a few days, beautiful women would come knocking on my door on their own. For now, I just had to wait. After all, social order hadn't collapsed yet, and those little princesses hadn't tasted the fear of death. I tossed a grape into my mouth, sweet and bursting with juice, way better than the discount grapes I used to buy. Then I picked up a slice of golden mango, sweet and soft and chewy. I leaned back on the couch with one leg crossed over the other, eating premium fruit while watching the window, coated in frost and constantly battered by gray-white snowflakes. The extreme contrast filled me with satisfaction. The apocalypse? What a fine apocalypse. Faces surfaced in my mind. That boss at the company with his beer belly, who could do nothing but make empty promises and hurl insults, climbing the ranks through connections. That rich kid who drove a Porsche and effortlessly stole my ex-girlfriend away. And all those successful people living in upscale neighborhoods, blasting the AC and sipping red wine, maybe holding someone else's wife in their arms right now. Aren't you rich? Aren't you powerful? Don't you love looking down on everyone, treating people like cattle? Well, what about now? This deadly toxic snow. Can your cash still buy you warmth? Can your mansion still keep out this bitter cold? I'd love to see how you exploit, how you enjoy your lives, now that the apocalypse is here. I'd been holding it in for too long, and an almost sickly satisfaction surged through my chest. I used to be the foundation stone at the very bottom of society's pyramid, crushed breathless by life, whipped raw by reality. But now that the apocalypse had descended, the exploiters and the exploited stood at the same starting line. No, my starting point was actually higher. Just as I was thinking this, the phone I'd carelessly tossed on the couch suddenly lit up, WeChat messages coming in one after another. Out of habit, I opened the workgroup chat. This chat was usually dead silent. No one talked except when the boss posted notices and coworkers spammed got it. But now it had blown up, messages scrolling by at an astonishing rate. Admin Littlely, holy crap, holy crap. It suddenly got insanely cold. My windows are about to freeze and crack. Sales bro Wong, cold doesn't even cover it. Look out your windows, it's snowing. Snow in the middle of summer? Am I still dreaming? Finances Zhang, it really is snowing. So heavy. But why is the snow all grayish? This is way too creepy. Planning Little Lou, a blurry photo of a snowy scene. It's real. The second the snow fell, the streetlights outside dimmed. Front desk yeah, so cold. I'm shivering under my blankets. The AC heater isn't doing anything. The temperature won't come up at all. Admin Littlely, at everyone, where's the boss? Are we still working today? Going out in this hellish weather could get someone killed, right? Planning Little Lou, work my ass. The roads are buried. Boss Money Grubber Zhang, at everyone, why aren't you asleep this late at night? Snow or not. Even if it's raining knives, you're all clocking in on time tomorrow. Anyone who's late gets docked 1,000. Everyone went silent. Looking at Money Grubber Zhang's arrogant, unreasonable notice, all the rage I'd suppressed for so long shot straight to my head. My fingers flew across the keyboard, and I sent it without hardly thinking. Salesman Nanqing at Boss Money Grubber Zhang, work my ass. Zhang the skinflint, are you blind, or did your brain get slammed in a door? Can't you see what's going on out there? With snow this heavy and temperatures this deadly, sending people out is basically murder. What's the difference? The group chat went dead silent in an instant. Everyone was stunned by my sudden outburst. This Chun Nanqing, who was usually so meek and submissive, worked the most overtime, and took the harshest scoldings, actually dared to talk back to the boss directly, and cursed him out this viciously, this satisfyingly. A few seconds later, messages came pouring out like a broken dam. Admin Little Lee. Sales bro Wong, holy crap. Nanqing, you legend. Planning Little Lou, bro Xing. You said what I never dared to say. Front desk yeah. Nanqing, you're so cool. We really can't go out, people will die. Finance Sis Zhang. Crude words, but he's got a point. We really shouldn't work in a situation like this. Safety first. Sales bro Wong, +1. I support Nanqing. Admin Little Lee, plus 10,010. Boss, please reconsider. The screen was instantly flooded with support and +1s. These workers, suppressed for far too long, had their emotions ignited all at once by the fear of the apocalypse and the spark of my leading the rebellion. Though no one else dared to curse outright like me, their stance was unusually clear. The boss clearly hadn't expected that I, always so submissive, would dare to lash out, and even less that nearly the entire group would echo me. This was practically a challenge to his authority. Boss Money Grubber. Zhang, Chen Nanqing. You think done working here, or what? You dare talk to me like that? You've lost your damn mind. Boss, Money Grubbing Zhang, you're fired. Get the hell out now. Not a single cent of your salary, and I'm docking all your performance bonuses. Boss, Money Grubbing Zhang, and the rest of you. Anyone else stirs the pot. Same deal, docked pay and fired. Then, notification, you have been removed from the group chat by Boss, Money Grubbing Zhang. I stared at the message on my screen, stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing in pure rage. Fired? Docking my pay? Ha ha. I swirled the glass of red wine in my hand, but my eyes slowly turned cold. Zhang, oh Zhang, you skinflint. You still think this is the era where you get to lord it over everyone? I've got this all written down. The day I can get out of this complex, I'm settling the score with that penny-pinching bastard once and for all. I exited that now meaningless work group, and with a swipe of my finger, opened another chat that was absolutely blowing up, the 100 Flowers Happiness Community Owners Group. Messages were scrolling by so fast my eyes couldn't keep up. Someone was crying about the cold. I'm freezing to death. The radiators are all ice cold. Anyone got a space heater? I'll pay top dollar. Someone said their pipes had frozen, not a single drop of water. Others were begging for thick blankets, their kids crying from the cold. The property manager, Wong, popped in with, everyone stay calm, it's just snow. That message got instantly buried. Nobody paid it any attention. Someone called hot-tempered bro started cursing outright. How can we stay calm? We're about to turn into popsicles. Others said the snow seemed off. Why was it gray? It gave them the creeps. There was even someone gaming. complaining that everyone's messages were messing up his gameplay. I scanned through it all. Most were just complaints about the cold or cries for help. Nothing solid about the snow itself. I curled my lip, bored, and was about to set down my phone to go pour a drink when a message dripping with sheer panic suddenly popped up. Help! Is anyone here a doctor? My husband just got back from driving his taxi. He only got a little snow on him during that short walk up the stairs, and now he's suddenly convulsing, foaming at the mouth, and passed out. I can't wake him no matter what. The emergency line won't connect. It's been busy the whole time. Please, I'm begging you, anyone who knows first aid, come help me. That message was like ice water splashed into boiling oil. The group instantly exploded. Someone gasped. He collapsed just from getting snowed on. Someone shouted to do CPR and chest compressions. Others wondered if maybe he'd secretly been drinking and was just drunk. Before anyone could catch their breath, an even more horrifying message followed. Sob sob, my best friend is dead. We'd just come out of a bar and were walking to the complex gate when she slipped and fell. Her whole face and hands went right into the snow. She immediately started convulsing like she'd been electrocuted, foaming at the mouth, her eyes rolling back until only the whites showed. I tried to pull her up, but her body was scalding hot, like boiling water. And then she stopped moving, her body went stiff. None of the emergency lines will connect. I'm so scared. She'd attached a censored photo. You could just barely make out a human shape and the gray snow around it. Someone below immediately blew up. Holy SHD. This snow can kill? My dog just went out to pee in the snow, and now its paws are rotting. Its mouth is full of bloody foam, probably from licking its paws. Then someone else said, I got curious and touched the snow on my windowsill. Now my hand's red and swollen, covered in blisters, burning like crazy, like it got splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid. Right after, a well-informed source chimed in. Everybody stay inside, and do not touch the snow. Official emergency alert. This snow is highly corrosive and neurotoxic. Skin contact causes severe burns and ulceration. Inhaling it or ingesting it leads to rapid organ failure and death. One bloody example after another, plus the official warning. It thoroughly confirmed the horror of the gray snow. I sucked in a cold breath, a chill running down my spine. Even though the system had warned me long ago, witnessing this power with my own eyes felt completely different. This snow really can kill. I muttered to myself. The last shred of wishful thinking in my heart vanished, replaced by an icy clarity. At the same time, a wave of relief washed over me. Thank God I ran fast. If I'd been even a few minutes later, the consequences would have been unthinkable. I closed the group chat and lay back down on the couch. All this chaos and despair had nothing to do with me for now, unless some knockout of a woman, a solid 90 out of 10 in looks, showed up. Otherwise, I'd just be a spectator. After all, when I was down and out, no one in the whole world reached out to lend me a hand. A few drinks in, I drifted off to sleep without realizing it. I slept unusually soundly, not waking naturally until 10 the next morning. Outside the window, everything was still a hazy gray. The toxic snow hadn't let up at all. If anything, it had blanketed the whole world even more completely. I stretched and picked up my phone. After a whole night of festering, what bad news would today bring? I opened the owners group, and sure enough, it had blown up again. But the topic had shifted from yesterday's cold and toxic snow to another, even deadlier crisis: water. Holy crap, the tap water is poisonous. I washed my face with cold water this morning, and now it's itchy and painful, all red, and my skin's peeling. Me too. Wash my hands with tap water, and now they're covered in red spots, burning like fire. Did someone poison the water plant? Sob. I wiped my baby down with water, and now she won't stop crying. She's broken out in a rash. That well-informed source appeared again. It's the snow. The toxic snow has melted into the reservoirs and water sources. The concentration might be lower than touching the snow directly, but it's still corrosive and toxic. Absolutely do not wash with tap water, and definitely do not drink it. Someone broke down. We can't even use water now. This is going to kill us all. And there was that gamer again, saying he was dying of thirst, not a drop of water left at home, begging someone to spare some. I raised an eyebrow. The water problem had erupted, just as expected. Without food, a person can tough it out for a few more days. But without water, the average person definitely won't survive 3. I strolled leisurely into the bathroom, and with a single thought, retrieved a few jugs of bottled water from my system space. This stuff I had plenty of, no need to make myself suffer. After washing up, I curled back into the couch, took out some fragrant toasted bread and milk for breakfast, and watched the show while I ate. In the group, the despair was spreading. Someone asked if there was any way to purify the water. Would distillation work? The well-informed source said that in theory, high-temperature distillation could separate the water from most of the contaminants, but hardly anyone had distillation equipment at home. And even distilled water might still contain volatile toxins that'd make you sick to drink, though it'd be a bit better than drinking tap water straight. That dog owner. Someone said. I tried it. Boiled water in a pot to collect the condensation. Took a hell of a lot of effort just to get half a cup. Drinking it made me dizzy and my throat burned like it was being cut, but at least it won't kill you. Just then, someone with the username, Call Me Princess, popped up. Does anyone have extra food or water? I haven't eaten since last night, and I'm so hungry and thirsty. Can someone sell me a little? The price is totally negotiable. Soon, someone called Survival Expert responded. I've got some rice left. $100 a pound. Transfer the money if you want it. I only deliver to my own floor. The group instantly erupted. 100 a pound? Why don't you just rob people? The best rice is normally $3 or $4. Profiting off a disaster. Do you even have a soul? Survival Expert wasn't having it. Take it or leave it. Don't buy if you think it's too expensive. When's the snow gonna stop? When's the rescue coming? I'm selling this rice with my life on the line. 100 is already a generous price. Might be 1,000 a pound tomorrow. Princess kept up her sweet act. Big bro, why are you like this? We're all neighbors. We should help each other out. 100's way too much. Come on. Cheaper. How about $3 a pound? And, could you maybe deliver it to my door? The snow's so heavy out there. And I'm just a girl, too scared to go outside. Survival Expert shot back. Get lost. $3? And delivery too? Are you dreaming? Go ahead and starve. Princess turned nasty on the spot. How can you be so heartless? Cold-blooded. Selfish. Total scumbag. Any other kind, big bro or sis, have food. I'll pay 1.1 times the normal price, but it has to be delivered to my door. The group fell silent. No one responded to her. At a time like this, food and water are your life. Who would risk their life crossing hallways coated in toxic snow to hand-deliver goods? All for some negligible markup and an empty thank you? After a while, a kind-hearted lady appeared. Sweetie, I've got some compressed biscuits and a few bottles of water left. I can share some with you, no charge, but you'll have to come get it yourself. I'm in Building 9, Unit 302. Good people like Sister Zhang are getting rare these days. But Princess's reply left every lurking resident dumbfounded. Huh? Building 9? That's so far from me. I'm getting my nails done right now. Sister Zhang, you're such a nice person. Why not go all the way and bring it over to me? Or you could send a family member. That works too. I'll pay you extra. How about 1.2 times? That nearly made me spit out the milk in my mouth. The world's ending and this weirdo is still getting her nails done, expecting to be waited on? Did this chick get so spoiled by simps before the apocalypse that it broke her brain? Sister Zhang went quiet and didn't reply for a long time. Princess wouldn't let it go. Hello? Sister Zhang? Why aren't you saying anything? 1.3 times. 1.3 times should be fine, right? Hello. Just then, a resident with a starry sky avatar and the username Roashi tagged Sister Zhang. Hi ma'am, sorry to bother you. I'm a flight attendant, so I'm often away and honestly don't have any food stocked up. I was really touched to see you're willing to help your neighbors. Would you be able to share some of those compressed biscuits and water with me? I'm willing to pay 5 times the normal price, and I'll come get it myself. I would never trouble you with delivery. Polite tone, sincere attitude. Compared to that, Princess, the difference was night and day. Sister Zhang replied, Sweetie, you don't need to pay that much. Just come get it. I'll give you half, no charge. Call it neighbors helping neighbors. Be careful. Go through the underground parking garage. It's safer. When you get to Building 9, ring the bell for Unit 302. Roashi thanked her repeatedly and said she'd head over through the garage right away. Princess completely lost it and started attacking everyone. What's the meaning of this? I clearly asked first, so why does she get it and I don't? I'll pay 1.5 times. Sister Zhang, sell it to me. And you, flight attendant, don't you know about first come, first served? Have you no shame, stealing what's mine? My eyes landed on that starry sky avatar. Flight attendant? A stewardess? Something stirred in me, and I clicked on Roashi's avatar. It was a selfie taken in a mirror, with what looked like a hotel room in the background. The woman in the photo wore a crisp navy blue flight attendant uniform, standing tall with a scarf tied around her neck. Her face was radiant, her features exquisite. Even at a casual angle, you could tell she was a stunning beauty. Tisk. My eyes lit up. This quality was miles ahead of my ex-girlfriend who ran off with another guy. System, scan this avatar and give me a rating. Master, sorry, I can only give a rating when facing the person directly. Have to see her in person? Then I'll go take a look. I immediately dug through my closet. Last year's cotton coat, the year before sweater, a base layer from 3 years ago, piling layer after layer onto myself. Then I put on a hat and mask, bundling myself up like a ball. Even so, the moment I opened the door, the biting cold made me gasp. Thankfully, the elevator still worked, so I didn't have to climb 30 flights of stairs. I made my way to near the entrance of Building 9's underground parking garage and found a hidden corner to wait. The garage was vast and freezing, lit only by the dim glow of emergency lights. Every so often the bang, bang of pipes bursting from the cold echoed in the distance, giving off an eerie feeling. Before long, hurried footsteps approached. A figure in a long white down jacket and thick scarf, with the brim of a hat pulled down low, appeared. No matter how bundled up she was, that tall, slender figure couldn't be hidden. That had to be her. Something stirred in me, and I silently commanded. System, scan the target. Name, Lin Ruashi. Age, 23. Height, 172 centimeters. Measurements, 87-61-90. Relationship status, unmarried, in a passionate relationship with a boyfriend. Combat level, LV0. Ability detection, none. Beauty rating, 93 points. Notes, disciplined, rational, highly professional, cautious, emotionally reserved. Years of flight attendant work have honed her ability to read people. Extremely sensitive to unfamiliar environments and interpersonal contact. 93 points. My pupils contracted, and my breath caught for a moment. A woman of this caliber only rates a 93? Then what would a 100-pointer look like? Some otherworldly beauty. I stepped out of the shadows. Miss Lin, mind if we talk? Lin Ruashi spun around abruptly, pressing her back against the wall and putting up her guard without any attempt to hide it. Who are you? How do you know? Know my name? I raised both hands to show I meant no harm. My name's Chen Nanqing. I live in Building 30. I saw you asking for help in the group chat and figured I'd give you a heads up. A heads up? About what? You sure you're not just trying to take advantage of me? I neither confirmed nor denied it. I didn't just want to take advantage of her. I wanted to make her my maid. Miss Lin, no need to be so hostile. I'm a civilized man. I'd never do anything against a woman's will. I came to you today just to make a deal. A deal? What kind of deal? It's simple. I can see you're in a tough spot. No food stored up at home. In an environment like this, a woman as beautiful as you is going to become someone else's prey before long. I paused, my gaze sharpening. I can give you a completely safe place to stay, unlimited food and clean water, and protection from any harm or harassment. In exchange, you become my maid. Your maid? Lin Ruashi flinched like she'd been jabbed with a needle, her voice shooting up. Are you insane? What century is this, a maid? You pervert. You creep. She was shaking with rage, her face, pale from the cold, now flushed bright red. I'd rather starve or freeze to death than agree to such a degrading offer. Get lost, or I'll scream for help. I wasn't the least bit surprised, and certainly not angry. Anyone with any self-respect would lose it hearing a proposal like that. But the apocalypse was already here. What's pride worth now? How long can a person keep holding their head up high? My mind had already started picturing it. This stunning beauty in front of me lowering her proud head, slipping into a maid outfit, waiting on me hand and foot with careful obedience. That kind of contrast would be quite a sight. Fine. Since you're turning me down so flatly, just forget I said anything. I took a step back and cleared the way. My name in the group chat is Nanqing. I live in Building 30, Unit 3001. Contact me anytime if you change your mind. Of course, my condition is, you'd have to still be like you are now, untouched by anyone else. I didn't spare Lin Ruashi another glance. I just turned and left. Behind me came her furious muttering, psycho, trash, and other curses. I couldn't be bothered. I knew she was clutching the little bit of food and water she'd just gotten from Sister Zhang, hurrying back to her own building. Another day passed. The toxic snow hadn't stopped. If anything, it was coming down harder, and the entire city was completely frozen over. In the residents' group chat, wave after wave of despair and chaos rose higher and higher. Someone shouted, "The water's completely cut off. Even the toxic tap water is gone. What do we do?" Someone cursed, "What good is rice? You can't cook it." I chewed it raw for ages and my teeth are killing me. And some were looking to exploit the situation. Anybody got food? I'll pay top price. The most disgusting was that hot-tempered guy from Building 15. A girl from Building 3 who called herself Little Fairy posted a selfie playing up her misery, saying she was so hungry. He flat out offered, "1 bottle of water, 1 loaf of bread. You be my girlfriend for a day, the kind I can kiss and hold. Deal or no deal." The chat went silent for a few seconds, then blew up. Some cursed him for being scum, others egged him on. Little Fairy fired back in a rage. "Go to hell. I'd sooner starve and jump off a building than agree to that." The hot-tempered guy sneered, "Quit acting so high and mighty. Yesterday you were begging people to deliver to your door, and now you're selling your face? Take it or leave it. Wait until you pass out from hunger." 2 more days dragged by. People started at ING the property manager, Manager Wong, asking when the water would come back, saying their kids' lips were cracked and dry. Manager Wang dawdled for a long time before replying. Everyone, look out your windows. The snow hasn't stopped at all, and it's highly corrosive. When our repair crew went out to inspect, their hazmat suits got eaten right through. We almost lost someone. As long as the snow keeps falling, there's no way to make repairs. Please just hold on a little longer. That was like pouring gasoline on the fire. Hold on, my ass. Easy for you to say from your office. Taking our money and doing nothing. Useless property management. Manager Wang's parting shot was, there's nothing I can do either. This isn't an ordinary natural disaster anymore. Everyone's on their own now. I've run out of water myself. Then he went completely dark and didn't resurface no matter how much people cursed. That's when someone said, don't count on the authorities. A well-connected person claimed he'd reached a friend in the relevant department. This was a global catastrophe. All transportation was paralyzed, and the authorities couldn't even manage the priority zones, let alone rescue a residential complex like ours. We're an isolated island now. We can only rely on ourselves. A dead silence fell over the chat. Finally, someone proposed, since the water was cut off, the power would probably go soon too, and there was no hope of rescue. Why not hold a trade fair in the underground parking garage? Barter, everyone gets what they need. Better than each of us toughing it out alone. Almost everyone agreed. Banding together in a hopeless situation really could buy you a few more days. But in a hopeless situation, never overestimate the limits of human nature. I'd been lurking the whole time, and reading up to this point. I couldn't help the corner of my mouth curling up. An underground trade fair? Barter? Interesting. I'd go take a look. Maybe I'd even run into a suitable maid. I bundled up in thick clothes, put on my hat and mask, and headed out. As for supplies, I didn't need to trade for any. The closer I got to the parking garage, the louder the noise grew. The once empty, freezing underground garage now looked like a primitive marketplace. People clustered around their cars or spread cloths on the ground, laying out the things they wanted to trade. It was even crazier than I'd imagined. Money was completely worthless now. It was all haggling, arguing, and pleading. Half a bottle of water for cold medicine. Who's got cold medicine? A lighter. I'll trade this gold necklace for it. Children's fever medicine. 3 bottles of water, not a drop less. Sir, this makeup is all I've got. Can I trade it for half a loaf of your bread? I'm begging you. Get lost. That stuff's too stiff to even wipe your ass with now. Every face was written with anxiety, wariness, or madness. All the former dignity and order had vanished the moment survival was on the line. I wove through the crowd, scanning face after face. High-quality women were few and far between. Not a single one caught the system's eye. Disappointing. I was about to leave when, out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of that tall figure again, Lin Ruashi. She stood beside a load-bearing pillar, talking in a low voice with a middle-aged woman. I sidled a few steps closer without a sound, and when I heard what they were saying, I froze. That woman was none other than Sister Zhang, the one who had generously helped Lin Ruashi a few days ago. But Sister Zhang's face now was waxen and pale. Yellowed, eyes sunk deep into their sockets, lips cracked and peeling. The woman looked utterly wrecked. She clutched a small cloth sack in a death grip, maybe half a pound of rice inside. Her fingers withered and frighteningly gaunt from dehydration. Mrs. Zhang, what happened to you? Lin Ruashi frowned. Didn't your family stock up on tons of water? When I came by your place, there were 2 big jugs of tap water sitting right there in the kitchen. How could you be this thirsty? Mrs. Zhang looked up and recognized her. Something complicated flickered through her cloudy eyes, then drowned in a wave of misery. Ugh, don't even get me started. Everyone in the group chat knew my family had supplies, so people just kept knocking on my door. At first they'd beg nicely for a little. Then when they saw I wouldn't give much, they started cursing me out, said I was hoarding, that I'd let people die to save my own skin. After that, some of them just took what they wanted by force. By force. Lin Ruashi's face darkened, pounding on the door, kicking it, camping out in front, and refusing to leave. I was home alone, terrified. I had no choice but to let them. This half-pound of rice is all I've got left, only because I hid it in the corner of my closet. These past 2 days I've survived chewing raw rice grains, so I'm not that hungry. But no water, my throat feels like it's on fire. I couldn't take it anymore, so I came to trade this bit of rice for a mouthful of water. Frost instantly formed on Lin Ruashi's face. How could those animals just steal like that? Is there no law and order left at all? Mrs. Zhang gave a bitter smile, uglier than crying. Law and order? Look at the state of the world. Snow can poison you. Water can kill you. Official rescue is nowhere in sight, and your neighbors have turned into robbers. There's no law and order left. All that's left now is the instinct to survive. Lin Ruashi shivered slightly and instinctively looked around. Under the dim lighting, every face belonged to someone red-faced and vicious-eyed, fighting over half a cracker or a sip of water. Fighting to survive, that was the real instinct. She fell silent for a few seconds, the anger in her eyes slowly giving way to clarity. She quietly opened her backpack and carefully took out a bottle of mineral water, still more than half full, her last and most precious possession. Mrs. Zhang, take this. Quench your thirst first. When Mrs. Zhang saw that clear water, her eyes lit up. Ruashi, you'd really trade it? No trade needed. You helped me before. If it weren't for that bit of compressed biscuit and water you gave me, I probably wouldn't have made it this far. This is the same bottle you gave me back then, just returning it to its rightful owner. Thank you, thank you. Ruashi, you're such a good girl. Mrs. Zhang stammered, as if grabbing the only lifeline in the darkness. Mrs. Zhang, you're the one who's good. Before Lin Ruashi could finish, a large hand suddenly shot out and snatched both the water and the rice sack. Ladies, I haven't eaten or drunk anything in 3 days. How about you trade this rice and water to me? The man was in his 30s, wearing a filthy down jacket, a knife scar running from his brow to the corner of his mouth. His already fierce face carried an extra edge of menace. Mrs. Zhang flinched in terror, but survival instinct made her blurt out, "No. No trade." The scar-faced man's cheek muscle twitched. "No trade? You old bag. Think you get to say no? Trading has to be by mutual consent." Mrs. Zhang's voice trembled, still trying to reason with him. Reasoning with a monster like that was just asking to die. "I'll consent to your mother." He had no patience at all. He suddenly raised his leg and kicked her hard in the stomach. "Ah!" Mrs. Zhang screamed, flying like a kite with a snapped string, slamming hard into the cold, load-bearing pillar. The half bottle of life-saving water and the sack of rice slipped from her grip and rolled away. The scar-faced man didn't even glance at her. He bent down, deftly grabbed the water and rice, weighed them in his hand, and spat on the ground. "Old hag, had to do it the hard way, didn't you?" Robbery complete. He turned and vanished into the crowd. Too fast. Too sudden. For a moment, the entire garage went dead silent, everyone stunned by the naked act of robbery. But right after that, something more terrifying than the silence surfaced. The struggle in many people's eyes vanished, replaced by the frenzy of having discovered a new rule. If you could just take it, why bother trading? Grab it. Someone shouted. It was like lighting a powder keg. The entire market instantly spun completely out of control. People who'd been haggling a moment ago now lunged red-eyed at whatever supplies they wanted. Roars, grabbing, and fighting broke out everywhere. The last shred of human decency was torn to pieces. Survival of the fittest, laid bare in that very moment. I watched this sudden escalation of chaos with cold detachment, not a flicker of emotion in my eyes beneath the brim of my hat. I didn't bring anything anyway. Who'd be desperate enough to rob me? As for robbing others myself, forget it. I don't need what little they have. Better to leave this godforsaken place sooner rather than later. But when my gaze swept back to where they'd been standing, it stopped. Lin Ruashi was still there. She hadn't fled like the others, hadn't joined the looting. She just stood there frozen, motionless, staring at Mrs. Zhang lying under the pillar, no longer moving. I frowned, walked over, and stopped beside her. "It's dangerous here. Why aren't you leaving?" She didn't seem to hear. Her face was frighteningly pale, her body trembling slightly. Several seconds passed before she turned her head to me, agonizingly slow, her eyes hollow, full of disbelief, shock, and a bewilderment on the verge of collapse. Her lips moved a few times, her voice almost too faint to hear. "Mrs. Zhang, is she okay?" I shook my head. "She won't make it." There was a rebar rod sticking out of that pillar. It had gone clean through her chest. Is it because of me? If I hadn't gone to her that day asking for food, if people hadn't found out she had supplies because she helped me, would she still be alive? I frowned. She'd be dead either way. Even without you, she'd have died. That many people knew she had food. Possessing treasure invites disaster. That logic holds true at any time, especially now, in a dog-eat-dog world like this. The only difference is whether she died a few days earlier or a few days later. Those brutal words pushed Lin Ruashi fully into despair. The age of chaos had already begun. How was anyone supposed to survive? "Miss Lin, do you understand now?" I said. "Here, food and water are supplies. Weapons are supplies. And women, especially a beautiful woman like you, are the most sought-after supplies of all. Once these people are done grabbing food and drink and come back to their senses, guess what happens to you then?" Lin Ruashi shuddered violently, as if jolted awake from a nightmare. My words were like knives. It shattered the future Lin Ruashi had never dared to face. Survival instinct overrode her breakdown. She darted a terrified glance at the increasingly crazed, increasingly greedy eyes around her, then took one last look at Sister Zhang's cold corpse, gritted her teeth, and muttered, "Sorry, I can't stay to bury you," then spun around and ran for her life toward home. She didn't dare take the elevator, too enclosed. If someone cornered her in there, the consequences would be unthinkable. She ducked into the dim fire stairwell instead, using her phone's faint glow to climb 2 steps at a time. I was standing at the corner of the stairwell, watching the whole thing, feeling a little surprised. This woman actually lived in my building, and right below me? I'd owned a place here for 3 years, lived in it for one, and had never once seen her. But on second thought, it made sense. During the day, I was a corporate workhorse. At night, I ran food delivery, hustling day and night. She was a flight attendant, always up in the air, on an irregular schedule. Two people ground down by life and having no fight left, never crossing paths in this cold city. That was just the norm. Her hands were shaking badly. She jabbed the key at the lock several times and kept missing, then turned around just in time to see me strolling up, unhurried. She whipped around like a startled rabbit, pressing her back hard against the security door. You're following me. What do you want? I stopped and spread my hands. Relax, I'm just heading the same way. I live in this building too. 3001, right above you. The tension in her body eased instantly. Right? I told her a few days ago that I lived in 3001. Sorry, I misjudged you. And thanks for the warning in the garage earlier. Don't mention it. I only helped you because I didn't want my future made getting spoiled by somebody else. The composure she'd just recovered ignited again in an instant. Her pale face flushed with anger. She shot me a vicious glare and slammed the door with a bang. I smiled to myself. Quite the temper, little maid. Just wait to be trained. I'd barely gotten back inside when my phone started buzzing like crazy. I opened the Baiwa Happiness Community Owners Group. It had already blown up, the messages scrolling faster than ever before, all panic and hostility. Someone said the garage had completely descended into chaos, people going wild grabbing everything. One guy had just traded half a pack of cigarettes for half a bottle of water, only to have it snatched away and get punched in the process. Someone was yelling to call the police, with a photo of her husband's bruised, bloodied face. Someone else said don't bother calling. Someone's probably dead already. Looks like Sister Zhang from Building 7 was lying on the ground, not moving. And someone was gloating, saying people were dying over a little rice and water, more fun than a video game. A woman was sobbing that she'd nearly been grabbed by some creep who said he'd trade her for 3 days' worth of rations. I read through them one by one, my brow furrowing tighter and tighter. I knew order would collapse. I just didn't expect it to happen this fast, this completely. Sister Zhang's death was like a death knell, announcing the end of the era of warm, neighborly ties and the arrival of a naked, dog-eat-dog world. I understood it clearly. Supplies alone were useless. If you couldn't protect them, you were just a fat sheep for the slaughter. I had to secure Lin Ruoshi as fast as possible, trade her for more rewards, like a boost in strength or firearms. Otherwise, the moment someone discovered I was living better than anyone else, trouble would be inevitable. I just opened my contacts to add her when a notification popped up on the screen. Ruoshi requests to add you as a friend. Coming to me on her own? Interesting. I hit accept right away. The moment we connected, her message came through. Is this Chen Nanqing? The one and only. What? You come around. She paused. Do you really have a lot of supplies? More than enough to keep you and that little mouth of yours fed. The other end went quiet for a while, like she was digesting it, or waging some fierce internal battle. Could you give me a little? I'll pay for it. Or trade. I've still got jewelry, designer bags. Money? It's too stiff to even wipe my ass with now. Can a purse light a fire to keep you warm? Can you eat it? Then what will it take for you to give me some? I could practically picture her over there, struggling and desperate. My reply was blunt. I already told you. The only trade is you becoming my maid. There's no second option. I sent it, and the screen went dark. No reply. I waited a few minutes. Still nothing. I twitched the corner of my mouth. Still fighting it? Annoying. But in these days of scarcity, who could resist the temptation of good food? I pulled a few things out of the system space. A glossy red apple, a cluster of glistening grapes, a glass of milk, and a few individually wrapped chocolates. I found a good angle and, click, photographed this afternoon tea, downright luxurious by apocalypse standards, and sent it straight to her. Now this is living. Not long after the picture went through, typing appeared at the top of the screen. It took quite a while before a message finally, belatedly arrived. I just finished the last crumbs of compressed biscuits in my place, and there isn't a drop of water left. My throat's so dry it's about to catch fire. Mr. Chun, can you really not spare me just a little bit first? Even one bottle of water, one piece of bread? If you share with me, I'll remember your kindness forever. I let out a scoff. Miss Lin, you still don't get the situation, do you? How many loaves of bread is your gratitude worth? Nobody would believe in it even in peacetime. And now, at the end of the world, not even a dog would. If you want food, trade me what I need most. I can work for you. Cleaning, organizing, cooking. I can learn all of it. Labor in exchange for food and water. That works, right? Labor. I sent a head shake. The one thing there's no shortage of right now is people willing to trade labor for a bite to eat. I don't want a housekeeper. I want a maid who obeys absolutely. I couldn't be bothered to argue anymore. I needed to give her some sense of urgency, make her understand she wasn't my only option. I switched out of the conversation, opened the owners group that was already in an uproar, and posted a message that stood out glaringly, completely out of place amid all the despair. At everyone seeking a beautiful maid. Looks and figure must be top tier, obedient and well-behaved. Terms, room and board included, absolute safety, unlimited supplies. Interested parties DM me photos and details. Serious inquiries only. The group went dead silent for an instant, then exploded like a volcano the next second. Some cursed me, said I'd been kicked in the head by a donkey. An older woman ranted about moral decay and how people had lost their integrity. Some women called me a filthy, disgusting pervert. What did I take women for? Others said that while they got where I was coming from, I was being way too crude and should keep it low-key. Without changing my expression, I replied slowly and deliberately. At everyone, how am I the sleazy one? At least I put a clear price on things, and it's all consensual. Compared to the ones who went straight for robbery, murder, and dragging women back home by force down in the garage today, I'm practically a saint. The group chat went quiet for a while. A lot of people remembered the blood in the garage earlier, and those things too awful to say out loud. And for a moment, nobody could argue. Then someone stepped in to smooth things over, saying today's events were too big and couldn't happen again. Someone else cut right to the point. Bottom line, order had collapsed and there was nobody to keep it in check. As long as somebody could take charge, everything would be fine. And someone else suggested the complex should pick a leader to manage supplies collectively. Manager Wong from property management jumped in immediately. Everybody stay calm. Property management is still here. We're willing to take the lead and organize everyone to get through this together. The message had barely posted before people tore into him. What good is property management? You collect fees like a dog, but hide like a worm when trouble hits. Back when we begged you to fix the water or power, you couldn't care less. And now you want to swoop in and grab the top spot. On what grounds? That guy's screen name was Retired Boss for years. Manager Wong went all in too, dropping any pretense. Show some respect. Wasn't today's garage riot started by you? If you hadn't been the first to kill Sister Zhang and grab her stuff, would things have spun out of control? You're the real culprit. The other guy burst out laughing. Yeah, I did it. So what? Survival of the fittest. That's just how the world works. I've got the biggest fists, so I've got the right to talk. Brothers, you all here? Tell these property management dogs who the real boss is. The moment that message dropped, several people jumped in to back him up. Tiger, Ho Nam, Blade. All of them spouting off about killing off property management. Just off him. A good dozen or so, clearly one organized force. One look and I got it. These guys used to run with the gangs, then got forced to go straight during the anti-crime crackdown. Now that order had collapsed, this was their world again. Manager Wong got tough too, calling out the security team to grab their gear. The two forces were instantly at each other's throats, tension thick in the air. Right then, a user named Observer spoke up. Enough. We don't need any of you to be our leader. Who knows if you just make things worse once you're in charge. I suggest each building manages itself. Each one picks a building captain to coordinate internally first, then the buildings communicate with each other as equals. That's the most workable option. The suggestion instantly won everyone over. Building 8 said they'd pick their own. Building 12 said no problem. Anything's better than being run by thugs and useless property management. Building 17 was already busy setting up a small chat to elect a captain who could lead them to victory. The group quickly fragmented, each building setting up their own chats and debating candidates. Property management and the Blue Wolf gang, who'd been squaring off just moments ago, were suddenly left out in the cold. The whole situation had settled into a kind of feudal standoff, with each building as its own faction. I watched this rapidly shifting scene coldly, a trace of mockery on my lips. The more factions, the more chaos. The real riot in Bai Washingfu complex was only just beginning. Here's hoping Lin Ruashi isn't a fool, that she makes her choice soon. And at this moment, Lin Ruashi was curled up on the cold sofa, wrapped tightly in a thin blanket, still trembling uncontrollably. Today's events kept slamming into her nerves over and over. Chaos, robbery, murder, women dragged back home. The complex was completely out of control. This so-called building captain election was nothing but a new round of survival of the fittest. What would happen to a beautiful woman like her, living alone, no stockpile of food, no strength to protect herself? She didn't dare think about it in detail. She needed someone to rely on. The thought had never been this strong. But, turn to Chen Nanqing? Be his maid? The thought of groveling like a dog in front of him made her feel humiliated. She was highly educated, had a respectable job. How could she be reduced to someone's plaything? And besides, wouldn't that count as a betrayal? The image of her boyfriend surfaced in her mind. That man who always wore white shirts, whose smile was so sunny, who worked as a project manager at a decent company. They'd been together over a year. Things had always been good. And he was considerate too, except for that date right before the apocalypse, when her boyfriend wanted to spend the night at her place and got a little forceful about it. And she turned him down with, "I'm not ready yet." His expression hadn't been great at the time, but he'd barely managed to keep his composure. Yet from that day on, the toxic snow fell, and her boyfriend never reached out to her again. She'd sent him several messages checking if he was okay. All of them sank like stones into the sea. Heh, just because I wouldn't sleep with him, he stopped caring whether I live or die. A sharp pain twisted in Lin Ruashi's chest. So in the face of life and death, a relationship that seemed so beautiful turned out to be this fragile. A boyfriend like that, better off without him. The instinct to survive finally overrode her last hesitation and pride. Compared to being defiled by God knows how many men, giving herself to just one seemed like the only way out right now. At least Chen Nanxing didn't look like a vicious brute, and he really did seem to have a lot of supplies. Trembling, she opened her chat with Chen Nanxing, making one final struggle. "Mr. Chen, about what you said before, the maid thing. If I really agree, can you truly guarantee my safety, plus enough food and water? Just how much in supplies do you actually have? Could you let me see? Or could we change the terms, like I be your girlfriend instead? Wouldn't that be a little easier to accept?" The message sent. At the top it showed delivered, and then nothing. The seconds ticked by one. On the other end of the screen, dead silence. I tossed my phone aside, a cold smirk hanging on my lips. That flight attendant, Lin Ruashi, just a moment ago, she'd been on WeChat wheedling and pleading, wanting to come under my wing. I couldn't be bothered to reply. I didn't even let her see the typing indicator. Let her hang. I only found out later that right when I'd pissed her off enough to throw down her phone, the building's neighborhood mutual aid group had blown up. A guy with the screen name Ruler of the Roost was arrogantly shouting in the group. "Everybody quit bickering. What's this about electing a building captain? Us four Blue Wolf Gang brothers have the hardest fists in this building. From now on, Building 30 answers to us." A few of his cronies chimed in below. "Iron Head, I'm your daddy," each one more brazen than the last. "Anybody's got a problem, come talk about it now." The rest of the residents in the group were dead silent. Nobody dared make a sound. Seeing no objections, the guy issued an order outright. "Everyone bring all your food, drinks, and supplies to Unit 802 for redistribution. Anyone who dares hold back, don't blame me for getting rough." Then came the second message. "It gets cold and lonely at night. And if anyone's short a warm bed, the good-looking women in the building, pretty girls, come over on your own. Don't wait for us to call your name." Right after that, someone at D. Lin Ruashi said 2901 was home to a flight attendant, a real looker. That local warlord perked up immediately. "Yeah, you're the one. Get yourself cleaned up and come to 802 right now. And bring the food with you." Tai Tu roared with laughter down below. "A flight attendant? Nice. I've never had a flight attendant before. Give us less than 10 minutes, and we'll come up to help you move." Lin Ruashi's mind went completely blank. Call the police? The phone lines were dead. Call for help? Who in this group would dare help her? Run? Outside was a toxic blizzard at 40 below zero. Where could she possibly run? In her desperation, she could only think of one person. That man who, though detestable, seemed to have the power to protect her. Me. I just put my phone away when I heard the pounding, bang bang bang, on my door. I frowned. Instead of rushing to open it, I looked through the peephole first. Her face was ghostly pale, disheveled, and she kept glancing back at the stairwell while banging, like something was chasing her. "Chen Nanxing, open the door. Please, save me. They're coming for me." I unlatched the lock. She lunged inside like she was grabbing a lifeline. But what greeted her wasn't shelter. I yanked her into the entryway, and with my other hand, I already had a kitchen knife pressed against her throat. Ah, her pupils dilated in terror. She stared at me in disbelief. "What are you doing? Get that knife away from me. I came here to seek your protection." My face was blank. "Protection? Miss Lin, the world's fallen apart. The rules have changed. Trust is a luxury now. You can't trust anyone, especially someone who shows up at your door on their own. I'm just a weak woman, unarmed. What could I possibly do to you? That gang of thugs downstairs wants me to keep them company. I have nowhere else to go." I gave a cold smile. Sometimes weak women find it easier to kill. If you want to live, do exactly as I say. Hands up, turn around, face the door. The blade pressed slightly harder. She didn't dare gamble. Trembling, she raised her hands, turned, and leaned against the cold security door. Holding the knife in one hand, I began searching her with the other. Down her back, under her arms, her lower waist, the outsides of her legs, her ankles. I pressed inch by inch, like inspecting an object. "You?" Her face flushed crimson, furious and humiliated. "Don't move. Her back was clear. I had her turn around and search the front too. She bit down hard on her lip, eyes red, but didn't dare resist. Only after confirming she had nothing on her but a phone did I lower the knife. I confiscated the phone. Come in. Like she'd been granted a pardon, she stumbled into the room. The moment she entered the living room, she froze. It was over 40 below zero outside, but my apartment was as warm as spring. She was still wearing her thick down jacket, and now she was actually starting to sweat. Chen Nanxing, how is your place this warm? Isn't the heating out for the whole complex? She looked around in disbelief. Thick frost coated the windows. I locked the door and put the knife away. How I did it isn't something you need to know. Just remember this. From the moment you walk through that door, we are no longer equals. You're the servant. I'm the master. Understand? Her body went rigid. I understand. You understand? Then what should you call me? Her mouth opened, but the two words stuck in her throat. She couldn't get them out. I didn't press her. I just stared at her coldly. Thinking of the thugs downstairs, she shivered and finally forced it out in a voice barely audible. Master, too quiet. And your tone's wrong. Not respectful enough. Tears rolled down her face, but she raised her voice anyway. Master. I was barely satisfied. Remember your place. If you dare go back on it, or get any funny ideas. I wouldn't dare. She shook her head quickly. You'd better not. Now that you've seen my secret, if you don't want to stay, then you keep your mouth shut forever. I pulled a printed sheet of A4 paper from a drawer and handed it to her. These are the maid's rules. Read them carefully, memorize them, and follow every one of them strictly. She took it, trembling. It read, 1. Speak on your knees in the master's home. 2. Obey all commands unconditionally. No hesitation or resistance. 3. Do not enter the master's bedroom without permission. 4. Do not touch the master's personal belongings. 5. Handle all cleaning, cooking, and chores. And the last line, violation of any rule will be punished according to severity, up to and including death. She looked at the speak on your knees line and her breath caught. It stripped away nearly all her dignity as a human being. But then she looked up and met my eyes. No room for negotiation. She felt the hellish difference in temperature between inside and out, and thought of that gang that could break down the door at any moment. She clenched her fists, then unclenched them, and slowly knelt down. Yes, master. I'll obey. The cold edge in my eyes softened a fraction. This woman knew how to read a situation. That would save me a lot of trouble. Hungry. She glanced up carefully, and right on cue, her stomach growled. She hadn't had a proper meal in days. Hungry. Master. Wait here. I didn't pull anything directly from the system space. That would be far too shocking. I went into the storage room and brought out a few individually wrapped bread rolls and some cartons of milk. Eat. Her eyes went wide, and she covered her mouth to stop herself from crying out. There was actually food. And bread and milk. No less. Luxuries in the apocalypse. She ate in small, careful bites, even dabbing up the fallen crumbs with her fingers to bring them to her mouth. But after half a roll and half a carton of milk, she stopped and carefully packed the rest away. I frowned. What are you doing? You're not full yet. Keep eating. Why are you putting it away? Master, this is enough for me. I'll save the rest for the next time I can't stand the hunger anymore. I understood immediately. She was afraid the supplies would run out. I smiled coldly. Drop that pitiful little mindset. As long as you do your job as a maid, I won't let you go hungry, not for a second. This little bit of food isn't worth rationing. Now, I'm ordering you to eat until you're full. She was stunned. In the apocalypse, what could be more moving than a man saying, I order you to eat until you're full. But master, those supplies. She still couldn't help herself. My eyes went cold. Rule 2 of the maid's rules. Did you forget? She flinched, immediately remembering that bloody death warning, and quickly bowed her head. I'm sorry, master. I was wrong. She knelt properly again, tore open the bread, and ate bite after bite without stopping, until she was hiccuping. Full. Yes, master. With food in her stomach, her whole body. I regained some energy. Once you're done eating, go clean yourself up. You're covered in sweat and dust. She looked up again, stunned. Wash up? Now. Out there, even drinking water was a deadly poison, and clean water was worth its weight in gold. And I was telling her to take a bath? What? Do I need to repeat my orders? No, sir. She didn't dare ask again, obediently getting up and heading toward the bathroom. But the moment she pushed open the door, she froze solid. Stacked neatly in the corner were more than 20 18.5-liter jugs of bottled water. Use the bottled water to wash. The shower head doesn't work anymore, so use the tub. Don't hold back, I said as I hauled the water over and poured it into the bathtub. 8 full jugs to fill it up, then switched on the localized heater and set the temperature to 40 degrees. There, you can wash now. She stared blankly at the tub full of steaming clean water, her mind completely empty. Out there, people would kill for a single bottle of water, But here she was soaking in 8 jugs worth. Her lips trembled, but she couldn't get out a single word. Seeing her frozen in place, I reminded her, "Still standing there? Do you need me to undress you?" She flushed crimson instantly, hugging her arms across her chest, her voice barely a whisper. "Master, could you? Could you step out first? I need to take off my clothes." Not only did I not leave, I took a step closer instead. "Leave? Lin Rawashi, I don't think you understand the situation. You're my maid. Every single strand of hair on your body, inside and out, belongs to me. In front of me. What right do you have to be shy? What right do you have to privacy?" I reached up and gripped Lin Rawashi's chin, forcing her to look at me. "Remember your place. Don't make me say it twice." Her heart was pounding, her eyes full of humiliation and panic. Yet there was also a faint, indescribable flutter hidden within. A few seconds later, she bit down hard on her lower lip, closed her eyes as if resigning herself to her fate, and slowly reached for her buttons. One, then two. The sweater came off, then the thermal undershirt, then the pants. Each layer peeled away one by one. Fair skin, a slender waist, long legs, every curve perfectly placed. Combined with her tightly shut eyes, trembling lashes, and flushed cheeks, the sheer temptation tightened my throat, and I couldn't help but swallow hard. She really was worthy of a 93 from the system. Perfect. Too bad this woman apparently hadn't washed up properly in a while. She wasn't a mess, exactly, but up close there was still a faint smell of sweat and dust. I forced down the desire that was practically bursting out of me, took a deep breath, and walked out of the bathroom, grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds to crack open. 20 minutes later, the sound of water stopped. The bathroom door swung open, and through the steam, Lin Rawashi emerged, washed clean of exhaustion and grime. Her features looked even more radiant and captivating. The fire I'd been suppressing for so long finally broke loose. I strode forward and, amid her startled cry, swept her up into my arms. "Master." Her voice was flustered. I didn't answer, responding only with a scorching gaze as I walked straight into the bedroom, laid her down on the bed, and leaned over her. More than an hour later, I walked out of the bedroom, thoroughly satisfied, and gently pulled the door shut. She'd fallen into a deep, exhausted sleep. At that very moment, the system's chime exploded in my mind. "Congratulations, Master, on successfully acquiring your first maid with a beauty rating above 90. Rewards being distributed. Total quantity of all existing supplies multiplied by 10. New cooked food added. 10,000 servings of each dish. 10,000 melee weapons. 1,000 sets of thermal underwear. 10,000 pieces of ordinary clothing. 100 firearms of various models, with unlimited ammunition. Combat level system now unlocked. Now enhancing Master's body. Cleansing the marrow and refining the essence. Immunity to all poisons. Combat level raised directly to level 5. I was stunned at first, then nearly overcome with euphoria. Supplies multiplied by 10. I'd never starve for the rest of my life. Guns, with unlimited ammo, were hard currency in the apocalypse. But what really made my heart race was the combat level. The moment the thought crossed my mind, a surge of immense energy poured into my body. Go. I let out a muffled growl, every cell in my body feeling like it was being torn apart and rebuilt. The agony came in waves, yet carried with it the exhilaration of breaking free from a cocoon. My meridians were widening, my bones hardening, my muscles rewiring themselves. At the same time, a black, foul-smelling, sticky substance was being forced out through my pores. Within a few breaths, I reeked like I'd just been fished out of a cesspit. Damn, this bad. I nearly passed out from my own stench, but I gritted my teeth and kept feeling the changes in my body. My 5 senses became sharper than ever before. I could hear her steady breathing in the bedroom, could hear the sound of snowflakes falling outside through the frosted window, could even make out the specks of dust floating in the air. About 10 minutes later, the system chimed again. Body enhancement complete. Current combat level, LV5. Passive ability gained. Immunity to all poisons. A sense of overwhelming power filled my entire body. It felt like a single stomp could crack the floor. I couldn't wait, rushing into the kitchen. Spotting an ordinary white porcelain bowl on the counter, I extended my index finger and gave it a sharp poke. Pop! My finger punched clean through the bowl's wall, leaving a smooth, round hole. My eyes lit up. I looked over at the cold concrete wall, brought my fingers together, held back my strength, and gave it a light poke. SHK. My finger sank into the wall like it was pressing into fresh snow. When I pulled it out, there was a neat, deep hole left behind. Not even a single crack. Ha. Yes. 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 I couldn't help but roar with laughter. From this moment on, I didn't just have the supplies to survive the apocalypse. I was the master of my own destiny. The bedroom door cracked open, and Lin Ruashi poked half her head out, eyes still heavy with sleep. "Ma?" Master? What's wrong? Are you okay? Seeing her cautious yet concerned expression made my mood even better. I'm fine, just happy, really happy, I said, walking over to her. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll grant you a privilege. From now on, when we're at home, you don't have to kneel every time you speak to me. She was completely stunned, her eyes filled with disbelief. Just 2 hours ago, I'd had a knife to her throat, forcing her to kneel, driving home the divide between master and servant. And now, her cheeks flushed slightly, but her eyes showed mostly relief. Thank you, master. In great spirits, I spread my arms to hug her, but she instinctively took half a step back, wrinkling her little nose. Master, you smell kind of bad. The words were barely out before she panicked, quickly bowing her head to apologize. I'm sorry, master. I didn't mean it. Translation. I lowered my head and sniffed myself. The smell rivaled a cesspit. I couldn't help but laugh. It's fine, you're just telling the truth. I sweated out some toxins after my workout. Let me go wash up. She froze in place, hardly able to believe she'd been forgiven so easily. By the time I came out feeling refreshed, she was already up, standing quietly in the middle of the living room, hands folded, posture stiff. Watching her hover like she wanted to sit, but didn't dare, I found it amusing. I walked over, slipped an arm around her waist, and pulled her down onto the couch beside me. Her body tensed, not used to this kind of closeness. Relax. Since you became my maid, your performance so far has been satisfactory. So you can treat this place like home. No need to be so uptight about everything. Just remember to do as I say. She looked up at me, hair still damp at the tips from her shower. Thank you, master. She leaned in and planted a quick kiss on my cheek. I touched the spot where she'd kissed me, a playful smile tugging at my lips, but said nothing. Roashi, you got injured today, so I'm giving you the day off. No work. What do you want to eat? Name it, and I'll make it for you. Name it. Her eyes went wide, like she'd just heard something impossible. In an apocalypse where even clean water was a luxury, she could actually order food? What? Don't believe me. I raised an eyebrow. No. She shook her head quickly, then ventured cautiously. Then I'd like sweet and sour ribs, and some stir-fried broccoli. If that's okay? It's okay. I stood up. Go grab some snacks in the living room. Stay out of the kitchen. I went into the kitchen and shut the door, pulling out my phone to scroll through the news for a bit. Sure enough, everything outside had descended into total chaos. About time. I pulled 3 steaming dishes and a soup straight out of my system's storage space. Sweet and sour ribs, stir-fried broccoli, plus braised pork belly and tomato egg soup, along with 2 bowls of white rice. I carried the tray out. The moment Lin Rawashi saw the 2 dishes she'd ordered, she turned to stone on the couch. How was this possible? Even before the apocalypse, cooking fresh wouldn't have been this fast, let alone now, with the water and gas cut off. How on earth had Master done this? In that moment, the last of the resentment and humiliation in her heart melted away, dissolved by the miracle before her and the aroma of the food. Being this man's maid, as long as she didn't do anything stupid, maybe she really could survive in this damned apocalypse. What are you spacing out for? Eat. Master, am I eating with you? Of course. Or would you rather eat leftovers? No, I want to eat with you every day. The 2 of us sat on the couch, eating a hot meal that qualified as pure luxury in this apocalypse. I didn't eat much. Mostly I just watched her. At first she took small, delicate bites, but soon she stopped caring about appearances, cheeks puffed out with food, clearly starving. Watching her, I felt an odd warmth stir in my chest. Being alone for too long really wears on a person. With a woman by my side, even this cold apocalypse felt a little warmer. When we finished, she took the initiative to clear the dishes and wash them carefully in the kitchen. This time she didn't say a word, just worked quietly and diligently. Once done, she dried her hands and returned to the living room, standing before me, wringing her hands, looking like she wanted to say something but couldn't. What is it? She took a deep breath and said softly, Master, could I have my phone back for a little while? What do you need it for? I want to check the security cameras at home to see if the Blue Wolf gang broke down my door. If they haven't yet, I'd like to go down and grab some clothes. I only have this one outfit. It's really not convenient. Her voice grew quieter and quieter. Of course, if you're worried I'll contact people outside and leak your secrets, I can go without it. Take it. You don't need to hand it over anymore. I'd taken her phone at first because I didn't have the strength to deal with the trouble if she contacted outsiders. But now, completely unnecessary. Worst case, I waste a few bullets. If she really tried to cause trouble, I'd just kill them altogether. Thank you for trusting me, Master. Warmth spread through her chest. She couldn't wait to power it on and open the security camera app. The image loaded. The living room was in shambles. Cabinets and drawers yanked open. Things thrown everywhere. The front door smashed out of shape. The lock completely destroyed. At the same time, her phone buzzed. In the Building 30 neighborhood mutual aid group, several Blue Wolf gang members were still tagging her arrogantly. 802 ruler of the turf. Where the hell did the bitch run off to? If you know what's good for you, get your ass over to 802. Don't make daddy come drag you out. 1201 Ironhead. A flight attendant, huh? Nice and tender. We'll take real good care of you, sweetheart. 1503 I'm your grandpa. 10 minutes left. If we don't see you, we'll search floor by floor. Lynn Roashi stared at the screen full of filthy words and the wreckage of her home. Her face went pale, her fingers trembling. She instinctively looked at me, her eyes full of worry. Master, they trashed my home, and they're threatening me in the group. She turned the screen toward me. I glanced at the group for just a second, my expression unchanged. Unhurried, I pulled out my own phone and opened it. Getting no response from Lynn Roashi, those pieces of trash had turned their attention to the only person in the whole building who hadn't spoken up, me. Building 30 to 802 ruler of the turf, at Nanxing you upstairs. You're the only one who hasn't made a peep. Playing dead? Hand over your supplies now. Building 30 to 1201 Ironhead. Heard that guy in 3001 used to be some broke food delivery driver. Probably nothing worth taking. Building 30 to 1503, I'm your grandpa. Broke or not, he pays up. Stay quiet, and we'll bust down your door. My brow furrowed slightly. Did they really think I was some coward with my head in the sand? I fired right back. Nanxing, at ruler of the turf at Ironhead at I'm your grandpa. And the other spineless coward. You 4 pieces of garbage, listen up. Nanxing. First, why the hell would I give my stuff to you? Who do you think you are? Nanxing. Second, you smashed up my maid's home. I'm keeping score. Nanxing. Third, wash your necks and wait. I'm coming for you. Not one of you gets to live. The moment I hit send, the group went dead silent. Lynn Roashi was stunned too. She quickly grabbed my arm. Master, don't. There are so many of them, and they're all ex-gangsters, ruthless and vicious. I'm not worth it. Cross them. I set down my phone, my eyes calm. As far as I'm concerned, they're already dead men. Without showing some real strength, every stray cat and dog thinks they can crap all over me. But, no buts. I cut her off. As my maid, you're going to fight alongside me to the top of the world. If you don't have the guts for that, you can get lost right now. I don't need a cowardly maid. Lynn Roashi's heart clenched. Leaving me meant not only cold and hunger, but facing people far more terrifying than the poisoned snow. Master, don't send me away. I'm not a coward. She spun around and reached for that filthy old down jacket. Wait. I stopped her. That coat won't keep you warm. As my maid, you can't go out looking shabby. I walked into the storage room and pulled out 5 sets of black thermal underwear, 2 elegant maid outfits, and several stylish winter outfits from the system space. When I brought them out, Lynn Roashi froze again. These clothes were all brand new, clearly expensive. Where on earth had I gotten them? She was past being shocked at this point. All that mattered was knowing one thing. Master was no ordinary man. As I handed her the underwear, I explained, special thermal wear. It'll keep you warm even at 100 below zero. She went into the bathroom to change. The thermal underwear hugged her skin, radiating warmth. Then she slipped on the maid outfit and a cream-colored long trench coat. Instantly, she carried herself with real elegance. I changed too. Tactical pants, combat boots, and a black stand-collar jacket over the top. The whole look was sharp and commanding. When Lynn Roashi came out and saw me, her eyes practically sparkled. Not bad. Let's go. The 2 of us stepped out. Freezing air rushed in, but it didn't affect us at all. I locked the door and led her straight to the elevator. Destination, 802. The moment we reached the door, we could hear the cursing inside. One gravelly voice stood out above the rest. Damn it. That bastard in 3001 thinks he can tell me to wash my neck for him? I'll go chop him up and feed him to the dogs right now. Tai Ji's right. Some deadbeat delivery boy thinks he can act tough? Grab your weapons. Then a woman's shrill voice chimed in, egging them on. Xiongji, when we're done, drag that flight attendant back here. Let us girls teach her a lesson or 2 about her place. My eyes went cold. I lifted my foot and slammed it forward. Bam! The heavy security door, frame and all, buckled and twisted under my kick, then crashed to the ground. Inside, everything went silent. In the living room, 4 vicious-looking men sat around a coffee table drinking, the surface piled with scavenged food. 3 young women huddled on the couch nearby, and 2 more women sat fawning beside a scar-faced man. Bags of rice, flour, and canned goods were stacked on the floor. The sudden break-in left everyone frozen. The hell? Who dares kick down my door? You tired of living? The 4 men's eyes moved past me, landing on Lynn Roashi behind me, and instantly filled with greedy, lecherous light. Well, delivered right to our doorstep. Taitu licked his lips. The little lady even knows her place. The scar-faced ringleader pointed straight at her. Grab her. The one nearest the door immediately reached for Lynn Roashi's arm. just as his fingers were about to touch her. A cold flash streaked past like lightning. Squelch. His hand was severed clean at the wrist, blood spraying everywhere. The cold light flashed again. Crack. A head, face frozen in terror, shot into the air, and the headless body toppled heavily to the floor. Fast beyond comprehension. The living room fell dead silent. I held my horse cleaver, blood dripping from its tip, and swept a cold gaze over the rest of them. Just now, who was cursing me? The three men went pale and stepped back. The ringleader forced himself to shout. You? Who the hell are you? You dare kill our men? You're not afraid of crossing the Blue Wolf gang. Me? I curled my lips. I'm the guy from 3001 you wanted to chop up and feed to the dogs. Chin Nanxing. It's you little punk. The blonde one, Tai Tu, and the two women all snatched up fruit knives and beer bottles and lunged at me like maniacs. Cut him down. Avenge our brothers. Not a flicker of emotion crossed my face. I raised my blade and swung. The blade flashed again, like a tiger loosed among sheep. Crack. Squelch. Screams. And within seconds, all four who had charged me were reduced to broken corpses, their blood staining the floor red. Only the ringleader and the three cowering women were left in the living room. The ringleader was scared out of his mind, his crotch soaked. He dropped to his knees with a thud, kowtowing frantically. Big brother. Grandfather. Spare me. Take all the supplies. Take the women too. Just spare my miserable life. Spare you? I stared at him. If I were weaker than you, would you spare me? No. You'd kill me. Take my supplies, and take my maid for yourselves. So, the blade came down, and his head fell. Only after finishing off the last man did I turn to the three women still alive. You. Which of you belong to these guys? Two of the women raised their hands almost simultaneously, pointing at the one in the middle wearing a red sweater. It's her. She's Xiongji's woman. We were forced into this. She's the only one who came willingly. The woman in red felt as though she'd plunged into an ice pit. She scrambled and crawled to kneel before me, pressing her forehead into the bloody mess on the floor. That's not true. I was forced to. Please spare me. I'll do anything. I can serve you, just don't kill me. I looked down at her, my expression indifferent. Relax. Right now, I don't kill women. Her head snapped up, her face lighting up with the wild joy of someone who'd just escaped death. Thank you, big brother. From now on, I'm yours. I'll work like an ox to repay you. But my next move froze the smile on her face. I held out the still dripping blade to Lin Ruashi behind me. Ruashi, take it. Her, and the two who pointed her out. You handle them. Lin Ruashi's delicate body trembled, and her face went white in an instant. She stared at the hilt held out to her, still slick with warm, sticky blood, and her stomach churned violently. My master, I've never killed anyone. Being ordered to kill was far crueler than she'd imagined. All she wanted was to be the woman standing behind me, not an executioner. The woman in red's heart leapt back into her throat. She turned and begged, Sister, please. We're all women here. Why should women make things hard for each other? Let me go, and I'll be your maidservant for the rest of my life. The other two dropped to their knees too. Sister, spare us. We were forced into this. Lin Ruashi's hand shook badly around the hilt. She despised those who help tyrants do evil, but to end someone's life with her own hands. And in that split second of hesitation, a vicious glint suddenly flashed in the red-clothed woman's eyes. She whipped a dagger out of her boot and lunged at her with a snarl. Bitch, your silence means you. You want to let me go? Then just die. The dagger stabbed straight at Lin Ruashi's stomach. It all happened too fast. Lin Ruashi's mind went blank. She forgot to even dodge, could only watch the cold gleam grow larger. Whoosh. I moved last but struck first. No blade. I just kicked, lightning fast and precise, right into the wrist holding the knife. Crack. The sound of bone breaking rang out clearly. Ah! The woman screamed, and the dagger flew from her hand. Using my planted foot as a pivot, my other leg whipped around like a steel lash, slamming brutally into her temple. Thud. Her head snapped to the side, twitched twice, and went completely still. The living room fell dead silent again. Lin Ruashi froze in place, cold sweat instantly soaking through the back of her shirt. She stared at the dead woman on the floor, then looked at my cold, hard expression, her lips trembling. Master, thank you. Before she could finish. Slap. A loud slap landed across her face, knocking her whole body sideways. 5 red finger marks bloomed instantly on her fair cheek. Lin Ruashi clutched her face, disbelieving, tears of hurt welling up in her eyes. Thank me. My gaze was cold, without a trace of warmth. I don't want your thanks. I saved you because you're my property now, not because you, as a person, are worth saving. This is the apocalypse, not one of your first-class cabin cocktail parties. Out here, mercy and hesitation are how you get yourself killed. Show your enemy an ounce of pity today, and tomorrow that pity becomes the knife plunged into both our hearts. Trash like you won't survive no matter how good your supplies or how safe your shelter is. You'll get yourself killed and drag down everyone around you. Tell me, how do you want to die? My tirade was like an ice pick, puncturing every last bit of her wishful thinking and fantasy. Strangely, that feeling of hurt faded fast, replaced by cold clarity and lingering fear. Master is right. If he hadn't moved so fast just now, I'd already be a corpse. My hesitation, in the apocalypse, that's the most fatal weakness of all. Thump. Without hesitation, Lin Ruashi dropped to her knees, right into the cold, sticky blood. Master, I was wrong. I was too stupid, too naive. I promise I'll never be foolish again. Please, give me one more chance. She cowed out hard. This time, she was truly afraid, and she truly understood. I said nothing, just watched coldly. I'd never intended to turn her into an emotionless killing machine, but I sure as hell didn't want some bleeding heart saint in the end times either. Seeing no reaction from me, she grew even more panicked. Was Master going to throw me away? She'd tasted the good life. She never wanted to go back to freezing and starving. Master, I was wrong. Please don't cast Ruashi aside. Forgive Ruashi just this once, please. She didn't dare stop, slamming her forehead against the floor over and over. Bang, bang. The dull thuds of her kowtowing rang out sharply in the blood-soaked living room. Soon her smooth forehead was swollen and red, the blood on her face smearing with dust, pathetic and pitiful. I looked at Lin Ruashi in this state and finally spoke, my voice flat. Enough. Stop. First, finish what you didn't finish. The two women, like cats with their tails stepped on, erupted in one last surge of survival instinct, crawling toward Lin Ruashi while sobbing and begging. No, please spare us. We were really forced into this. We didn't do anything. Sister, have a heart. Put in a good word for us. We'll work like slaves for you. Cleaning, laundry, anything. Just don't kill us. I looked at Lin Ruashi. Her heart clenched again. But this time, the image of the red-clothed woman suddenly lunging to attack flashed through her mind, along with my cold words and that stinging slap. Mercy and hesitation are how you get yourself killed. She took a deep breath, forced down her nausea, and made her voice sound as cold as she could. You say you were forced into this? That you didn't do anything? Both women nodded frantically. Yes, 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 we were dragged here against our will. Lin Ruashi pointed at the supplies scattered across the floor and at the wine bottles the men had drained, the half-eaten cans. Then the food and drinks they had. Didn't those belong to the other neighbors in your building? While you were enjoying these spoils, did you ever once think about whether the people they robbed might starve or die of thirst? Both women were instantly speechless, their faces going deathly pale. You enjoyed stolen supplies, condoned their atrocities, even helped. Now that they're dead, you claim you're innocent? That's not how it works. So you too don't deserve any pity. Lin Ruashi raised the blade and brought it down. After finishing them off, she fought back the urge to vomit, lowered her head, and walked over to me. Master, it's done. I glanced at her, but said nothing. I surveyed the room full of supplies, food, bottled water, canned goods, some cigarettes and liquor, piled up in a decent-sized heap. I casually snapped a few photos and opened the Building 30 Neighborhood Mutual Aid Group chat. I posted at everyone, image, the scumbags in 802 are dead. These supplies are mine now. The group went dead silent for a few seconds, then exploded. Old Lu what? Brother Xiong and the others, they're dead. Sister Wang yours? Says who? There's rice and oil in there that got robbed from my place. Onward and upward. That's right. Those are the cans I saved up. They were just holding on to them for me temporarily. A whole crowd immediately piled on, all claiming the supplies were theirs, and that Brother Xiong was only safekeeping them. Every word reeked of people who bully the weak and cower before the strong. I smirked and typed, safekeeping? At Onward and Upward, your cans needed to be safe-kept inside someone else's stomach? At Sister Wang, you willingly delivered your rice and oil to them for safekeeping? Want me to post a few photos of them just now, drinking and eating your canned goods? You call this safekeeping? The group went instantly quiet. I kept typing. Enough of the useless talk. These things are my spoils now. Anyone want some? Fine. Get me a beautiful maid, top-tier looks and figure, obedient and sensible. Whoever brings me someone I'm satisfied with can take whatever supplies they want. A wave of cursing filled the group, though most of it was muttered under their breath. Qingfeng, trading everyone's supplies for a maid? That's not really right. Her Majesty, bah? Filthy. Shameless. We'd rather starve to death than sell ourselves like that. Old Luum. Boss Nanqing, actually, I do know someone. Not sure if she meets your requirements. Me, go on. Old Lu. There's this female streamer over by Building 28, broadcasts on this Soundfish platform. She's real pretty, and she's got class too. Lots of big spenders drop tons of gifts on her trying to get a date, but she's never once met with any of them privately. A streamer even the top gifted can't score a date with? Now that got me interested. Mio? Now that's interesting. At old Lou. Come up to 802 and give me the full rundown. Not long after, a middle-aged man in a thick padded coat, neck hunched down, appeared trembling at the door. When he saw the carnage and corpses in the room, his legs went weak and he nearly collapsed, but he adjusted pretty quick. In Nanxing. Boss. Old Lou's voice shook, and he didn't dare look up. I studied him. Bald, greasy, looked like an honest enough guy. Relax, I'm not some psycho killer. I only kill people who deserve it. Now, tell me about this streamer. Old Lou steadied himself, still not daring to let his eyes wander. Right. I've been following her for a while now. The classical dance she does is just captivating. I saved up 3 years of salary buying her gifts, made top gifter for 2 whole days, and only then did I get the honor of chatting with her for a bit. I paused. 3 years of salary for a couple of messages? What brand of world-class sucker is this guy? Even the biggest simps out there would call him grandpa. Huh. Old man, you didn't just want to chat, did you? You wanted to hit that. Old Lou's face turned beet red with embarrassment. You see right through me, boss. A woman that beautiful. Who wouldn't want to? I neither confirmed nor denied it, just pointed at Lin Ruashi beside me. Her face still smeared with blood, though it couldn't hide her beauty. Compared to my maid here, how does she stack up? Only then did old Lou dare to take a good look. A flash of awe and greed shot through his eyes, but he immediately remembered how ruthless I was and quickly bowed his head. On camera, that streamer's stunning, but she's definitely using beauty filters. Without them, I'd say she's about neck and neck with your girl here, each with her own charm. My interest grew even stronger. If she could rival Lin Ruashi without filters, she was absolutely worth collecting. What's her handle? You got a way to contact her. She goes by Slacker Little Sue. Don't have her contact info, but I know her WeChat username is something like that too. She's in our Happiness Community Owners Group chat. I immediately scrolled through the owners group and, sure enough, found a username, Slacker Little Sue. Her profile pic was the back view of someone in traditional Hanfu, holding a pipa, very artistic. Without hesitation, I hit Add Friend with a simple, direct note. Hiring a maid. Full meals, warm shelter, guaranteed safety. As for when she'd accept, or whether she'd accept at all, I wasn't in a rush. With my current strength and supplies, I already had a solid foothold in this apocalypse. Tom was on my side. I snapped a few close-up shots of my supplies, especially the canned goods, self-heating rice meals, and bottled water, and posted them to the main group chat. Me and everyone hiring a maid. Room and board included. Requirements, pretty and clean. Interested parties, drop your pics directly or DM me. The 100 Flowers Happiness Community Owners Group instantly blew up. Desperate housewife at Nanxing, please. Have some mercy, boss. My kid hasn't eaten in 2 days, cried until his voice went hoarse. I don't need much, a pack of crackers, a bag of formula. That's all. I'm begging you. Tough guy at Nanxing, don't get too cocky, kid. So you've got supplies, big deal? We've got plenty of brothers in our building too. If you know what's good for you, you'll share up. Otherwise, when we come knocking, we won't be so polite. Give your elder a seat at Nanxing, young man. These are desperate times. We should be helping each other through this crisis. How can you exploit people's misery with such filthy demands? Bring out those supplies and split them evenly. That's the right thing to do. All kinds of pleading, threats, and bribes scrolled by fast. Almost simultaneously, a chorus of friend request notification chimes started pinging one after another. I accepted everyone, one by one. The moment they got through, all sorts of photos flooded my chat window. There was an old lady with a face full of wrinkles still forcing a smile. A beanpole-thin girl in skin-tight, clothes striking poses. One who looked at least 200 plus pounds whose double chin couldn't be hidden even with level 10 beauty filters. And even a bushy-bearded dude who sent an eye-searing photo of himself in a maid outfit and wig, captioned, "Big bro promises to be obedient." My stomach churned and my blood pressure spiked. For crying out loud, what kind of freaks and monsters are these? My fingers flew across the screen, deleting and blocking every last one of these creatures, the whole assembly line. Every extra second was an insult to my phone. Afraid I'd catch a virus. The group chat immediately filled with complaints. Forever 18 at Nanxing scammer. Add me then delete me? Do you even have supplies? Or are you just messing with people? Don't believe him, everyone. I sneered and flipped her own ugly photo right back into the group chat. Me at Forever 18, ma'am. At your age, you could easily be my grandmother. What are you even doing joining in the fun? Save your energy. Isn't a peaceful retirement nice? Forever 18, you. I was very pretty when I was young, and I still take great care of myself now. What do you know? Me. Just then, another ID sent a friend request. Call me Little Fairy. I raised an eyebrow and accepted. She quickly sent over a few heavily edited photos. The woman in them was in her early 20s, full makeup, wearing cute fuzzy pajamas, about a 75 out of 100 on looks. Pre-apocalypse, she'd have counted as a decent cutie, but she was a far cry from my maid's standards. However, her very first message made my eyeballs drop to the floor. Call me little fairy, humph. You seem pretty capable. But let me make one thing clear up front. Even if I come over, we're equals. You have to respect me, cherish me, and never force me to do anything I don't like. Supplies go to me first. You have to be good only to me, no other women allowed. You'll do more than half the housework, because I'm a little fairy. Of course, if you behave well, this fairy might just consider giving you a chance to pursue me. So how about it? Aren't you tempted? This next level, off-the-charts fairy aura, fried my brain crispy on the outside, mushy on the inside. It's the freaking apocalypse. Where does a little fairy get the nerve to be this entitled? I couldn't even be bothered to reply, didn't even bother screenshotting it. I just blocked and deleted this little fairy along with the rest. Damn, there's a weirdo every single day, but today there's a bumper crop. I muttered a speechless complaint, put away my phone, and turned to old Lou, who was still trembling beside me. Old Lou, don't say I never give you a chance. Toss all these corpses out the window, they're an eyesore. Then haul 2/3 of the supplies in this room down to 2901. That's the room where my maid used to stay. The remaining 1/3, consider it your fee for the trouble. And if slacker Xiao Su really is as good as you say, and she satisfies me, then that last third is yours too. Old Lou's weathered face instantly crinkled into a wide grin. Thank you, Boss Nanxing. I promise I'll work fast and clean. Xiao Su is absolutely gorgeous. I wouldn't dare lie to you. With that, he immediately transformed into a diligent mover, straining to drag the bodies over to the window, shoving open the frozen pane and tossing them out. Then he started hauling the boxes and bags into 2901, one after another. 2 hours later, old Lou was drenched in sweat, but looking at the big pile of food and water left for him in the corner, he was thrilled. He thanked me profusely and shouldered his stuff before leaving. That smashed door of 2901 had already been roughly repaired and reinforced by me with tools and materials. It wasn't as good as new, but it was enough to keep ordinary people out. Inside, there was a heap of supplies. Ration it carefully, and it'd last one person a whole year. Lin Ruashi watched all of this, her eyes complicated. Back in 3001, the warm air wrapped around us. Without any hesitation, Lin Ruashi walked straight to the center of the living room and dropped down on her knees before me, kneeling ramrod straight. Master, Ruashi was wrong. Today I was stupid and weak, and I nearly caused a disaster. I failed your trust and your teachings. Please punish me, Master. I looked at her swollen, red forehead and the blood still not wiped clean from her face, and asked flatly, do you hate me in your heart? Hate me for forcing you to kill? Hate me for hitting you? Her head snapped up, and she said anxiously, no, absolutely not. Master hitting me was deserved. I deserved it. Master is teaching me how to survive in the apocalypse. If it weren't for Master, I'd have died twice already. I only feel gratitude, not a shred of resentment. Her answer was firm and decisive, her eyes clear, without a trace of falseness to be found. I stared at her for a few seconds, then nodded. Get up. What's past is past. Just remember the lesson. Thank you, Master. She let out a breath of relief and carefully rose to her feet. Go clean yourself up, especially those wounds on your face. Take care of them. Yes, Master. She obediently headed toward the bathroom. When she finished her shower and came out in clean pajamas, she saw me sitting on the couch, holding a tube of ointment in my hand. Come here. She walked over as told, looking a little lost. Sit down. Lift your face. Her heart quickened slightly as she obediently sat down beside me, tilted her face up, and closed her eyes, her long lashes trembling faintly with nervousness. I dug out some of the cold ointment with a cotton swab. My movements weren't exactly gentle, but they were careful. The coolness of the ointment chased away that burning sting, and this unexpected gesture of mine sent ripples spreading through her heart, like a stone dropped into a still lake, layers of complicated emotions. She quietly opened her eyes and looked at my focused profile, so close to hers, and suddenly she thought that this decisive, cold, and powerful master, maybe he wasn't entirely without a shred of humanity after all. There, be careful these next few days. I put away the ointment, my tone back to its usual flatness. Go rest. She paused. Master, can I rest by your side? I looked at the delicate little face in my arms, and my finger couldn't help but gently brush against it. Right now, that's fine, but not while sleeping at night. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lin Ruashi's eyes, but it quickly faded. After spending most of the day with me, she'd already figured out how wary and suspicious I was. And rightly so, she'd only just joined me, so why should I trust her? No one can guard against a knife from the person lying beside them in sleep. I understand, Master. She naturally turned onto her side, resting her head on my lap, and curling up on the couch like a cat that had found its nest. One of my hands rested on her, enjoying the bouncy fun, while the other picked up my phone and opened the Inu livestream app, searching for Slacker Xiaosu. Sure enough, her avatar was the same as on WeChat, the same classical-style silhouette from behind. Scrolling down, it was all livestream replays and short videos. I casually tapped on the most popular dance video. On the screen, a woman in a modified hanfu, her face veiled in light gauze, danced gracefully to the music. Her flowing sleeves swirled, her waist was supple, her gaze alluring, classical and sexy all at once. Especially that hip-swaying, waist-thrusting move. She did it both innocently and seductively, full of tension. TSK, she really can shake it. Lin Ruashi tilted her head to glance at the screen, then looked up at me, asking softly, Master, do you like watching dancing? Especially the energetic kind like this. It's satisfying to watch. I know a little too. She said it with a hint of eagerness to please. Back at the airline's annual gala, I rehearsed some simple dances. That piqued my interest. Oh, dance a little and let me see. Her face flushed slightly. She got up from my lap, stood barefoot on the floor, straightened her nightgown, and took a deep breath. With no music, she hummed the rhythm to herself. At first she was a bit stiff, but her flight attendant training soon showed through in her posture. Her body supple, her turns smooth. Though she couldn't compare to a professional dancer, paired with her looks and figure, she had a charm all her own. The more I watched, the more the interest in my eyes turned to fire. This woman was challenging my self-control every single moment. Before she even finished, I suddenly stood up and swept her horizontally into my arms. Master, she yelped, wrapping her arms around my neck. You dance well, but right now, I'd rather experience a duet. I carried her and strode toward the bedroom. 2 hours later, I leaned against the headboard, lit an after-sex cigarette, and blew a smoke ring. After the marrow-cleansing transformation, my body's stamina was beyond imagination. Lin Ruashi had long since worn out and fallen into a deep sleep. At 8 in the evening, feeling refreshed, I walked into the kitchen and, as usual, took out 3 still steaming dishes and a soup from the system space. Braised fish, garlic baby bok choy, stir-fried pork with chili peppers, seaweed egg drop soup, plus 2 bowls of rice. I knocked on the bedroom door. Get up, dinner's ready. She let out a groggy her lashes fluttering a few times before her eyes opened. Lured by the aroma, she forced herself up. Master, what time is it? 8. Eat something before you sleep again. She came to the table, her eyes lighting up. Master, you're amazing. Other people don't even have scraps or leftovers. And here you are eating a different flavor every meal. Gets boring otherwise. Hee. Master is so thoughtful. The little maid's praise gave me plenty of that emotional validation. Seeing that I wasn't scowling, she grew bolder. Master, I don't think I'm a qualified maid. I was surprised. How so? Why's that? Because I've never gotten to wait on you. How about letting your little maid feed you? Getting waited on hand and foot. Isn't that most people's dream? Sure. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly scooted over next to me. First, she picked up a piece of braised fish, carefully removed the bones, then gently brought it to my lips. Master, say, I'll give it a taste. I opened my mouth and took it, nodding. Bones are all cleaned out. She smiled like she was happier than if she'd eaten it herself. Then she scooped up a spoonful of soup, blew on it to cool it down, and offered it to me. Have some soup, don't choke. You eat too. She grabbed a bite for herself, but her eyes stayed locked on my bowl. After a few bites, she started feeding me the stir-fried pork with chili peppers, cupping her hand underneath to keep oil from dripping on my clothes. Every now and then she'd play little games, biting off half a piece of fish first, then tilting her head to signal I should eat the other half, with a teasing kind of intimacy. Outside the window, a frozen wasteland, danger lurking everywhere. Inside, warm as spring, good food, and a beautiful woman by my side. That extreme contrast maxed out my sense of control and satisfaction. Occasionally, I'd feed her a bite too, watching her eat it up like she couldn't believe her luck, grinning like a cat who'd snuck a taste of something forbidden. The meal stretched a full hour, every plate wiped clean. She pulled out a tissue to dab the corners of my mouth. Though there was really no grease at all, she'd eaten it all. Master, are you full? Yeah. Then I'll clean up. She stood, movements crisp, in an especially light mood. Through this meal, she felt she'd closed some of the distance between us. At least Master wasn't always cold and terrifying. He could enjoy things, could relax. For her, that was enough. Watching her bustle around the kitchen, the corner of my mouth curved up. This maid was growing on me more and more. Half an hour later, she was curled back up in my arms, scrolling through group messages on her phone. Pretty much everyone in the group was having a rough time, either short on water or short on food. Then she looked at her own charmed life and genuinely regretted not becoming a maid on day 1 of the apocalypse. Wait, who's cursing me out? Building 19 to 1102. Haven't been a boss in years at Nanxing. You tired of living, or what? You dare touch the Blue Wolf Gang's people? Steal your daddy's supplies? You know how to spell the word dead? Lin Rawashi's brow shot up, anger flaring instantly. Almost by reflex, she sat up straight, fingers flying across the keys. Rawashi, clean up your mouth. Those useless flunkies of yours stole our supplies and got themselves killed. Whose fault is that? And you dare threaten my master? Trash. Scum. Her little face was puffed up with rage, like a hen guarding her chicks. Watching her suddenly bristle in my arms, I froze for a second, then found it funny, reaching over to press down the wrist that was still trying to type. That's enough. Why waste your temper on someone like this? A pretty girl learning to curse like a shrew. Not a good look. But master, he insulted you. She looked up, fire in her eyes, lips pouting. I just can't stand it. I know. I ruffled her hair. A dog bites you, gonna bite it back? Leave this to me. The head ruffling took the fight out of her. Still indignant, she obediently mumbled, "Oh," and leaned back against me, eyes glaring at the screen. I picked up my own phone and replied, slow and unhurried. Nanxing. How to spell dead. You can come here in person, and I'll teach you hands-on. Or I can send you down to join your 4 flunkies, and let them teach you down there. Pick one. The group went silent for a few seconds. Building 19 to 1102. Cocky little punk, aren't you? Once your daddy's got a free hand, I'll definitely finish you off. Nanxing. Then how about we set a place to meet? Tell me where you are, and I'll come finish you off. The group fell silent again. Of course he wouldn't give an address. I could kill 4 of his guys, which meant I had real muscle. No need for a head-on clash for now. Just then, Property Manager Wong jumped in to muddy the waters. Property Manager Wong. Mr. Chun, don't stoop to the level of this kind of societal scum. Our property management has already united a larger number of residents. We're a strong force, and we sincerely invite you to join us and keep the peace in the complex together. I let out a scornful laugh. Nanxing, keep the peace? Besides collecting fees and swooping in to grab the spoils afterward, what else can you people do? Peace is won with fists, not with lip service. I've got no interest in playing house with you. Building 19 to 1102. Huh? You hear that? Warm face, cold shoulder. They don't want your ragtag crew either. The 2 of them immediately started sniping at each other, each wanting to trample the other to shore up their own position. I couldn't be bothered watching 2 roosters peck at each other, so I sent one more. Nanxing at everyone hiring pretty maids, same requirements as before. DM me, send unfiltered photos. Then I muted the group and tossed the phone aside. The world was peaceful again. Bunch of clowns, so boring. Binge-watching shows is way more relaxing. I used to be a workhorse for my boss during the day, then come home and get worked to the bone again at night. Dead tired. No time to enjoy anything. Now, of all times, the apocalypse has left me with free time. I need to catch up on all the shows I've been saving. I'd just opened a sci-fi series when my phone went ding. A friend request accepted. Slacker little Sue. What's binge-watching compared to recruiting maids? I immediately set down the tablet. Slacker little Sue, hello? Are you the big shot looking to recruit maids? Are your guts made of titanium alloy, or what? Aren't you afraid of dying? Nanxing. I am. Why wouldn't I be? Die. And I don't get to enjoy good food and the good life anymore. Why do you ask? Slacker little Sue. Whoa, instant reply. You still ask why? You just pissed off both the Blue Wolf Gang and the property management at the same time in that group. They've got tons of people. Either crew alone could beat you to death, let alone both. I mean, neither of them is any good either. But starting fights with both at once is super dangerous, you know. Nanxing. Oh, that. Clay chickens and pottery dogs. Put them together, and it's just a waste of grain. What? Are you worried about me? Slacker little Sue. Who's worried about you? I'm just curious. And you said recruiting maids means being fed, kept warm, and kept safe. What if it's all a lie? There are so many scammers out there these days. Though I guess I've got nothing left worth scamming. Only half a bag of potato chips left at home. Hoo. Nanxing. Half a bag of chips? That is pretty pathetic. I'm different. My place has so much food I can't finish it. Literally can't finish it. Image. Slacker little Sue. Oh, it's braised pork. And rice. It looks so delicious. Big shot. You weren't lying to me. You really do have tons of good food. I want to eat it so bad. The corner of my mouth curled up, grinning like a kid holding a lolly. Old perv luring the little girl with candy. Nanxing. Hungry? Easy. Come be my maid. And all of this is yours, as much as you want. Slacker Xiao Su. Ugh, but being a maid means I'd have to do that, right? I've never even had a boyfriend. I'm kinda scared. Nanxing. Do what? Relax. I'm the most reasonable guy around. I never force anyone. A maid just cleans, cooks, keeps me comfortable. That's it. Anything else? That's up to you, voluntarily. Slacker Xiao Su, really? But we chatted for a while longer, mostly her chattering away with questions while I patiently answered. After a bit, another message came through. Slacker Xiao Su. Boss, gotta stop chatting. I need to conserve energy. I've only got half a bag of chips left, almost gone. Chatting burns calories too, so I gotta lie down with my eyes closed to save energy, otherwise I won't have the strength to get up tomorrow. Boo hoo hoo. Every line dripped with a pitiful yet goofy kind of cuteness. I could practically picture a girl hugging her knees, fretting over her last few chips. Nanxing, why suffer like that? Come here, and you won't go hungry. My door's always open. Which unit are you in? Building 28. Slacker Xiao Su. 2802, but let me think about it some more. Night boss. Battery too low, auto shutdown.jpg. Chat ended. Meanwhile, in room 2802 of building 28, that little girl was staring blankly at half a bag of chips. Starve to death? Or swallow her pride and become a maid? Or eat one last meal and let the snow freeze her to death? Or work up the courage to go rob someone? But with those skinny little arms and legs, she probably couldn't beat a dog in a fight. I yawned and glanced at Lin Ruashi, who was leaning back on the couch binge-watching a show, still looking wide awake. I'm going to sleep. Remember, don't enter my bedroom, and don't enter the storage room. You can sleep on the couch or use the guest room. There are snacks and water on the coffee table. Help yourself if you get hungry or thirsty. My tone was flat, but she caught the note of finality in it. Yes, master. Good night. I nodded and turned into the master bedroom. But I didn't get into bed right away. Instead, I walked behind the door and pulled two silenced pistols out of my system space. One I fixed to a concealed mount behind the door, aimed at the entrance, with an ultra-thin transparent fishing line connecting the trigger to the inside of the doorknob. The moment anyone turned the handle and pushed, the line would pull taut, instantly firing and putting a bullet clean through the intruder. The other I placed within arm's reach at the head of the bed. Only after all that did I lie down. Lin Ruashi had passed muster today overall, and she'd even shown some instinct to protect me at the end, but I still didn't trust her. A beautiful maid was hard to come by, but my safety and secrets mattered more. If her curiosity got the better of her tonight, and she dared to open that door, then she'd have it coming. I, Chen Nanxing, have never lacked the means to replace one maid with another. Out in the living room, Lin Ruashi stared at the shut master bedroom door, fully aware that beyond it lay absolute forbidden territory. She wouldn't go in. But that storage room was incredible. It had everything, like a treasure trove. Should she sneak a peek? After some internal struggle, she gave up on the idea. Being alive, being fed, being warm, she was already 10,000 times better off than the people out there. Why go digging for answers she wasn't meant to know? She didn't use the guest room either. She just slept on the couch. But having napped so much during the day, she wasn't the least bit sleepy now. Tossing and turning, she picked up her phone and opened the surveillance app for her own place, Unit 2901. The moment the feed loaded, her eyes shot wide open, and she clapped a hand over her mouth to keep from screaming. On the monitor, three dark figures were busy in her living room. One of them was old Lou, who'd only just come by that afternoon. The other two were strangers. They'd actually pried open the lock and were hauling out, box by box, all the supplies I'd stashed there earlier that day. How dare they? Her heart pounded and rage boiled up in her, but she quickly forced herself to stay calm. Should she tell me right away? Better not. I was so cautious and clever. Was there any chance I hadn't foreseen that old Lou's crew would be tempted by all that wealth and come thieving in the night? If I'd anticipated it and still deliberately left the supplies in a room with a flimsy lock, did I have some other plan? Maybe it was a test? Or maybe I simply didn't care about those things at all. Barging in to disturb my rest, might that displease me? She agonized for a moment, then decided to hold her tongue for now. She fixed her eyes on the feed, committing old Lou and the other two men's builds firmly to memory, then shut off the screen and closed her eyes. She didn't sleep soundly that night. The next morning, at 8 sharp, I opened my eyes right on schedule and looked first toward the bedroom door. No corpse, no blood seeping under the crack. I let out a small breath of relief, and to my surprise felt a flicker of gladness. Even though I'd been fully prepared, if Lin Ruashi had really been dumb enough to break in during the night and get herself killed, I'd have found it a shame. After all, she was my first maid, top-tier looks and figure, and she was slowly becoming just the way I liked. I retracted both pistols into my system space and stepped out of the master bedroom. In the living room, Lin Ruashi was already up, washed and ready, and had thoughtfully prepared warm water for me with toothpaste squeezed onto the brush. Good morning, master. She gave a slight bow, smiling meekly, showing no sign that anything was off. I was pretty satisfied with her performance. But after I finished washing up and saw the empty dining table, I couldn't help frowning. Why hadn't this little maid reminded me to prepare ingredients? The cooked food from the system just wasn't the same as something she made with her own hands. Ruashi, can you cook? She blinked. Master, I can make some home-style dishes. Since you can, then cook more from now on. I haven't tasted your cooking yet. Cooking's no problem, but there aren't any ingredients. Wait here. I walked into the storage room, and 2 minutes later came out carrying an armload of fruits and vegetables, along with chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Roashi, we've got food now. Put it in the fridge, quick. She stared, dumbfounded. This was absurd. Where on earth had I gotten fresh vegetables and fruit? Okay. She hurried over and stuffed everything into the fridge. Master, are you hungry? I'll make breakfast right now. No need. I've already got this meal covered. I dashed back into the storage room and returned holding 2 cups of soy milk, some fried eggs, egg tarts, and steaming hot buns. Here, eat up. As the two of us sat down to breakfast, Lin Ruashi hesitated, then set down her chopsticks. Master, there's something. I don't know if I should say it. Say it. I didn't even look up. Last night I couldn't sleep last night, so I checked my home security cameras. She watched my expression carefully. I saw old Lou and 2 other guys pick the lock and break into your place. They hauled away all the supplies you'd stashed there. My hand paused mid-sip of soy milk, then returned to normal, as if I'd just heard the weather forecast rather than news that my stuff had been stolen. I wiped my mouth with a napkin. Noted. She looked a little startled. Master, you're not angry? Angry? Why? This is the apocalypse. This is human nature. Then, what do we do? She still couldn't let it go. All that food, gone just like that. I stood and walked to the window, looking out at the gray sky and the blanket of snow. My voice turned cold. What's mine is mine to give. If I give it, people can take it. If I don't, then whoever takes it dies. Lin Ruashi once again clearly realized how ruthless and decisive I was at my core, and quietly counted herself lucky that she hadn't crossed that red line last night out of curiosity. Master, so are we going to get the supplies back now? Of course we are. Otherwise people will think your master is an easy target. We got dressed quickly. Thanks to info from the residence group chat, we soon found old Lou's apartment number. I raised my hand and knocked. Not too soft, not too hard. Who is it? Old Lou's voice came from inside, wary, with a trace of nervousness. Through the peephole, he could see 2 people standing outside. It's me, Chen Nanxing. Silence for a few seconds. He clearly hadn't expected me to show up at his door. Oh, it's Big Boss Nanxing. Is there something you need? Nothing major. Open up, let's talk. Boss, really bad timing. I'm not feeling well, think I caught a chill. Can't really open the door. Whatever it is, can we just talk through here? He fumbled for excuses, his voice thin. I let out a cold laugh and didn't press it. I changed the subject. It's about that female streamer in Building 28. At that, old Lou seemed to relax a bit, but he still didn't open the door. Little Sue? Boss, you saw her? How is she? Pretty as a picture, right? Haven't met her yet. I said slowly. Remember I promised you yesterday? If she's really like you said, I'd give you the rest of the supplies. Old Lou got eager instantly. Yes. So you're here to bring the supplies. That was the plan. My tone shifted, turning cold. But when I went to Unit 2901 this morning to grab them, I found the supplies inside had been cleaned out. Behind the door, old Lou's breath visibly hitched. Then he forced out shock and outrage. What? Stolen? What kind of goddamn son of a bitch did that? Don't you worry, boss. I've lived in this building 2 years. I'll help you dig up whichever sneaky bastard did it. The performance was over the top. He was just trying to clear himself. Listening to this clumsy act, my eyes went colder. Oh, well, thank you so much. But that was no small haul, and having it vanish like that, it doesn't sit well with me. Right. It wouldn't sit well with anyone. Don't stress, boss. I'll do everything I can to help you find it. Finding it probably won't be enough. I lowered my voice. I watched last night's footage. 3 people stole it. Dead silence inside. Old Lou's breathing nearly stopped. It took him several seconds to force out a dry laugh, his voice trembling. Footage? There were cameras in there? Boss, did you get a clear look at who it was? Bad lighting. Couldn't see too clearly. I paused deliberately, applying psychological pressure. But the builds and silhouettes looked kind of familiar. Old Lou, who do you think it could have been? How would I know? His voice was already thick with the edge of tears. Boss, my stomach just started killing me. I've got to hit the bathroom. Let's talk another day? Another day. Then came a flurry of panicked footsteps behind the door. He really did run to the bathroom. I stared at the tightly shut security door, my eyes ice cold. Fine, go ahead. But my things aren't so easy to take. Take them, and you pay the price. I had no interest in playing cat and mouse any longer. I suddenly raised my foot, and a terrifying force slammed into that seemingly sturdy security door. Boom. The entire door, along with its twisted, deformed frame, collapsed inward as if struck by an artillery shell. Old Lou, who'd just made it to the middle of the living room, was scared out of his wits. He whipped around and saw me stepping over the fallen door, advancing 1 step at a time like a god of death. Lin Roashi followed close behind, her eyes full of delight. The stronger her master, the safer she was. Chen Nanqing, what's the meaning of this? What gives you the right to smash my door? Trying to rob my home in broad daylight. Old Lu tried to seize the upper hand, covering his guilt. I stopped and swept my eyes over the messy living room, my gaze landing on his face, twisted with fear and fury. The meaning? You don't already know? When you were picking the lock and stealing my supplies last night, you were pretty bold, weren't you? What now? Scared all of a sudden. His pupils shrank, but he forced himself to shout. You're slandering me. Who stole your stuff? Do you have proof? There's nothing of yours in my place. Search it if you don't believe me. And if you don't find anything, you're paying for my door and you're apologizing. He yelled at the top of his lungs, as if he'd suffered some tremendous injustice. I didn't move, just sneered. Search? Why would I bother? You think I stashed those supplies without a backup plan? That I'm just that trusting? Old Lu's heart plummeted, and a sense of dread seized him instantly. I unhurriedly pulled out my phone and gave it a little shake. I didn't just install cameras. I also sprinkled something in the corners of a few boxes. A special fluorescent powder. Once it's on you, it won't wash off for 3 to 5 days, and it lights right up under a UV lamp. Old Lu's face went white in an instant, and he instinctively hid his hands behind his back. That little move was as good as a confession. I put my phone away and looked at him like I was looking at a dead man. Guess we don't need to go through all that trouble. You've admitted it yourself. Old Lu trembled all over, knowing he was completely exposed. Fear overwhelmed everything else. He dropped to his knees with a thud and kowtowed. Boss Nanqing, I was wrong. I lost my mind. I'm begging you, spare my worthless life. I didn't touch much of it. Most of it's still here. I'll give it all back right now. Just please don't kill me. Your life is worthless. Where's my stuff? Lead the way. Old Lu, as if granted a pardon, scrambled to his feet and pointed out the door. It's next door, 603. It's my 2 neighbors. The stuff's over there. We agreed to stash it together. Lead the way. I pulled Lin Ruashi aside to clear the path. Old Lu rushed to the security door of 603, took a deep breath, and pounded on it. Chong, Ergu, open up, it's me, Old Lu. Silence for a few seconds, then a wary voice came through. Old Lu? What's all the noise? Didn't we say don't come knocking? Open the door, my share of that stash. I want it now. Old Lu kept his voice low. Are you crazy? Take it now? Weren't we going to split it after things blow over? Get lost. Old Lu lost his patience, his voice suddenly rising. Wang Chong, Li Ergu, you two trying to keep it all for yourselves? We agreed last night, 3-way split. Hand over my share now? The people inside got fired up too. You made the rules, said to stash it here for now. Now you're going back on it. How do we know you're not being watched and trying to throw them off our trail? Get lost. Nobody's touching this stuff. Bullshit. I risked my neck for a share of that. You trying to screw me over? Open the door, or I won't be nice about it. I curled my lips into a cold smile and pulled Lin Ruashi back a couple of steps. Lin Ruashi blinked. Master, are they gonna? I pressed a finger to her lips. Shoo, I'm bored. Let's watch the dogs tear each other apart. Should be a good show. The door of 603 suddenly cracked open. Old Lu, thinking they'd caved, immediately leaned in. A cold glint flashed through the gap. A fruit knife plunged into his gut without warning. The rage on Old Lu's face froze instantly. He looked down at the knife handle, then raised his head in disbelief. You guys. We give you an inch, you take a mile, still want to cut? Dot. The person inside yanked the knife out and stabbed him twice more. Blood sprayed. Old Lu clutched his stomach and staggered to the ground. The door swung fully open. 2 lean, vicious-looking men stepped out, one holding the dripping fruit knife, the other gripping a metal baseball bat. They glanced at the dying Old Lu, then their eyes landed on Lin Ruashi and me. What are you two staring at? Beat it if you don't want to die. This is what you get for eyeing our supplies. Clearly, they took us for a couple of gawking bystanders. Old Lu reached out toward me. Nanqing, boss, save me. I stepped forward and crouched down. TSK. Old Lu, poor judgment on your part. Look at that. Neighbors turning on each other. Old Lu clung desperately to the leg of my pants. Boss, save me. I don't want the supplies anymore. They're all yours. I pried his hand off. Old Lu, you know what? Even if you hadn't stolen anything, as long as that little streamer, Sue, kept me satisfied, I'd have given you everything in 2901. Why do you have to steal? His eyes went wide, regret cutting to the bone. Turned out he'd stolen from me and handed it over to his good neighbors. Then something else occurred to him. If it was going to be mine anyway, then it's not stealing. Now these two have robbed me. Boss, you're the strong one. You should set things right. I let out a bitter laugh. Old Lu, that brain of yours works fast. My things are yours only when I give them. If I don't give and you take, that's stealing. That's betrayal. And betrayers, only death awaits them. Even if these two hadn't killed you, I would have. Old Lu opened his mouth to say more, but the light in his eyes rapidly dimmed. His head lolled to the side, and he went silent. Seeing me talk to a dead man, ignoring them completely, the two flew into a rage. Urga pointed his bat at me. Hey kid, you deaf? Get lost. Chong leered at Lin Ruashi, sizing her up. This chick's not bad. Leave her behind, and you can go. Otherwise you end up like this old fool. A chill ran through Lin Ruashi, and she shrank behind me. I slowly turned. You too. You're grating on my ears. I moved in a flash, appearing right in front of Chong. Didn't your mother teach you it's rude to interrupt people? Chong's vision blurred. A sharp pain shot through his wrist, and the bloody knife was already in my hand. Squelch. The blade flashed and struck cleanly into his heart. His vicious grin froze in an instant, and just like that, he was gone. Urga's stomach dropped. He swung the bat straight at my head. I couldn't be bothered to dodge. I just raised a hand and caught the whistling bat mid-swing. It felt like he'd hit a steel plate. His hands went numb, the bat didn't budge an inch, and his pupils shrank violently. How could anyone be this strong? Trash. I flicked my wrist, wrenched the bat away, and swung it backhand. Bam! His head burst open like an overripe watermelon, splattering red and white across the wall. Expressionless, I tossed the bat aside, pulled out my phone, snapped a few photos of the 3 corpses and the scattered supplies, and opened the Building 30 Neighborhood Mutual Aid Group. Nanxing, at everyone, photo, photo, photo. Nanxing, Old Lu, Wang Chong, and Li Ergu picked the lock and stole the supplies I'd stashed in 2901 last night, and had the nerve to talk trash to me. Nanxing, this is what they got. Nanxing, I'll say it one last time, you only get my things when I give them to you. Anyone who lays a hand on them, I'll chop off that hand and take their life. Remember that well. The group went dead silent at first, then erupted like a volcano. 401 Sister Wang. Oh my god, murder. 3 at once. This is terrifying. Can somebody do something? 1701 Xingfeng. At Nanxing, how can you just kill people like that? Even if they were wrong to steal, you can't do this. Is there no law anymore? 902 Grandpa Zhang. What a sin. Young people these days are too full of rage. Show some mercy when you can. How are you any different from those thugs? 1501 Teacher Li. This is so brutal. What we need is unity and mutual aid, not violence answering violence. Accusations, fear, and moral lectures flooded the screen. I typed coldly. Nanxing, at everyone think I'm brutal? Fine. Anyone who wants to set things right, or wants to avenge them, come to the 6th floor right now. I'll be waiting. If you don't have the guts, quit yapping in the group and wasting my time. Anyone else who dares touch my things. Old Lu and his buddies are your example. The group went silent in an instant. The very people who'd been so righteously indignant a moment ago all clammed up. Go find me. You've got to be kidding. That was a stone-cold killer, and 13 people had already died at his hands by now. Go throw your life away for strangers you owe nothing to? Who'd be that stupid? Seeing no one speak up, I sent another message. Nanxing, at everyone who's the floor leader? Show yourself. Silence for a good few seconds. Then finally someone replied. 1101 Zhang Hao at Nanxing. Hey man, I'm Zhang Hao. Everyone kind of picked me as the temporary floor leader. I raised an eyebrow. Nanxing, floor leader? I've killed this many people in this building, and you're not going to do anything about it? He replied fast, and he clearly knew how to read the room. Zhang Hao, you're joking, man. Old Lu and his crew were the ones with sticky fingers. Crossing you was basically a death wish. I know my limits. I can't handle you, and I wouldn't dare try. This whole building's going to need your protection from here on out. The corner of my mouth turned up. This guy gets it. Nanxing, you see the picture clearly. Want some supplies? Zhang Hao, yes. Of course. What do you need, man? Nanxing, if you want them, come to the 6th floor right now. Zhang Hao, got it, on my way. A few minutes later, footsteps echoed down the hallway. Zhang Hao brought 2 burly young guys, both empty-handed to show they meant no harm. He took one look at the carnage on the 6th floor and the busted-down door, and his eye twitched. But he composed himself quickly and said respectfully, Nanxing, good to meet you. I'm Zhang Hao. These are my buddies, Liang and Xiaobin. We mean absolutely no harm. I sized them up and nodded, then pointed at the pile of supplies in 603. Everything here is yours now. The 3 of them stared at the mountain of supplies, eyes glazing over. That was enough to feed the whole building for 3 days. Zhang Hao didn't let it go to his head. He took a deep breath. Man, this is way too much. What do you need us to do? Just name it. Years on the streets had taught him there's no such thing as a free lunch. Nothing really. I just like your attitude. But since you brought it up, there actually is something. What is it? Zhang Hao felt a knot in his stomach. Nothing big. First, I don't want to see anyone trash-talking me in the group chat anymore. It's annoying. Second, keep an eye out for me. Let me know if there are any pretty, clean women in our building or the others. Zhang Hao could hardly believe it. That's it? No risking his neck, no dangerous jobs, just keeping order and gathering some info in exchange for all these supplies. You got it, man. Consider it done. From now on, anyone who disrespects you is going to answer to me first. And I'll definitely keep my eyes peeled for the ladies, he said, thumping his chest. Good. Now grab your stuff. I turned and headed for the stairs with Lin Ruashi. On the way, she couldn't help asking, Master, why did you give them the supplies? Wouldn't it be better if we hauled them back ourselves? That stuff's beneath me. Besides, isn't carrying it all up here a pain? Lin Ruashi was speechless. Other people would kill to haul supplies every day, and here I was calling it too much trouble. So, Master, do you care if people talk badly about you? Nope. Then why do you have Zhang Hao police the group chat? Zhang Hao took the supplies, so he's got to do something, right? Otherwise, he's getting it all for free, and doesn't that make your master look like an idiot? She nodded, figuring there was some logic to that. Not much, though. I'd just gotten back to 3001 and sat down when my phone buzzed. The group chat. Zhang Hao, I'd everyone listen up, all of you. Nanxing is building 30s Rock, our anchor. From now on, anyone who disrespects him in this chat, don't blame me, Zhang Hao, for showing no mercy. You saw what happened to old Lu and his crew, right? If you don't want to die, keep your mouths clean. Nanxing's a righteous man. He gave us supplies, so show some gratitude. Iliong, damn right, Hao. Long live Nanxing. Xiaobin. From now on, anyone who's got a problem with Nanxing has a problem with us. The group chat went dead silent. Nobody dared argue. I nodded, satisfied. Zhang Hao was efficient and knew how to ride the momentum. The next second, another string of messages popped up. Slacker little Sue. Big guy. You there? Slacker little Sue. I've made up my mind. Slacker little Sue. That maid code thing. Can I take a look at it first? Slacker little Sue. Oh, and does the maid job come with benefits? Like health insurance and a pension? I know it probably doesn't matter now, but a girl's gotta have some security, right? I chuckled and sent over the maid's code. A few seconds later, my phone started buzzing like crazy. Slacker little Sue, dude. You're a relic of feudalism. A reincarnated slave master. Is this Ebenezer Scrooge in the flesh? Slacker little Sue. Speak while kneeling? Unconditional obedience? No prying into secrets? Break the rules and you die? This is completely inhumane. It's harsher than a slave contract from the old days. Fuming.jpg. Watching the rapid-fire complaints and the pile of angry stickers scroll across my screen, I could practically picture a girl baring her teeth and clawing at her phone. I rubbed my temples. Truth be told, I didn't come up with this code. The system generated it. I just thought it seemed reasonable, so I borrowed it. Nanxing. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. That's what the code says, sure, but if a maid performs well, some of the rules can be waived. Take my current maid, Lin Ruashi, because she's done a good job. She no longer has to kneel while speaking at all times, and she even eats meals with me. How you're treated depends on how you perform. Slacker little Sue. Wow, big guy, that pitch is exactly like the empty promises those greedy corporate types make. Work hard, and we'll give you equity when the company goes public, and then you work yourself into the ground first. Perform well, and you'll get special privileges, except you set all the standards. That cracked me up. This girl had a delightfully weird way of thinking. Nanxing. Think whatever you want. But things that don't come easy are the ones people actually cherish, aren't they? The other end went quiet for a moment. Slacker little Sue. Okay, that does kind of make sense. Hey, big guy, could I meet Sister Ruashi? I just want to see what a real maid's life is like. Curious.jpg. That request caught me off guard. Nanxing. Sure, start a video call. Not long after, a video call request popped up. I hit accept, and a slightly pale but still exquisite face appeared on the other side of the screen. The girl was around 20, her hair messily tied up in a bun, a few loose strands stuck to her forehead. She had beautiful features, especially those big eyes, weary and tense, yet still bright and lively. She wore a thick, cartoon print pajama set, with a somewhat cluttered bedroom in the background. So this was Slacker little Sue. In person, she looked a touch less polished than she did on stream without the filters, but she had incredible natural looks, that pure, innocent quality with a hint of playful mischief. Her looks were right up there with Lin Ruashi's. Sure enough, the very next second, the system prompt appeared. Potential maid matching criteria detected. Name, Su Xiaosu, age 20, height 165 centimeters, appearance score, 93. Notes, quirky and clever, strong survival instinct, uses her live streamer persona as a communication mask. Optimistic, socially inexperienced, but inwardly fragile and fearful. Extremely high need for being fed and security. 93 points. Just as I judged. When Xiaosu saw me, she visibly froze for a moment, a flicker of surprise and a barely noticeable spark lighting up her big eyes. Whoa, boss, so this is what you actually look like. Her voice was soft and crisp, even nicer than her typing had suggested. What, surprised? Expected some nasty old man. No, no. She waved her hands quickly, her little face flushing. I just didn't expect you to be so young and handsome. Thought I'd be some psycho creep who kills people left and right. I teased. Ugh, I was just surprised, okay. She rushed to change the subject, leaning her head toward the screen. So, where's Sister Ruashi? Hold on. I handed the phone directly to Lin Ruashi, who was nestled against my side. Lin Ruashi took the phone, adjusted the angle, and smiled naturally. Hi, Xiaosu. I'm Lin Ruashi. The moment Xiaosu saw her, her eyes went wide. On the screen, Ruashi looked rosy and radiant. Smooth hair, clean and comfortable loungewear, clear bright eyes carrying a serene, content calm. Not a trace of the haggard desperation you'd expect in the apocalypse. This was no maid scraping by to survive. She looked more like a pampered rich girl. Comparing herself, her messy room, her frumpy pajamas, her pale face, Xiaosu felt a sudden surge of envy and stark inadequacy. Sister Ruashi, you're so pretty. You look amazing, nothing like the people out there. Her tone carried awe with a hint of bitterness. You're beautiful too, Xiaosu. Your eyes are like a doll's. Really? Thank you, Sister Ruashi. She beamed for a moment, then lowered her voice. Sister Ruashi, is being a maid really as scary as the rulebook makes it sound? A crucial question, one that would directly shape her decision. Lin Ruashi glanced at me. Seeing my calm expression and that I wasn't going to interfere, she understood. She paused for a beat, then gave a perfectly measured, contented smile. Honestly, when I first read the rules, I was scared too. But once I actually got here, I found out the master is pretty reasonable. As long as you do your job, don't cross the line, and don't get any bad ideas, he won't come down hard on you. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. She gently rested her cheek against my arm. Look at me now, well-fed, warm, living in a safe and cozy home. No fear hanging over me. Compared to the terror out there, never knowing if you'll make it through the day, the constant risk of freezing, starving, or being assaulted, I feel really lucky. A smart answer. She didn't deny the harshness of the rules. Instead, she emphasized how reasonable I was, then used her own situation to highlight the two most precious things in the apocalypse: safety and a full stomach. Sure enough, Xiaosu stared at Ruashi's rosy face on the screen, then thought of her own empty chip bag with nothing but crumbs and her cold, barren room. The fear in her eyes slowly gave way to longing. Sister Ruashi, thank you for telling me all this. Lin Ruashi smiled softly, casually picking up 2 glistening grapes from the fruit plate. She pinched one and brought it to my lips first. Master, try this. It's really sweet. I opened my mouth and took it, my tongue accidentally brushing her fingertip. Her cheeks flushed. Only then did she pop the other grape into her own mouth and turn to the screen. Xiaosu, anything else you want to ask? Xiaosu swallowed involuntarily. She couldn't even remember the last time she'd eaten fruit. And no more questions. She took a deep breath and called out to me. Boss, I want to be your maid. I'm coming over right now. You have to open the door for me, okay? Sure. Nothing I wanted more. Then I'm hanging up. I'll pack up and head over right away. She hung up in a rush. The living room fell quiet again. I looked down at Ruashi in my arms and lifted her chin. Well done. What you said just now was worth an entire feast. She didn't take the credit. Instead, she snuggled in closer, tilting her face up with anticipation. So does Master have a reward for me? What do you want? Her cheeks flushed crimson in an instant. Ruashi wants Master to give her a kiss. She shyly closed her eyes, lashes trembling, red lips slightly parted. Was this a reward for her? Or for myself? I leaned down and kissed her hard. Just as things were heating up, my phone rang again. Urgent. Another video call. Still slacker Xiaosu. Frowning, I released Ruashi and pressed answer. On the screen was Xiaosu's terrified face, the background looking like it was behind her front door. Boss, help. Someone's pounding on my door, really hard, and cursing. I'm so scared, sob sob. Along with her trembling voice, I could clearly hear the violent banging on the door and a man's cursing. Open up, you little slut. Open the damn door. You don't, and once we get in, you'll be sorry. Be smart. Hand over your food and play nice with us boys, and maybe we'll let you live. Screw it, break the door down. My face darkened instantly. I was pissed. Very pissed. Xiaosu was already my maid. How dare anyone lay a hand on her? Go lock yourself in the bedroom and hide. I'm on my way. I hung up and stood up immediately. Ruashi scrambled to her feet too, her face full of worry. Master, I'm coming with you. I waited quickly. Leave her home alone? Not safe. Who knew if someone might get ideas the moment I stepped out? Give her a gun to defend herself? I didn't trust that. What if she put a bullet in me when I came back? The safest option was keeping her right under my nose. Keep up. The two of us headed downstairs and reached the garage passage. The iron gate at the passage had already been lowered and locked. Clearly the residents had done it to protect themselves, to keep people from other buildings from flooding in. Two men stood guard beside the iron gate. Seeing that we were trying to leave, one of the guards immediately stepped forward to block us. "Bro, it's chaos out there right now. Brother Howe said it's best not to go out for everyone's safety, and not to let outsiders in either." My eyes went cold. Before I could say anything, Zhang Hao's urgent voice came from behind me. "Are you blind? Your dog eyes? You think you can stop someone like Boss Nanqing?" Zhang Hao came rushing down the stairs, and smack, smack, two hard slaps across the underling's face, leaving him covering his cheek, not daring to make a sound. Zhang Hao forced a smile. "Boss, I'm so sorry. This idiot doesn't know any better. You want to head out? Let me get the door." While barking, "Open it, now!" he personally grabbed hold, and together with another guy, strained to pull the iron gate open just a crack. "Boss, be careful out there. It's dangerous." I didn't say much, just slipped out sideways with Ruashi and headed straight for Building 28. Behind me, Zhang Hao wiped the cold sweat off his brow and glared at the underling who'd gotten slapped. "Keep your eyes open from now on. That's the living king of hell of Building 30. No, he's our anchor, our pillar. Wherever he goes, don't you dare stop him." Just as Ruashi and I rounded the passage, the two underlings who'd taken those slaps leaned in close to Zhang Hao and lowered their voices to offer a suggestion. "Bro Hao, that Shingai is so damn arrogant. Now that he's gone out on his own, why don't we just lock the door and never let him back in? Then Building 30 would be all yours, right?" Smack. Zhang Hao backhanded him with an even louder slap, leaving the guy dazed. "Is your head full of crap?" Zhang Hao's face went pale with rage. "You think I don't want to be the boss? Have you ever been up to the 6th floor?" The underling shook his head, cupping his cheek. "If you haven't, then get your ass up there and look. Go see the security door at the Liu family's place. It got kicked clean off its hinges. Even the frame is bent. And those 4 losers from the Blue Wolf gang, every one of them killed in a single blow, didn't even get a chance to fight back. You lock him outside, and what if he finds a way back in? The first one to die would be me, and then all you idiots." Everyone fell dead silent, finally understanding that Zhang Hao's fear of me wasn't just about supplies. It was terror of absolute, overwhelming force. Meanwhile, I was moving quickly through the passage between Building 30 and Building 28 with Lin Ruashi. Building 28's situation was exactly the same as Building 30's. The heavy iron gate was locked tight, with 2 men guarding it from inside. One had bleached blonde hair, the other wore glasses. The moment Blondie saw us approaching, he stood up warily and shouted, "Hey, which building are you from? What are you doing over here at 28? Get lost if you've got no business." I stopped walking and kept my tone even. "I live in 2802, right here in Building 28. I was over at Building 30 as a guest, and now I want to come back. Open the door, please." Glasses pushed his frames up. "Never heard of any guy living in 2802. Who's to say you're not from another building here to scope us out? Beat it." Blondie got even cockier, banging on the iron gate. "You hear that? Get lost. And you brought a chick along, hoping to hide out here? Dream on." My expression darkened. "I'll say it one last time. Open the door. Otherwise you die." "Oh whoa, holy crap, I'm shaking." Blondie slapped his chest theatrically and made a face at me through the gate. "Die? You gonna bite me through an iron door? Come in here and hit me if you've got the guts, dumbass." I wasted no more words. My right hand reached to my waist and drew a gleaming silver Desert Eagle from my system space, leveling the muzzle at him. Blondie froze for a second, then burst out laughing. "A Desert Eagle? Pretty realistic prop, man. Which toy store do you get that at?" The next second, bang. The gunshot cracked out, and a spray of blood erupted from his left knee. His grin froze instantly as he collapsed to the ground, screaming, "AH! My leg! How the hell do you have a real gun?" Beside me, Lin Ruashi jumped, startled, but then her eyes filled with excitement and adoration. "My master has so many secrets, even a gun. Following a master like this, I feel completely safe in the apocalypse." Glasses was scared out of his mind and turned to run. "Freeze." My voice was ice cold. "Take one more step and I'll blow your head off." His feet locked up. His whole body trembled as he threw his hands in the air. "Don't shoot. I'm opening it. I'm opening it right now." He half stumbled, half crawled to the door, dropping the keys several times before he got one into the lock, then turned the big padlock with shaking hands. I pushed the door open and stepped inside, keeping the muzzle trained on Blondie on the floor. All his arrogance was long gone. Sobbing and sniveling, he begged, "Bro, I was wrong. I'm blind. I couldn't see who I was dealing with. Spare me. Weren't you pretty cocky just now? Keep going. I don't dare. Please, bro, spare my life." I didn't give him the chance. I pulled the trigger. Bang. The begging cut off abruptly. A bloody hole appeared in his forehead, and he toppled over stiff as a board. Glasses shrieked in terror, collapsing to the floor, a wet patch spreading across his crotch. I didn't even glance at him. I just told Lin Ruashi, keep up, and rushed for the stairwell. Meanwhile, in Unit 2802, Su Xiaosu was crouched behind the bedroom door, bracing it shut with her whole body. The pounding on the door and the filthy language coming from the living room hammered at her heart like blows from a sledgehammer. Bang, bang, bang. Open up, you little slut. A cheap streamer, and you're playing all high and mighty. You'll put out for your top donor, so you can put out for us boys too. Su Xiaosu couldn't stop the tears from streaming down. She regretted it, regretted not agreeing sooner to become my maid. Even being a maid would have been 1,000 times better than falling into the hands of these animals. Crash. The living room security door was finally smashed open. Footsteps and cruel laughter closed in right outside the bedroom door. Haha, hiding in here? I know you're inside. Bang bang. The flimsy wooden door shook violently. The wood around the lock began to splinter, and it clearly wouldn't hold much longer. Su Xiaosu shut her eyes in despair and clamped her hands over her ears. At that critical moment, bang, a sharp, deeply penetrating sound rang out from the living room, not the sound of a door being struck. Immediately after, the snarling and cursing outside the door cut off abruptly, leaving only a short scream and the sound of a heavy body hitting the floor. Su Xiaosu's tear-filled eyes flew open. In the living room, the four vicious men whipped around in shock. All their attention had been on breaking down the door, so none of them had noticed me slip in silently. The bald, burly one at the front still had an iron bar in his hand, and one of his companions was already lying in a pool of blood, a bloody hole in his forehead. I stood at the living room entrance, smoke curling from the muzzle of my Desert Eagle. Damn it, who the hell are you? The bald one was shocked and furious, but a flash of wariness crossed his eyes, because I had a gun. Who am I? I'm the man who's here to send you all to your graves. The bald one forced himself to sound calm. Kid, don't think you're something just because you've got some crappy gun. There's still 4 of us. How many bullets can you have? If you know what's good for you. He never finished. I pulled the trigger. Bang. The iron bar clattered to the floor, and he dropped dead on the spot. The remaining 3 were scared out of their minds. They hadn't expected me to be so ruthless. No warnings, no mercy. The tall, skinny one dropped to his knees with a thud, kowtowing like his life depended on it. Boss, it's all a misunderstanding. We're leaving right now. You can have the girl. We don't want her. Please spare us. The other 2 hit the ground too, begging, snot and tears everywhere. Not a trace of their earlier arrogance left. So now you know how to beg? I curled my lip and stepped forward slowly. Weren't you all cocky before? Didn't you want to play with my maid? Go on. Keep cursing, keep acting tough. We wouldn't dare. We just have big mouths. You're a bigger man than us. Please, just let it go like we're nothing. Let you go. I shook my head. Too late. The moment you thought about touching my maid, you signed your death warrant. I raised the gun again. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots nearly blended into one, and 3 foreheads burst into blood at the same time. I lowered the barrel with a blank face, like I'd just swatted a few flies. Through the crack in the door, Su Xiaosu saw the bodies scattered across the floor and me standing tall over them. The overwhelming relief of surviving death shattered every wall around her heart. Boo-hoo, boss. She yanked the door open and threw herself into my arms like a startled little deer, wiping her tears and snot all over me. If she hadn't just been scared half to death, I'd have grabbed her by the scruff of the neck and tossed her out. She got my clothes filthy. Boss, thank you for saving me. I thought I was dead for sure. I reached out and gently patted her back. It's over. It's all over now. It took a while before her sobbing faded into quiet sniffles. I looked down at her, eyes red and swollen, hair a mess, face pale as a sheet, and confirmed it once more. Su Xiaosu, you're safe now. Are you sure you want to be my maid? Once you say yes, everything you have, your body, your loyalty, even your life, no longer belongs to you. It belongs to me, Shin Nanxing. In return, I'll keep you fed and warm. This is your last chance to choose. Think carefully before you answer. The girl was naive, so I gave her room to decide. She lifted her head, gazing at me through teary eyes, then glanced at Lin Ruashi standing behind me, rosy-cheeked, clean-dressed, calm-eyed. Compared to her own current state, filthy, freezing, starving, 1 foot in the grave, Lin Ruashi looked like she was living in heaven. Thinking about the fate that had almost befallen her, and then the power I'd shown and the protection I promised, she didn't hesitate anymore. Staying alive, living well, mattered more than anything. She nodded hard, her voice still thick with tears, but oddly firm. I'm sure. Boss, I want to be your maid. Good. I was satisfied. No need to pack anything. Then, there's nothing worth taking here anyway. Just come with me. Okay. Whatever you say, master. I wasted no more time and quickly led the 2 women out of that bloody place. But we'd made way too much noise back there. The moment the 3 of them died, The residents' group chat for Building 28 completely blew up, panic spreading like a plague. Someone yelled, "The gunshot stopped. Did everyone die?" Someone at Su Xiaosu asking if she was still alive. Someone said, "A whole string of gunshots. How many people must be dead?" The building manager, Brother Wong, popped up to calm everyone down, saying he'd just heard the commotion too, telling everyone to lock their doors, stay inside, and wait for news. But his "I don't know" only made the panic worse. The news quickly spread to the entire Happiness Community Residents group chat, and it got more absurd with every retelling. Fierce gunfight in Building 28, dozens dead, blood everywhere. Several gangs pulled out real weapons over that girl streamer. The main group was buzzing with speculation, some terrified, some guessing at the cause, and one guy playing as Luban in some game cracking jokes about sending long-range support. Most people were just spectators. The ones who really couldn't sit still were those who wanted to rule the community, because the guns had already started affecting their path to dominance. I knew nothing about any of it, and I couldn't have cared less. I led the two women back to the underground parking passage of Building 30. That lackey Zhang Hao had slapped earlier was still guarding the door. The second he saw me return, he plastered on a fawning smile. "Boss, you're back. I'm so sorry about earlier. I didn't know who I was dealing with. Please don't stoop to my level." The other one chimed in too. I didn't even lift an eyelid, treated them like air, and led the two women straight through the iron door toward the stairwell. My mind was entirely on the system reward that was about to be mine. After registering my second maid, what would the system give me? Back in 3001, the warm air instantly wrapped around all three of us. The moment Su Xiaosu stepped inside, she gasped. "Wow, it's so warm in here." She breathed in the long mist warmth greedily, her frozen limbs beginning to come back to life. Outside was a frozen wasteland, but inside was warm as spring. That enormous contrast gave her the urge to cry. On that alone, this place was already heaven. I took off my coat and turned to Lin Ruashi. "Ruashi, take her to shower and change into some clean clothes." "Yes, master." Lin Ruashi took Su Xiaosu by the hand and led her into the bathroom. Next thing I knew, I heard a scream from the bathroom while sitting in the living room. Ruashi told me afterward that when she was pouring water into the tub, Su Xiaosu nearly jumped out of her skin. "Ruashi, that's life-saving water. How can you use it for a bath? That's such a waste. I'd have to make a single bottle of water last 3 days." No wonder. In the apocalypse, every drop of water was precious as life. Who would bear to soak in it? Ruashi pointed to the row of unopened water jugs in the corner and comforted her with a smile. "Master isn't short on water. He puts out more than 20 jugs every day. Bathe, wash up, use as much as you want. You can't finish it. Just don't waste it on purpose." Su Xiaosu froze on the spot, her mouth forming a perfect O. More than 20 jugs of water a day, just for bathing? What kind of fairy tale life was this? Ruashi set out a towel and a fresh-made outfit, then left, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. Now Su Xiaosu was alone in the bathroom. She carefully peeled off her dirty clothes and sank her whole body into the warm water, humming with contentment. But as she soaked, she got thirsty. She stared at the clear water in the tub, hesitating for a long while, and finally couldn't hold back. Like a cat sneaking a taste, she scooped up a mouthful and drank it down. Doesn't really taste weird? I guess I'm always sweet-smelling after all." She smacked her lips and was just about to take a second sip when Ruashi's knock came at the door. "You okay in there? Need any help?" Su Xiaosu nearly choked in fright and shot upright. "I'm fine. I'm almost done washing up." The door cracked open, and Ruashi caught one glimpse of her flustered face and the drops of water she hadn't wiped from the corner of her mouth. Smart as she was, Xiaosu immediately understood. Ruashi sighed, exasperated but sympathetic. "Silly girl, there's no need to drink bathwater." Su Xiaosu's little face flushed crimson. She lowered her head and twisted her fingers. I was just so thirsty, and the water looked clean enough." Ruashi crouched down beside the tub and said gently, "I understand. Before I became master's maid, I was the same way. But you really don't need to anymore. There are cases of bottled water and drinks in the living room. Drink whatever you want. This bathwater isn't sanitary. If you drink too much, master might not like this little mouth of yours anymore. He might even send you away." The words "send you away" made Su Xiaosu's face go white in an instant. She shook her head like a rattle drum. No, I was wrong. I'll never drink it again. Please don't tell master, okay? I promise my mouth will always stay sweet and fresh." Ruashi couldn't help laughing at her. She patted her head. "I'm just teasing you. Hurry up and wash. Master's waiting." Su Xiaosu breathed a sigh of relief. She scrubbed herself clean from head to toe, and when she got to her mouth, she rinsed it over and over, terrified of leaving even a trace of the taste behind. Once she finished, she changed into the black and white maid outfit with lace trim. Paired with her flushed, freshly bathed face and big, glistening eyes. She looked exactly like a playful maid who'd stepped right out of a comic book. I glanced up. Cleaned up. This girl really was a knockout. Not bad, I said flatly, gesturing to the fruit and snacks on the coffee table. Xiaosu, have a little something first. Ruashi, go make dinner. Yes, master. They answered in unison. Su Xiaosu knelt carefully on the carpet, picked up an apple, and nibbled it in tiny bites like a little squirrel. The moment the sweet juice hit her tongue, her nose stung and tears started rolling down her cheeks. Sob, master, you're so good to me. This apple is so delicious. As long as you know it. Behave and do your work well, and master won't treat you unfairly. Hom. Xiaosu will be good. Master's the best. She nodded hard, laughing through her tears. An hour later, the aroma drifted out of the kitchen. Ruashi brought out 5 dishes and a soup: braised pork ribs, steamed sea bass, garlic broccoli, tomato and scrambled eggs, cold cucumber salad, and a pot of seaweed egg drop soup. She carefully placed a bit of each dish into my bowl first. Master, please try it. I tasted each one. They really were good. I nodded. Not bad. Only with my approval did Ruashi finally serve herself and sit down, poised and graceful. Su Xiaosu, meanwhile, was still kneeling on the carpet, staring longingly at the dining table. The smell of the food hooked her like bait. Then she saw that Ruashi not only got to sit at the table, but ate calmly, at ease, and she felt cheated. They were both maids. Why was the gap so huge? No way. From now on, she, Su Xiaosu, couldn't keep slacking off. She had to try harder. She wanted privileges too. She wanted to eat at the table too. But how could she earn those privileges? Nibbling on chocolate, she secretly studied Ruashi, so gentle and attentive, taking care of master perfectly. Could privileges be earned through good service? She quietly clenched her little fist, certain she'd found her direction. I finished eating unhurriedly and set down my chopsticks. Ruashi immediately handed me a warm towel, but she didn't clear the dishes. She was waiting for my word. I gestured at the table and asked Su Xiaosu, "Do you want any of this? If not, I'll have Ruashi clear it away." I do. Su Xiaosu practically launched off the floor, like a puppy spotting a meaty bone, and darted to the table. Forgetting all about appearances, she grabbed the rice cooker's inner pot, dumped all the leftovers into it, snatched up a big spoon, and started shoveling it in like crazy. So good. So delicious. Her cheeks were stuffed full, exactly like a hamster hoarding food. I was stunned. Such a tiny little thing. And how did she even think to use a rice cooker pot to eat? In less than 10 minutes, she'd wiped out everything in the pot, scraping the bottom clean until it shone. She let out a satisfied burp, patted her round little belly, and only then belatedly noticed that both Ruashi and I were staring at her. Su Xiaosu's face instantly burned red. She hurriedly put down the spoon. Master Ruashi, I'm not usually like this. Really, I was just so hungry today. Her voice trailed off softer and softer, her head sinking lower and lower. A good appetite is a blessing. It's not like master can't afford to feed you. Eat all you want. Oh, are you full? Full. Super full. Look, my belly's all round. Good, as long as you're full. I stood up and walked over to her. Since you're full, then let's get some exercise and work off that meal. Work it off. Before she could react, I scooped her up sideways. She gave a startled cry and instinctively wrapped her arms around my neck. Master. Her little face was flushed, her eyes full of confusion and a hint of nervousness. I didn't explain. I carried her straight toward the bedroom. By this point, no matter how naive she was, Su Xiaosu understood exactly what working off the meal meant. Master, isn't this a little too intense for working off dinner? I leaned down, my fingertips brushing across her burning cheek. Be good. Exercise aids digestion. I don't know how much time passed before the workout finally came to an end. Su Xiaosu lay limp and boneless on the bed, not wanting to move a single finger. Yet her round belly hadn't gone down at all. If anything, I was thoroughly satisfied. I ruffled her sweat-dampened hair and softened my tone a little. Get some sleep if you're tired. She let out a muffled moan, but inwardly she was ranting. How is this working off a meal? Whatever, it felt pretty good. And Master seemed to be in a much better mood, didn't he? Did that mean she was one step closer to earning the privilege of eating at the table? Su Xiaosu fell asleep quickly, a sweet smile still lingering at the corner of her mouth. Almost the instant her breathing evened out, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on successfully acquiring your second maid with a beauty score above 90. Rewards being distributed. Total resource supply increased tenfold once again. The customizable invisible room will never lose power. Combat level raised to LV10. New feature unlocked. Maid panel. The string of rewards left me exhilarated. Resources multiplied tenfold again. The scale was already staggering. It wasn't infinite, exactly, but it was more than enough to support a whole flock of maids. The invisible. The room never loses power, which also solves the huge problem of lighting. You have to understand, in the apocalypse, there's no one left to keep the electricity running. How many days could the remaining power possibly last? A night without light would be like the apocalypse hitting all over again. What excited me most was that my combat level had shot straight up to LV-10. The system description spelled it out clearly. At LV-10, my body's durability could withstand all conventional firearms below cannon grade. In other words, pistols, rifles, even sniper rifles, firing at me would feel like nothing more than a light tickle. Haha, good, this is good. I couldn't help but chuckle under my breath. As long as I didn't go out of my way to provoke the official factions still holding heavy firepower and didn't get targeted by strategic-grade weapons like missiles or nukes, I could pretty much strut through this apocalypse untouched. Still, to play it safe, I decided to keep a low profile and grow steadily. First, collect more maids, and once I got strong enough to swat a nuke out of the air, I could worry about the rest. I opened the newly unlocked maid panel. With a single thought, two semi-transparent stat windows floated into view. Maid number 1, Lin Ruashi. Age 23. Height 172 centimeters. Measurements 87-61-90. Marital status: single. Contact with ex-boyfriend severed. Combat level: LV0, plus or minus. Abilities: none. Looks rating: 93. Notes: self-disciplined and rational. Highly professional. Sharply vigilant. Emotionally reserved. Skilled at reading people. Maid number 2. Su Xiaosu. Age 20. Height 165 centimeters. Measurements 84-58-86. Marital status: single. No dating experience. Combat level: LV0, plus or minus. Abilities: none. Looks rating: 93. Notes: quirky and clever. Puts on an optimistic front. Little life experience. Inwardly fragile and fearful. Has an extremely high need for being provided for and security. I noticed there was a plus sign and a minus sign after the combat level. I tried focusing my thoughts and tapped the plus sign on Ruashi's panel. Raise the combat level of maid Lin Ruashi to LV1. I selected yes. Ruashi's combat level instantly changed to LV1. I kept tapping the plus sign, bumping Lin Ruashi's combat level all the way up to LV5. When I tried to go higher, the system popped up a warning. Warning: a maid's combat level cannot exceed half of the master's current level. Master is currently LV10. Maid cap is LV5. So that's how it worked. I got it now. I tried the minus sign, and sure enough, I could bring her back down to LV0. Su Xiaosu's panel worked the same way. After a few seconds of thought, I just reset both of their combat levels back to LV0. There was no rush to boost my maid's combat power at this stage. After all, once they had real strength, there was no guarantee they wouldn't start getting ideas they shouldn't. I closed the panel and walked out of the bedroom. Lin Ruashi was sitting quietly on the couch scrolling through group messages, and the moment she saw me, she immediately stood up. I walked over and asked casually, "Ruashi, did you feel anything strange in your body just now?" She looked a little puzzled but answered honestly, "Master, it seemed like for just a moment, my body felt warm, but it faded quickly. I thought I was imagining it." I nodded. Now I understood. It seemed that when I boosted a maid's combat level, they could faintly sense the energy being channeled into them. They just didn't know what was happening. It's nothing," I said, offering no further explanation. She obediently didn't press and curled up on the couch beside me to binge-watch a show. The sky gradually darkened, and it was dinner time again. Lin Ruashi set the dishes on the table and asked softly, "Master, dinner's ready. Should I go wake Xiaosu?" "Go ahead." Lin Ruashi pushed open the bedroom door. Su Xiaosu was already awake, sitting on the bed hugging the blanket, staring off into space. "Xiaosu, time to get up." The moment Su Xiaosu saw her, her eyes lit up, and she waved her over secretively. "Ruashi, come here, quick." Puzzled, Lin Ruashi sat down on the edge of the bed. "What is it?" "Ruashi, how long have you been with Master?" Lin Ruashi thought about it. "Not long. Just a little over a day before you. That's all." "Only a little over a day?" Su Xiaosu nearly jumped up, then quickly clapped a hand over her mouth. "I thought you'd been with Master forever." In her eyes, Lin Ruashi was composed and poised, deeply trusted by the Master. She'd always seen her as the seasoned veteran. Lin Ruashi laughed. "Really, it's just a little over a day." Su Xiaosu grabbed her hand and asked eagerly, "So how did you do it?" "Do what?" "You know. How do you get to sit at the table and eat with Master, and not have to kneel when you talk? Is there some secret? Teach me, quick." Lin Ruashi paused, thinking it over carefully. She didn't seem to have done anything special. Her face flushed slightly, and she said uncertainly, I can't really explain it. I think it was just after Master and that Master was in a good mood, so he gave me these privileges. She paused. Maybe it's because it was my first time? First time, Su Xiaosu blinked, and once she caught on, her face went red, but then hope immediately flared up again. It was my first time too. So does that mean I get a reward as well? That I really don't know. Master's thoughts are hard to guess. The truth was, Lin Roashi didn't realize. The reason I gave her those two privileges was because she was my very first maid, and collecting her had granted me my initial ability to protect myself. That was the real reason. Of course, she was genuinely smart and well-behaved too. Oh, Su Xiaosu half understood, but the anticipation in her eyes didn't fade one bit. The two of them came out to the living room. Dinner was as lavish as ever. I was already seated at the head of the table, and Lin Ruashi naturally took her place slightly behind and to my side, while Su Xiaosu instinctively knelt down on the edge of the rug next to the coffee table. She snuck a glance at the dining table, then looked at me, her heart pounding. Would Master suddenly tell her to sit down too? But I just picked up my chopsticks, said, "Let's eat," to Lin Ruashi, and started eating on my own, not sparing her a single glance. Lin Ruashi ate quietly as well, occasionally picking up dishes from farther away and placing them in my bowl. The two of us ate naturally, as if Su Xiaosu didn't exist at all. Seeing that no one paid her any attention, Su Xiaosu grew increasingly dejected. She'd been obedient too, hadn't she? She'd done everything Master asked, and she'd tried so hard to cooperate during that post-meal exercise earlier. So why did Ruashi get privileges that she didn't? The little girl lowered her head, her eyes rimmed red, fighting hard to hold back the tears, her whole body trembling, radiating a sense of grievance. Actually, I'd noticed her mood a while ago. This girl wore every thought right on her face. I finished my last bite, set down my chopsticks, wiped my mouth, and finally looked over at her, all droopy and dejected. Little Sue. Master. Her head snapped up, a flicker of hope in her eyes. What's wrong? You look like someone kicked your puppy. I asked, already knowing the answer. She bit her lip, then finally couldn't hold it in. Master, you said before that maids who behave well get privileges. How come I don't have any? That pitiful little look of hers almost made me laugh out loud. Oh, you think you've behaved well? I don't know if it counts as well, but I've been really good. I do everything Master tells me to. That shouldn't count as bad, right? The more she said, the less confident she sounded. I was in a good mood, so I decided to throw her a bone. Fine. Since you've been fairly obedient, I'll grant you one privilege. Go ahead. Which rule in the maid's code would you like waived? You can only pick one. Su Xiaosu's eyes lit up instantly, her heart pounding. Here was her chance. Her mind raced through all those strict clauses. Two mattered most to her. First, having to speak while kneeling, a matter of dignity. Second, not being allowed to eat at the table, only leftovers and scraps. Before the apocalypse, to protect her dignity and virtue, she'd rather stay a lukewarm streamer than accept a private invitation from her top donor. Even now, deep down, she still longed to hold on to a shred of dignity. As for the food, sure, it was leftovers, but being able to eat her fill and stay warm was already far beyond what people outside had. That she could probably live with. After a moment of internal struggle, she raised her head, her gaze firm. Master, I'd like to choose not having to kneel when I speak. Is that okay? I raised an eyebrow. I'd figured this little foodie would pick eating at the table. Never expected her to choose dignity instead. Sure, I nodded. From this moment on, you're exempt from kneeling. But, I switched tones, pointing to my side. Since you don't have to kneel anymore, come over here and wait on me while I eat. Ruashi, show her how it's done. Yes, Master. Lin Ruashi gave up her spot and softly instructed. Little Sue, Master likes hot tea after meals. Go brew some first. The water temperature should be. Su Xiaosu was still basking in her joy. When she heard the new order, she scrambled to her feet, but maybe from kneeling too long, her legs had gone numb. She stumbled getting up and nearly fell over, drawing a soft chuckle from me. I'll go make the tea right now. Her little face flushed red, excited and nervous all at once. She fumbled around clumsily, nearly knocking over a cup one moment, spilling a few drops of tea the next. Lin Ruashi just kept shaking her head and finally stepped in to help correct her. Watching her flustered little figure bustle about, a trace of amusement flickered in my eyes. The road to training this little maid was still a long one, but slowly molding her, watching her change bit by bit, had its own kind of charm. After a good bit of fumbling, she finally managed to set the hot tea and fruit down beside me. It was clumsy, but she looked so earnest and nervous that I didn't say anything more. All right, go eat, I said, waving my hand. Thank you, Master. Like a prisoner granted pardon, she dashed joyfully to the dining table. And then Lin Ruashi and I witnessed a familiar scene. Su Xiaosu didn't hesitate to grab the rice cooker's inner pot. dump all the leftovers straight in, and launch into her signature rice cooker feast. MMPH. Sis Rawashi, your cooking is amazing. So good. The corner of my mouth twitched. Secretly, I felt a bit relieved. Thank God this girl chose no kneeling instead of eating at the table. At the speed she eats, if she'd actually sat down with us, whether I could outgrab her would have been a real question. Just then, my phone lit up on the coffee table with a message notification. I picked it up and saw it was a friend request. As my eyes scanned the verification message, my once lazy expression froze in an instant, a complicated, hard-to-describe feeling welling up inside me. The message was just 3 words, missing you. And the profile picture was a beautiful woman with flawless makeup, leaning against a beamer. That name had once been like a thorn buried deep in my heart. Lou Ryan, my ex-girlfriend. 3 years ago, rather than pay off a mortgage and live a hard life with me, she'd taken off in the middle of the night with some rich kid and his beamer. So why was she adding me now? Staring at those 3 words on the screen, a cold smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. Did Lou Ryan really miss me? Absolutely not. Otherwise, why delete each other for 3 years and pick now, of all times, to add me back? Knowing her, she never did anything unless there was something in it for her. She was probably missing what I could give her, missing everything I used to provide. Before the apocalypse, I'd have turned her down without a second thought. A good horse doesn't graze on old grass, especially not the old, rotten grass that had ditched me, the inferior horse, in the first place. But things were different now. The apocalypse had hit. The world outside was freezing and full of danger, and staying cooped up at home really was getting boring. Since she'd come knocking on her own, why not toy with her a bit of spice for daily life? With a mix of mockery and a thirst for payback, I tapped accept. Almost the very same instant, her messages popped up. Lou Ryan, Nanxing, it's really you. Thank goodness. You're still alive. Lou Ryan, I've been so worried about you. I couldn't eat or sleep these past few days, terrified something had happened to you. TSK. Such fake concern. If I didn't know her so well, I might have almost been moved. Nanxing, oh? Is that so? I'm doing fine. Thanks for the concern. Lou Ryan, that's a relief. Where are you right now? Are you safe? Do you still have food at home? Lou Ryan, in this godforsaken weather, I hear it's total chaos out there. How have you managed all alone? As if I didn't understand what she was fishing for. I deliberately played along, adding a touch of self-mockery. Nanxing, where else would I be? Home, of course. Perfectly safe, shut the door, and no one can get in. Nanxing, as for food, I actually have you to thank for that. Back when I was saving to pay off the mortgage, I picked up the habit of hoarding like crazy whenever there was a sale. Rice, flour, oil, salt, instant noodles, hot dogs, the storage room's packed. If I ration it, it'll last me a good while. Nanxing, the only thing is, this apocalypse came at the worst time. Now I don't have to pay the mortgage anymore, but I can't get out either. Ironic, isn't it? I deliberately let a piece of information slip to Lou Ryan. Plenty of supplies, but trapped. Like baiting a hook and calmly waiting for the fish to bite. Sure enough, she bit immediately, message after message. Here's the English translation. Right on cue, she launched into a full-on emotional assault, her words dripping with sincerity. Nanxing, please don't say that. I know you resent me. It was my fault back then. I let reality get to my head. But do you know something? In these 3 years since I left you, I haven't been truly happy for a single day. That rich guy only had his filthy money. He never knew how to cherish anyone. Terrible temper, always some new woman around him. Every time I felt hurt, all I could think about was how good you used to be to me. Do you remember? In college, when I had a fever, you climbed over the school wall and skipped class to buy me medicine. You fell and got yourself covered in mud. After we started working, no matter how late I stayed at the office, you'd always come pick me up, even though you often went hungry yourself. All of that kindness, I've kept it in my heart. Nanxing, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. If I could turn back time, I would never let go of your hand. Now the apocalypse is here, and that bastard abandoned me too. This is heaven punishing me, but it's also my second chance. Can we start over? I promise I'll treasure you this time. Watching this whole flood of memories, regret, and confession, I felt absolutely nothing. In fact, I almost wanted to laugh. To survive, this woman was playing every emotional card in the deck. Her acting could rival an award-winning actress. I wasn't in a hurry to call her bluff. Instead, I played along. I replied, let bygones be bygones. Start over? Easier said than done. Just surviving is hard enough now. There's poison snow everywhere outside, and I hear there are people out there robbing and killing. I can't even get out of my building's front door. How would we start over? Seeing that I didn't flat out reject her, she seemed to sense hope and immediately ramped up her efforts, steering the conversation toward her real goal, supplies. No, Nanxing, as long as our hearts are together, there's always a chance. You've always been the most resourceful. You solved so many problems before. And don't you have food stored up at home? Just share a little with me. Enough to get me through these few days. Please, for the sake of all those years we spent together, you can't just leave me to die. I'm cold and starving, and I'm so scared. As long as you help me, I'll do anything you ask. Once I get to your place, I'll take care of you, 100 times better than before. And there it was, the fox's tail finally showing. After all that circling, all the trips down memory lane, the emotional appeals, the confession of remorse, it all boiled down to one thing. She wanted to get something for nothing, to make me risk my life delivering supplies to her, free of charge. The cold sneer in my heart deepened. I understand chasing money and climbing to a higher branch. People naturally want to move up in the world. But her mistake was treating me like a fool, a backup plan she could toy with at will, sweet-talking me when she needed something, kicking me aside when she didn't. And now that she'd fallen on hard times, she wanted to pull the same trick again. I decided to play along a little longer, to give her a promise that seemed hopeful but was actually hollow. Sigh, you're right. We did know each other once. I'd feel bad leaving you to die too. Where are you living now? Far from me. If it's not too far, I'll figure something out. Not far at all. I'm at the Cloudscape East Villa Complex, District B, Building 19. You know that place, right? Of course I knew Cloudscape East. It was one of the city's most famous wealthy districts. Quiet, secluded, high privacy. The kind of place specifically used to house mistresses and other women on the side. It was only about 5 kilometers from me. In peacetime, that would have been nothing, one press of the gas pedal. But this was the apocalypse now. Outside, the poison snow was half a meter deep, temperatures were bone-chilling, and there were thugs willing to kill for a single bite of food. 5 kilometers might as well be an impassable chasm. I know Cloudscape East. 5 kilometers, not exactly close. Before, I definitely would have hopped on my bike right away, but the snow's too deep now, and the cold is terrifying. I heard several groups of people already died out there fighting over supplies. Risking my own life is one thing, but heading out carrying supplies would make me a walking target. You've really given me a tough problem here. Nanxing, I know it's dangerous, but I really can't hold on much longer. All that's left in the villa is half a box of crackers and a few bottles of water. The heating stopped ages ago, and I'm wrapped up in every blanket I have and still shivering. I'm so afraid that one day I'll fall asleep and never wake up again. You've always been the resourceful one. Couldn't you go at night or find some hidden route? Please, think about it again. If you save me this one time, I'll serve you like a slave for the rest of my life. Tell me to go east, and I'll never go west. Heh, 5 kilometers of poisoned snow. What ordinary person could make it through that? Still, I decided to feed her a bit more false hope, just to make this little play more entertaining. Don't panic, let me think. 5 kilometers. If I plan the route well, maybe I can cut down the risk. I've got a set of professional cold weather gear and snow boots at home, so warmth won't be an issue, and I have a few things for self-defense too. But I can't rush it. I need to observe the conditions outside first and plan the safest route. It might take a day or two to prepare. Really? Thank you for still being willing to help me. A day or two is fine, I can wait. Just be careful, safety first. I'll wait to hear from you. I didn't reply again. I just tossed the phone aside, leaned back on the couch, and tapped my fingers lightly on the armrest, thinking about how to make her experience more profoundly. That feeling of something in sight but out of reach, that torment caught between hope and jealousy. Master, is something troubling you? Lin Roashi picked up on the shift in my mood right away and asked softly, at the same time handing me a freshly brewed cup of hot tea. Even Su Xiaosu, who'd been busy stuffing her face, stopped and looked over curiously, blinking her big eyes. I took a sip of tea. It's nothing. Just my ex-girlfriend, the one who dumped me 3 years ago, suddenly showing up out of the blue. Puff, cough, cough, cough. Su Xiaosu choked on her soup, her face flushing red as she coughed. Lin Roashi visibly froze for a moment too, a flicker of tension crossing her face. The ex-girlfriend reaching out on her own? If Master got back together with her, what would that make the two of them, the maids? Wouldn't that mean a mistress of the house was about to arrive? How would this mistress treat them? Would their good life still last? Her mind raced, but she quickly put on a proper smile. Then, congratulations, Master. Does that mean before long, Xiaosu and I will have a lady of the house? The aura around me suddenly turned cold. I shot her a sharp glance, my voice icy. Lady of the house? As if she's worthy? That one sentence let the stone in Lin Roashi's heart finally drop. She quickly lowered her head. That was careless of me, Master. Su Xiaosu completely missed the emotional undercurrents of this exchange. All she heard were the words, not worthy, decided everything was fine, and went right back to wrestling with the rice in the rice cooker. I looked at Lin Roashi, my interest piqued. You seem quite concerned about this. Tell me, how do you think I should entertain this on? An ex-girlfriend who invites herself back? She looked up, a flicker of cleverness in her eyes. Since Master has no intention of getting back together, but still wants to make her suffer, why not let her see it but never touch it first? Oh, be specific. I raised an eyebrow. What does she lack most right now? Supplies, a sense of security, and nostalgia for the comfortable life she had before the apocalypse. Master could occasionally show off the life here on social media. Of course, to avoid unnecessary trouble, block everyone else. Make it visible only to Lu Ruyan. I immediately understood, a playful smile curling at the corner of my mouth. Killing her with a broken heart? Not bad. That's kind of interesting. No sooner said than done. I got up and walked to the storage room, starting to bring things out. Before long, the dining table was covered with jaw-dropping delicacies. Top-grade sirloin steaks with a mouth-watering aroma, garlic vermicelli steamed lobsters bigger than my palm, tantalizingly red steamed king crab, plus premium red wine, and all kinds of exquisite pastries. This feast alone, forget the apocalypse, would have cost tens of thousands even in peacetime. Su Xiaosu stared, eyes glazed over, mouth hanging open in an O shape, not even noticing the rice falling from her chopsticks. She rubbed her eyes and stammered, "My master, how are these dishes still steaming hot? When did you make them? How come I didn't see you go into the kitchen?" I'd clearly only made a trip to the storage room, yet like some kind of magic trick, I'd brought out all this piping hot gourmet cuisine. Though Lin Ruashi was also shocked, she was far more composed. She gently tugged at Su Xiaosu's sleeve. "Xiaosu, don't ask too many questions about master's affairs." Su Xiaosu quickly covered her mouth and leaned close to Lin Ruashi's ear, whispering, "Sister Ruashi, how on earth did master do that? It's incredible." Lin Ruashi shook her head and lowered her voice. "I don't know either. Remember, master has secrets. Don't pry into things you shouldn't, or master won't want you anymore." Su Xiaosu hurriedly clamped her mouth shut. She'd only had 2 full meals so far, and she definitely didn't want to leave master. I ignored their whispering, adjusted the angle, and snapped a photo of the feast. Then I composed a social media post. The snow may be cold, and drinking alone is dull. Supplies may be plentiful, but there's no one to share them with. I missed the simple meals of the past. They were better than a table full of delicacies today. Settings, visible only to Lu Ruyan. Post. Having done all that, I called out cheerfully, "Stop your whispering, both of you. Come eat." I get to eat too?" Su Xiaosu was flattered beyond belief, pointing at her own nose in disbelief. By the rules, she was only allowed leftovers. "This meal's an exception. You may sit at the table." "Yay. Thank you, master." She cheered and started to rush over, but after just 2 steps she stopped, face crumpling as she rubbed her round little belly. "Boo-hoo. But master, I just ate so much rice I think I can't fit any more in." Her little face was full of regret. Had she known about this treat, she wouldn't have stuffed herself with leftovers so eagerly. I couldn't help but laugh at her. "If you can't eat, just watch. Or take it slow." Hearing that, her hopes reignited. She quickly sat at the table and picked up her knife and fork, determined to taste a few bites even if it killed her. Lin Ruashi, however, didn't immediately pick up her chopsticks. First, she carefully cut the steak into small pieces for me, then picked out the plumpest leg meat from the king crab and placed it on my plate, poured me some wine, attending to everything with thoughtful, considerate care, silently demonstrating how different she was from Su Xiaosu. Watching Lin Ruashi's smooth, effortless movements, then glancing at her own clumsy self holding a knife and fork with no idea what to eat first, Su Xiaosu suddenly began to understand why Sister Ruashi had so many privileges while she could only cling to the rice cooker. She lowered her head, embarrassed, and apologized softly. "Master, I'm sorry. I don't seem to be good at anything." I glanced at her and waved a hand. "Just eat. There aren't that many rules." Compared to certain gold diggers who only know how to take and whose mouths are full of lies, someone as genuine as you is actually much more pleasant to look at. Naturally, I was comparing her to Lu Ruyan. Su Xiaosu might be clumsy and a total glutton, but she was simple-hearted, with everything written all over her face. Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, had nothing genuine about her, just hypocritical acting and scheming. Though Su Xiaosu didn't quite understand who I was referring to, she knew master hadn't looked down on her, so she immediately cheered up again and threw herself into battle with a big shrimp. Her lively antics actually breathed quite a bit of life into this lavish dinner. After a few glasses of wine, my gaze grew slightly hazy. Looking at the 2 maids beside me, each attractive in her own way, yet equally dependent on me, I suddenly felt an urge to open up. In this apocalypse, it seemed these 2 were the only people left who I could talk to. "Ruashi, Xiaosu, do you want to hear about my past?" The 2 women exchanged a glance, each seeing the curiosity and slight nervousness in the other's eyes. Understanding master's past would no doubt help them better gauge how to behave and avoid stepping on landmines. "Yes, Master, I want to hear it. Su Xiaosu raised her hand first, her big eyes gleaming with the light of gossip. Lin Ruashi nodded gently too. I'd also like to understand Master a little more. All right. I smiled, but my gaze drifted out the window toward the endless ice and snow, as if piercing through time and space. But once I'm done, you two have to tell your own stories too. That's only fair. No problem. Su Xiaosu patted her chest in assurance, and Lin Ruashi nodded in agreement. Holding my wine glass, I took a deep breath and told my story to Ruashi and Xiaosu. I was just a kid from an ordinary rural family. My parents were honest, simple farmers. Growing up, I was nothing special, no academic star, but I worked hard enough, and after some stumbling I got into a third-rate college. Freshman year, I met Lu Ruyan. She was the belle of our class, pretty, stylish, someone who really stood out in a crowd. I chased her for 3 whole years, bringing her breakfast, saving her seats, going shopping with her, doing her homework for her. Every foolish thing you could imagine, I did it all. I laughed at myself, saying I really poured my heart and soul into it back then. I lived on plain steamed buns and pickles, saving up money to buy her lipstick and handbags. In the second semester of junior year, she finally said yes and agreed to be my girlfriend. In that moment, I felt like the happiest person in the world. But the good times didn't last. Senior year, my parents back home accidentally ate improperly cooked wild mushrooms. The poisoning was too severe, and with the poor medical conditions in the countryside, they passed away one right after the other. At this point, I paused and downed the glass of wine in one gulp. After handling the funeral arrangements, I felt completely hollow inside. After graduation, I landed a job as a sales rep at a foreign company. The pay was nothing to write home about. Lu Rian turned her nose up at my rundown family home back in my hometown and refused to move there with me. To give her a real home, I sold the ancestral property my parents had left me. That money, plus the little I'd managed to save, was just barely enough for a down payment here at Baiwa Happiness Estates. I still remember the day I signed the purchase contract. I rushed off to find her, all excited, wanting to surprise her, with a little nest to call our own. A cold smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. But you know what? The moment she heard the place came with a 2 million yuan mortgage, her whole expression changed on the spot. She called me a loser, said she wasn't about to spend her whole life paying off debt and scraping by with me. And then, what happened next? Xiao Su was hanging on every word, pressing for more. Then, not 3 days later, I heard she'd hooked up with some rich kid who'd only been chasing her for 3 days. The guy drove a Porsche and just whisked her away. Didn't even give me a proper breakup. This surprise, I traded my ancestral home for became the final straw that broke us. She never even bothered to take one look at that apartment. That's just awful. Xiao Su's little face flushed red with anger, and she shook her tiny fist. That woman is horrible. Master, you were so good to her. Ruashi said nothing. She just gently reached out and laid her hand over the back of mine, comforting me in silence. I felt that faint warmth and shook my head, my voice settling into calm. Honestly, thinking about it rationally, Lu Rian's choice wasn't wrong. Who doesn't want a good life? Being materialistic isn't exactly a crime. What I hated wasn't that she left. It was that she'd played me for a fool for 4 years. When she needed me, she soaked up everything I gave her. The second something better came along, she kicked me to the curb without even the most basic respect. I poured myself another glass and looked at Ruashi. That's my story. What about you? You seem not like you came from an ordinary family. So how did you end up? Ruashi paused for a moment, then let out a bitter little smile. My story is probably even more cliché than you'd think, Master. She told me she'd been born into a good family. Both her parents were highly educated professionals, and they were well off. As an only child, she'd once had a carefree life. That was until she turned 8, when her parents, out of the goodness of their hearts, adopted a girl from an orphanage who was only a few months younger than her. To give her a companion, they said. At first she was thrilled and treated the girl like a real sister. But little by little, she realized the girl wasn't so innocent. She'd secretly break Ruashi's toys, then play the victim in front of their parents. The night before an exam, she'd deliberately keep Ruashi up talking late. She even forged a diary about Ruashi having a secret boyfriend and showed it to their parents. The little things piled up, and combined with how good that girl was at buttering people up and playing sweet, their parents gradually became convinced that Ruashi was the narrow-minded one who couldn't make room for this poor adopted daughter. For college, I deliberately picked an aviation school far from home. After graduating, I became a flight attendant, all just to escape that suffocating household. A year ago, someone set her up with a boyfriend. He came from a good family and ran his own company. At first, he treated her well, but a month before the apocalypse hit, he invited her to a hotel and she turned him down. She felt it was moving too fast, and she genuinely had a flight assignment that day. After that, the man went cold. He stopped answering her messages, wouldn't pick up her calls. Once the apocalypse hit, They lost contact completely. Ruashi sighed. As for my parents, after years of that adopted daughter's constant poisoning, they'd long since decided I was selfish, rebellious, and undutiful. The last time we talked, my father said he'd pretend he never had me. So now I really am homeless. That adopted daughter is so evil. And that boyfriend of yours is no good either. Xiaosu was fuming. Sister Ruashi, don't be sad. I gently pulled Ruashi into my arms. Don't be down. In a while, I'll take you back there, and we'll make them eat their words. We'll show that whole family how the daughter they threw away is doing now. A flicker of gratitude crossed Ruashi's eyes, but there was even more helplessness. Thank you, master. But this snow is poisonous. Touch it for even a little while, and you'll die. We might never be able to leave this complex. She paused. Actually, the way things are now, I already feel really lucky. We have food, clothes, a warm and safe place to live, and I have you, master. If I could live like this for the rest of my life, that would matter more than anything. The snow isn't a problem, I said with a faint smile. And I'm not going to stay in this complex forever, either. Both of them froze. But master, if the snow doesn't stop and doesn't melt, how could we ever leave? Who said I was afraid of this snow? Suddenly, I let go of Ruashi. Under their stunned gazes, I walked toward the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. With a loud swoosh, I pushed the window open. In an instant, a bone-chilling wind came howling in, laden with snowflakes. The temperature in the living room plummeted, and Xiaosu shivered from the cold. Master, they both cried out. I didn't care in the slightest. In one step, I walked out onto the balcony. The poisonous snow drifted down onto my head and shoulders, but I acted like it was nothing. I even reached out and caught a few flakes, letting them melt in my palm. In their understanding, the poisonous snow injured anything it touched, and lingering in it meant death. Yet there I stood in the snow, perfectly at ease, as if I were just standing in an ordinary winter snowfall. See? I told you. I'm not afraid of it. I turned around and smiled at the two of them, who were staring dumbstruck inside. Xiaosu's mouth was open wide enough to fit an egg, and Ruashi had covered her mouth too, her eyes full of disbelief. In that moment, they finally believed it. I had the ability to leave the complex. But master, we can't. Ruashi looked utterly helpless. Yeah, master, you're not going to leave us behind and go off on your own, are you? Xiaosu blinked her big eyes at me, looking pitiful. What are you thinking? How could I ever abandon you two? And don't worry about the poisonous snow either. I'll figure something out. I shook the snow off myself, calmly walked back inside, and shut the window again, sealing out the bitter cold. Now, keep your distance from me. The snow on me won't hurt me, but if you two get poisoned by it, there's nothing I can do to save you. The two of them immediately backed away a few steps like good girls, but the shock in their eyes hadn't faded one bit. Master, then you stay away from us, or your little maid is going to lose her life. Xiaosu stuck out her tongue and eyed me warily. So if you don't behave, I'll just poison you to death. No, master, I'll behave. Good, then behave. I walked straight toward the bathroom. I'm going to take a shower. Ruashi, explain the rules here to Xiaosu. Where she can go, where she can't, what's off limits. Then get some rest, both of you. Yes, master, Ruashi answered respectfully. After washing up, I walked into the bedroom. My abilities were considerable now, but the caution bred by the apocalypse still had me propping a shotgun behind the door. Anyone who dared open it without my permission was as good as dead. Out in the living room, Xiaosu's curiosity had reached a boiling point. She grabbed Ruashi's hand. Ruashi, what exactly is master? He seems to have an endless supply of everything, plus guns, and now he's not even afraid of the poisoned snow. It's incredible. Ruashi thought for a moment, then added, that's not even all of it. I once saw master kick a reinforced security door clean off its hinges with one foot. He kicked a security door off with one kick. Xiaosu's eyes went round as saucers. She fell into deep thought for a long while, then suddenly lowered her voice. Ruashi, I've got it. Master must be one of those cultivators, like in the novels and TV shows. A cultivator? Ruashi hesitated, not buying it at all. If cultivators were real, then there had to be immortals too. And if immortals existed, why did they ignore human suffering in times of peace? When the poison snow fell, why hadn't they stopped this inhuman catastrophe? Sis, if master is an immortal, then that makes us immortal servants. Maybe if master's in a good mood, he'll give me an elixir and make me immortal too. Ruashi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She gave the girl a light smack on the head. Stop guessing. Master is master. He has his secrets. All we need to remember is this. Behave, know our place, and we get to stay in this little slice of heaven. Come here, let me tell you what's forbidden around here. The next morning, I was jolted awake by my phone buzzing nonstop beside my pillow. Frowning, I fumbled for it and squinted at the screen. The lock screen was packed. All messages from Lu Rian. 5:12 a.m. Nanxing, are you awake? I couldn't sleep all night. I'm cold and starving, and I'm so scared. 5:40. It looks like the sky's a little brighter outside, but the snow is still so heavy. Will you find a way to come over today? 6:48. Nanxing, I just finished my last half a cracker, and I only have one tiny sip of water left. Am I going to die here? 7:32. Nanxing, please, just say something back to me, okay? I know you're still angry. You can yell at me, hit me, whatever, just don't ignore me. The latest, 8:11. Nanxing, I think I'm hallucinating. My whole body's burning up. Is this a sign of snow poisoning? I don't want to die. Please save me. For the sake of our 4 years together. I stared at the messages, sneering inwardly. This woman's acting was getting more polished by the day. For a bite of food, she'd cook up a pathetic excuse like, my whole body's burning up. All just to milk some sympathy and pressure me into taking action sooner. I couldn't be bothered to reply to her. Instead, I walked straight to the living room and tossed the phone to Lin Ruashi. Ruashi, those messages that woman keeps sending, you reply for me. There's just one goal. Make her miserable. Make her sweat. Then I headed into the bathroom. What I didn't see was the flicker of eagerness in Lin Ruashi's eyes as she took the phone. Ever since hearing my story last night, she'd had it out for Lu Rian. If that woman hadn't hurt me back then, what I'd be looking for now might not be a maid, but a girlfriend. And did that make her my girlfriend already? Damn it. Lin Ruashi pushed the stray thoughts aside. First, she snapped a photo of the cases of bottled water and self-heating hot pot stacked in the corner of the living room, then replied in my tone. Nanxing, just woke up. The heating's cranked up too high in here, slept in. Photo of supplies attached. The moment the message went out, Lu Rian replied almost instantly. Lu Rian. Nanxing, you finally answered me. So much water. And self-heating hot pot. When are you coming over? Have you figured out a route? Lin Ruashi deliberately let her stew for a few minutes before answering leisurely. Nanxing, what's the rush? The snow looks even heavier now. Going out right now would be suicide. I've got to eat first to have the energy to think of something. She then had Su Xiaosu set breakfast out on the table and took a photo. Nanxing, eating breakfast first. Safety comes first, so quit rushing me. Lu Rian. Nanxing, you've changed. You never used to talk to me like this. You'd always be the first to ask if I was hungry or cold. Nanxing, like you said, that was the past. That line seemed to strike a nerve. Lu Rian immediately sent a string of voice messages, her voice thick with tears. Nanxing, I know I was wrong. I lost my mind back then. I did you wrong. But there hasn't been a single day these past 3 years that I haven't thought about you. You've always been the one I love most. Please, just give me one chance, okay? Lin Yoshi's face stayed blank. She calmly sipped her hot tea and didn't so much as acknowledge it. The silence completely broke Lu Rian. A few minutes later, her messages started rambling incoherently. Lu Rian, Nanxing, why did you stop replying? Say something. Lu Rian, do you still hate me? Just say something. I'm begging you. Nanxing, a little. Somehow those 2 words gave Lu Rian a lifeline to cling to. She apologized frantically, flooding the screen with words of undying devotion. Lin Ruashi let out a cold laugh. Nanxing, an apology? Just a few flimsy words? I don't see an ounce of sincerity in that. Lu Rian, then what would it take for you to believe I'm sincere? As long as you're not angry anymore, I'll do anything. The critical moment had arrived. Nanxing, some people beg forgiveness on their knees. Since you're a girl, I won't make it that hard on you. All you have to do is kneel down and slap yourself across the face 10 times. Say you were wrong with each slap, film it, and send it to me. The other end went silent for a full 5 minutes before Lu Rian finally replied, every word dripping with disbelief. Lu Rian, what? How could you ask for something like that? That's so humiliating. Lin Ruashi didn't give her room to breathe. Nanxing, those are my terms. Do it or don't. You've got 30 seconds. Refuse, and we delete each other. That line shattered Lu Rian completely. She couldn't let me delete her. Lu Rian, I'll do it. Just don't delete me. A few minutes later, the video came through. In the footage, Lu Rian knelt on the cold floor, her face deathly pale, one hand raised. A slap landed hard across her own face. Smack. This one's for being a shallow gold digger. Smack. This one's for leaving without a word. Smack. This one's for treating you like a backup plan. 10 slaps, not one short. Her cheeks were red and swollen, her hair a mess. Nothing left of her former polished elegance. At the end of the video, she asked through teary eyes, Nanxing, are you not mad anymore? When are you coming to find me? Su Xiaosu, who'd been watching the whole time, was utterly dumbstruck. She covered her mouth, eyes wide as saucers, gazing at Lin Ruashi with pure adoration. Ruashi, you're incredible. That awful woman actually slapped herself. How did you come up with that? It's like magic. She grabbed Lin Ruashi's arm excitedly, her little face flushed with thrill. So satisfying. Just then, I came out of the bathroom, toweling my hair, and saw the two of them cracking up together. What's got you two so happy? I asked casually. Master, Su Xiaosu started to blurt out, but Lin Ruoshi silenced her with a look. Lin Ruoshi calmly handed me her phone. Master, take a look at this. On the screen was the video of Lu Ruyan slapping herself. Watching her pathetic state, a complicated sense of satisfaction welled up inside me. When it was over, I set the phone down and looked at the little smug expression on Lin Ruoshi's face. I couldn't help but smile, reaching out to ruffle her hair. Not bad, Ruoshi. When you go after someone, you really go all out. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she lowered her head. It's thanks to your guidance, Master. I just followed her own mindset and helped her make her sincerity complete. Well done. I was in great spirits. I planted a kiss on her cheek. Ruoshi, you got that off my chest for me. As your master, I should return the favor. Tell me, is there anyone in this complex who's given you grief? Let's go pay them a visit. Lin Ruoshi gracefully poured me a glass of milk and shook her head. That's kind of you, Master. But as a flight attendant, I'm away flying most of the year. I don't interact much with the neighbors, so no one's ever bothered me. I felt a little let down. Staying at home was genuinely boring. I couldn't just spend all day fooling around with two maids. Xiaosu, what about you? Su Xiaosu, who'd been sneaking a snack, nearly choked at being called on. After swallowing, her face fell. Master, there actually is a creep. Building 13 has this sleazy guy named Yang Yanfeng. He used to follow me around all the time. One night, he even came knocking on my door, saying he wanted to take me out for a midnight snack. Scared me so bad, I didn't dare leave the house for days. My interest was piqued. Oh, you know where he lives. 1402. Su Xiaosu blurted out, then immediately realized something and quickly covered her mouth, her eyes darting around guiltily. I caught the odd reaction instantly. How do you remember it so precisely? Well, she twisted her fingers, mumbling for a while before finally admitting in a small, red-faced voice. Actually, he was an old fan from my live stream. Never tipped anything, but he stuck with me for a whole year. I thought companionship was the most heartfelt confession of love, but the first time we met in person, I found out he was just a sleazy old man who wanted to freeload off me. I couldn't stop laughing, and even the usually dignified Lin Ruoshi couldn't hold it in. Master, Ruoshi, you're both laughing at me. Su Xiaosu stomped her foot in indignation. I was really upset back then. I thought I'd found true love. Lin Ruoshi stifled her laughter and gently patted her. Xiaosu, online romance comes with risks. Be cautious about meeting up. Keep your eyes open next time. Su Xiaosu pouted and shrank into the corner of the couch. Once I'd had my fill of laughing, my expression suddenly turned serious. Xiaosu, want to teach that creep a lesson yourself? Her head snapped up. Myself? Teach him a lesson? That's right. The corner of my mouth curled up. She nodded excitedly at first, then hesitated. But I'm just a little girl. I can't beat up a grown man. I've got that covered. I turned and walked into the storage room. When I came back out, I was holding 2 Desert Eagles and 200 rounds of ammunition. Take these. 1 each, 100 rounds apiece. These guns are yours from now on. Lin Ruoshi's heart lurched. These were real guns. Weapons that could decide life and death in an instant. And I was just handing them over this easily? I could tell a complex mix of emotions was surging inside her. The flutter of being trusted, but even more, wariness. This was both a tool for self-protection and possibly a deadly test. She didn't reach for the gun right away. Instead, she looked up at me, meek and gentle, and softly confirmed. Master, this is really for us? I took a sip of milk, let out a flat and let my gaze drift, seemingly by chance, across her face. Would there be anything off? Only after getting my answer did she extend both hands and carefully cradle the gun. Her movements were clumsy, but deeply earnest. Her fingertips trembled slightly when they touched the cold metal, then she gripped it steadily, as if accepting a gift that demanded solemn respect, not a killing tool. Throughout the whole process, her eyes were clear, filled with reverence for the power and deference toward the one who'd given it. I nodded inwardly. This woman's intelligence and sense of propriety had been proven once again. On the other side, Su Xiaosu was far more direct. Whoa, a real gun. So cool, she exclaimed, snatching up her own, holding it in both hands, and turning it over to examine it, actually pointing the barrel at herself. Do you want to die? Lin Ruoshi quickly warned in a low voice. Oh, oops. Su Xiaosu stuck out her tongue and hastily pointed the barrel down, though her excitement didn't fade one bit. She hefted it, weighing it, and scrunched up her little face. So heavy. Master, how do you use this? Can I try? Eat first. I'll teach you after. I set down the milk glass and picked up my chopsticks, as if what I'd just done was some trivial little thing. After the meal, I gave them a quick lesson on the safety, aiming, and firing. Lin Ruoshi caught on fast, her expression focused. Su Xiaosu fumbled around, but her enthusiasm was through the roof. We bundled up and got ready to head out. I walked to the entryway first, my back to them. It looked casual, but every muscle in my body was on standby. I was deliberately exposing the back of my head, completely defenseless, to two women who'd just been handed weapons. What would they do? The moment either of them made a move, I would explode into action without hesitation and cut them down. Kill. I didn't see it. Lin Ruashi trailed half a step behind and to the side of Su Xiaosu, her eyes seemingly scanning the surroundings, but the corner of her vision was locked dead on Su Xiaosu's right hand, the one holding the gun. She was thinking, is this girl really that naive, or is she a high-level hunter disguising herself as a clueless sweetheart? The moment Su Xiaosu made any suspicious move, the gun hidden under her windbreaker would fire instantly. Because I'm her only lifeline in this apocalypse. Cross me, and you cut off her future. Besides, even though it's a master-servant relationship, I've never mistreated her. Hell, I treat her better than most men treat their girlfriends. This peace of mine, she won't let anyone destroy it. And Su Xiaosu had no idea about this silent undercurrent at all. Seeing me walk faster and faster, she called out pitifully, "Master, slow down. Wait for me. My legs are short." My steps paused. Are her legs short? I remember them being pretty long when I was playing with her. Still, my tense nerves loosened a little. You eat so much, and your legs still don't grow any longer? Next time I'm cutting your rations. Master, no. If I eat less, my bear too will shrink. Su Xiaosu started running right away, as if she really was afraid of losing her food. Lin Ruashi quietly let out a breath, and her finger slid off the trigger guard. This girl really was simple. The three of us arrived at the iron-barred gate of the underground passage. Today's guards were Zhang Hao's underling Aliang and some clean-cut-looking guy. The moment Aliang saw me, he immediately started bowing and scraping. Boss, heading out. Yeah, bored at home. Just going for a walk. Boss, should I notify Brother Hao? Have him bring a few guys to tag along. It's not safe out there right now. No need. Just handling some personal business. Aliang didn't dare ask more and quickly stepped aside. Take care, boss. We passed through the dark, cold garage passage, and before long we reached the bottom of Building 13. This place was also sealed off by an iron-barred gate, with two men standing guard inside. I stopped and jerked my chin towards Su Xiaosu. Xiaosu, go tell the guards inside to open the gate. Huh? Me? She froze, pointing at her own nose, glancing hesitantly at the tightly shut iron gate. But master, what if they won't open it? I turned my head to look at her. In that instant, I felt the air around me turn cold. Won't open it? What's that gun in your hand for? Decoration? I taught you how to flip the safety, taught you how to aim, so you could just hold it for fun? Threatening people, can you do it? Killing people, can you do it? My sudden change of expression scared her pale, her eyes instantly reddening, her lips pouting with grievance. Master, don't be so mean. I'll go, okay. She sniffled, wiped away the tears that hadn't yet fallen from the corners of her eyes, gripped that heavy gun tightly with both hands, and walked stiffly toward the iron gate. At the gate, she timidly knocked. An impatient male voice came from inside. Who is it? What do you want? Up. Open the door. Your lady wants to come in. She tried hard to make her voice sound tough, but her nervousness made it come out shaky instead. Where'd this little chick come from? Get lost. The man inside clearly didn't take her seriously. And that did it. Oh, I'm so mad. Master yells at me, and now you yell at me too. Having just been chewed out by me, already full of pent-up grievances, she completely snapped. She raised the Desert Eagle, didn't even aim, and pulled the trigger straight at the iron gate. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots exploded in the narrow stairwell, ringing everyone's ears numb. Thankfully, all 3 shots went wide, but the bullet holes in the wall said it all. Holy, a real gun? The man's voice cracked, and he nearly collapsed to the floor. Made sense. These guys who usually thought they were tough with an iron pipe in hand. When had they ever seen someone open fire without a word? Her aim might be terrible, but that was a real weapon. What if the next shot happened to hit? You opening the door or not? Open it now, or your lady's next shot blows your dog head off. Su Xiaosu actually knew she couldn't pull it off, but seeing the other guy scared out of his wits gave her an inexplicable rush. Lady, don't shoot. I'm opening it. I'm opening it right now. The man practically wailed as he fumbled out the key and, hands trembling, unlocked the big lock. Su Xiaosu stared at the now open gate, dazed for a second, then like a little general who'd won a battle, gave a smug little snort, turned and ran back to my side, tilting her face up. Master, the gate's open. I looked at the 3 bullet holes on the wall, crooked as hell, then at her praise me quick expression, and the corner of my mouth couldn't help but twitch. Your aim is garbage. It's my first time shooting. Getting them to fire at all is pretty good. That's exactly why you need to practice more. Weren't those 2 just disrespectful to you? Perfect. Use them for practice. Huh? Practice? on them. But these were living people. She instinctively wanted to refuse. But the moment she looked up and met my cold eyes, she immediately remembered how fierce I'd just been, shrank her neck, and swallowed her words. Wearing a miserable face, she raised the gun again, pointing it at the two men who had already started kowtowing and begging for mercy, muttering under her breath, "I'll just try then. Don't blame me if I miss." The two men were scared out of their souls. "Lady, spare us. We were blind. We'll never dare again," they shouted while scrambling on all fours toward the far end of the stairwell. "Stop. Master told me to practice shooting." In her panic, her hands shook, and she pulled the trigger again. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets flew wildly all over the stairwell with no rhyme or reason. Luckily, the stairwell was small, so with enough bullets, some were bound to hit. But what was both funny and pathetic was that she fired over 20 rounds and somehow didn't hit a single vital spot. Each of the two men took 4 or 5 bullets and collapsed, moaning and screaming. Sorry. She even apologized, quite embarrassed. "It's my first time shooting. Just bear with me. Let me find the feel of it." One of them, enduring the excruciating pain, said through sobs, "Lady, please, come closer. Aim at my head. One shot. Just one shot. Give me a quick death." Su Xiaosu warily stepped back half a pace, shaking her little head like a rattle drum. "No way, no way. Master said bad guys will trick you right before they die. Are you trying to get me close so you can turn on me? I'm not falling for it." She felt like she'd seen through a massive conspiracy, becoming even more determined to stay far. Seizure. So there came another dozen shots. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets pounding into the walls and floor, sending debris flying everywhere, occasionally grazing the two men who were already at death's door. Finally, after wasting a whole heap of bullets, the two men on the ground went completely silent. She let out a long breath, wiped away sweat that wasn't even there from her forehead, and came bounding over to me, eyes sparkling with delight. "Master, I'm done. They're not moving anymore. Am I a crack shot now?" I looked at the bullet holes covering every surface and the two men who died such gruesome deaths, and the corner of my mouth twitched violently. A crack shot? Even the Grim Reaper would shake his head at this. "Sue, you really need more practice." "Huh? I'm still bad. I think I'm already pretty awesome." I had no words. The three of us headed up the stairs. Su Xiaosu was still riding high on the thrill of target practice, her little face flushed pink, hugging her gun and humming some tuneless song. Lin Ruashi and I followed behind, feeling conflicted. Maybe simple-minded people just don't have any worries? The moment we reached the 14th floor, before I could even say anything, she volunteered herself and dashed straight to the door of Unit 1402, looking back at me full of confidence. "Master, let me handle this one again, okay? I've got experience now." I lifted my chin, signaling her to go ahead. She took a deep breath, raised her little foot, and kicked hard at the heavy security door. Bang, bang, bang. "Yang Dianfeng, you sick pervert. You creepy old man. Get out here now." The pounding on the door paired with her furious cursing in that milky little voice carried an indescribable comic effect. Lin Ruashi pressed a hand to her forehead. I crossed my arms and enjoyed the show, curious to see what other antics this goofball could come up with. There was a flurry of panicked footsteps inside, and a man's voice, uncertain and suspicious. "Who's out there?" "It's your dear Auntie Su Xiaosu. Open up." Silence for a few seconds. Then Yang Jianfeng's voice came, laced with disbelief and a touch of creepy delight. "Su Xiaosu? Is it really you? How'd you find this place? I knew you lived here, so I came looking. The downstairs door is locked. How'd you get up here?" He wasn't that easy to fool. Su Xiaosu might have been naive, but she wasn't stupid. Her eyes rolled, and she said with a little smugness, "Humph, your auntie's a beauty." The guard downstairs thought I was so cute and pitiful, he let me right in without a word. Yang Jianfeng remained half convinced. "You're by yourself?" "Of course not. There are 3 of us. My sister Ruashi's here too. She's even prettier than me, a total knockout." Yang Jianfeng couldn't wait to press against the peephole and look out. When his gaze landed on Lin Ruashi's cool, elegant figure, his breathing quickened. Now that was a peerless beauty, far more alluring than Su Xiaosu, who only knew how to act cute. And who's the third person? "Oh, that's my master." Su Xiaosu pulled me right in front of the peephole. Yang Jianfeng saw that while I was handsome, my build was on the slender side, not some muscular tough guy. His mind raced. This pretty boy's no threat. All I have to do is ambush him first and take him down. Then those 2 delicate women will be at my mercy. And then, 2 beauties. Heh. Lust clouded his judgment. "So it's honored guests at my door? Come in, come in." The door clicked open, and he stepped aside with feigned enthusiasm, his eyes glued to Lin Ruashi the whole time. Su Xiaosu skipped inside, looking around curiously. Lin Ruashi followed close behind, her expression indifferent with a trace of disgust. The instant I stepped through the door, a cold glint flashed in Yang Dianfeng's eyes. He suddenly snatched up a metal baseball bat he'd hidden behind the door and swung it viciously at the back of my head. Die, punk. The beauties are mine now. Without even turning around, I casually raised my hand and caught the whistling bat with perfect precision, as easy as brushing aside a falling leaf. Yang Dianfeng felt an irresistible force surge through the bat. His hand went numb, and the bat flew from his grip. The sinister grin on his face froze instantly, replaced by sheer terror. How are you so strong? I turned around slowly, twirling the baseball bat in my hand. That's all you've got, and you thought you could ambush me? I raised my leg and kicked him square in his fat belly. Bam! Yang Dianfeng went flying like a broken sack of grain, slamming hard into the wall before sliding down, clutching his stomach and letting out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. I tossed the bat aside like garbage and lifted my chin toward the stunned Su Xiaosu. What are you staring at? This guy's yours. Do whatever you want with him. She snapped out of it. Seeing that Yang Dianfeng had dared to ambush me, her little face turned red with rage, and the tiny bit of experience she'd just gained flew right out the window. Sick pervert. You bastard. How dare you ambush my master? I'll kill you. Bang, bang, bang. That familiar, utterly chaotic gunfire echoed through the entire room again. Vases, picture frames, the TV screen. One after another they exploded, sending fragments flying everywhere. Yang Dianfeng was scared out of his wits. Ignoring his aching stomach, he scrambled and crawled around trying to flee. Auntie, spare me. I was wrong. Ow, my butt. Su Xiaosu chased after him, firing away. Her aim was still pathetically bad, but with so many bullets in such a small room, it didn't matter. Yang Dianfeng's arm, thigh, and rear and got hit one after another, blood pouring out, howling and wailing. The scene was both chaotic and absurd. That'll teach you to be a creep. That'll teach you to go after Sister Ruashi. Yang Dianfeng lay sprawled on the floor, a bloody mess, using his last bit of strength to beg. Su, for old time's sake, just make it quick. Please, it hurts so much. Su Xiaosu blinked, thought it made sense, and nodded. Okay, since you look so pitiful. A few more bangs. This time, one shot finally landed in the right spot by sheer luck, ending Yang Dianfeng's painful and miserable existence. She let out a long breath and ran up to me. Master, all done. I pressed a hand to my forehead. Yang Dianfeng probably thought he was being tortured in hell before he died. How could it not be done? Ahem. Su, do you really need that many bullets to kill one person? Huh? You don't. But he wasn't fully dead, and besides, I had extras left over, didn't I? So how many do you have left? She quickly ejected the magazine and counted, then looked up proudly. Reporting, Master, 1 bullet left. She used 99 bullets to kill 3 people. What a waste. My mouth twitched, and I continued. So what are you planning to use to deal with the trouble that's coming next? Trouble? She looked completely blank. What trouble? Didn't I already kill Yang Dianfeng? I was thoroughly defeated by this adorable idiot. Sigh, good thing you didn't get out much before. Otherwise, you'd definitely be missing 2 kidneys. The words had barely left his mouth when a flurry of footsteps echoed down the 14th floor hallway. I glanced up. There had to be 20 of them, every face grim, wielding all sorts of weapons. Rusted steel pipes, kitchen cleavers, fire axes, even a couple of homemade spears. At the front stood a big, burly man with a thick, bushy beard. His gloomy eyes swept over the wrecked living room, over Yang Dianfeng's grisly corpse, and finally landed on the conspicuous Desert Eagle in Su Xiaosu's hand. His pupils shrank sharply. So the gunshots he'd heard had been real after all. You 3, mind telling me why you came to Building 13 to kill people? I shot him a look. Killing people? Does that need a reason? He pissed off my maid. That's reason enough to die. His face turned iron gray in an instant. He'd been lording it over Building 13 for so long. When had anyone ever looked down on him like this? And in front of all his men, no less. It was like someone had shoved his face into the dirt and stomped on it. You've got some nerve, kid. You kill my people on my turf and think she pissed off my maid settles it? You think Zhang Dabiao is made of mud. The lackeys behind him started riling up too, brandishing their weapons. Biaoji, why waste your breath? Just do him. Yeah, they've only got 1 gun. There's a ton of us. What's there to be scared of? Save those 2 babes for us. I hadn't actually planned on a bloodbath. But these guys, they really couldn't read the room. Didn't they know that beyond 7 paces a gun is faster, and within 7 paces a gun is both faster and deadlier? And they had the guts to lay eyes on my maids? Ruashi, get some practice in. Lin Ruashi didn't hesitate for a second. Her right hand darted into her trench coat like lightning, drawing her pistol with a fluidity that looked rehearsed 1,000 times over. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots exploded almost simultaneously. The first hit the skinny tall guy who'd yelled "Do him" square between the eyes. The second punched through the throat of the bald bruiser, shouting, "What's there to be scared of?" The third drilled into the heart of the man who'd wanted to keep them for himself. 3 bodies dropped together, blood pooling across the hallway. The mob, so worked up a moment ago, choked all at once, their voices dying in their throats. They looked at their comrades, dead in the blink of an eye, then back at the woman standing there, gun in hand, expression blank. Lin Ruashi stood there, calm-eyed, not even a hitch in her breathing. Su Xiaosu watched, dumbfounded, her little mouth forming a perfect O. She looked at the bodies, then back at Lin Ruashi, her big eyes brimming with grievance. Boo-hoo, why? Cradling the Desert Eagle with just 1 bullet left, she scooted over to my side. Master, Ruashi Jieja, why is she such a good shot? Didn't we learn together? I even fired first. I burned through all those bullets and only killed 3 people. She got 3 with 3 shots. The more she thought about it, the more wrong she felt, like she was some kind of idiot. I ruffled her hair. Talent's a funny thing, can't really explain it. Ruashi's probably just a natural. No way, my talent's not bad at all. I've just practiced less. So practice, then. Did I ever stop you? But I'm out of bullets. Ugh, the things I put up with. I casually fished 2 more handfuls of gleaming golden rounds out of my pants pocket and shoved them at her. Here, practice all you want. Plenty more where that came from. Su Xiaosu's eyes crinkled into little crescents. Master's the best. Across from us, Zhang Dabiao watched me pull out bullets like some kind of magic trick, his eyelids twitching wildly. One gun wasn't scary. What was scary was that the ammo seemed endless. No matter how tough they were, once a few dozen bullets came flying, 20-some men wouldn't stand a chance. Wait. Zhang Dabiao finally panicked. The meat on his face twitched as he forced out a smile uglier than a grimace, throwing his machete to the ground. Brother, it's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. We didn't know who we were dealing with. That bastard young Dianfeng deserved to die. We'll leave right now. No trouble at all. Can't you show a little mercy? But my little maid already chambered a round. Can't just load it for nothing, right? Su Xiaosu stared at the dark mass of men, her eyes frighteningly bright, her little face all lit up with, finally, a chance to show off excitement. So many live targets. Heh, no way I missed this time, right? I refuse to believe Su Xiaosu can't become a crack shot. Bang. Missed again. Undeterred, she squeezed off a second shot. Zhang Dabiao knew begging was pointless. Despair and savagery erupted together. Screw it. Dead either way. Brothers, let's do this. Kill these 2 women, grab the gun, and this complex is ours. He lunged down to grab the machete. In that instant, bang. Lin Ruashi's gun went off first. The bullet didn't hit his hand. It punched cleanly through the knee he'd just raised. Arg. Zhang Dabiao screamed and dropped to his knees. That single shot shattered what was left of his courage and ignited the madness in the remaining thugs. Bang, 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 bang. At almost the same moment, Su Xiaosu excitedly pulled the trigger. This time she'd learned her lesson and fired in bursts into the thickest part of the crowd. Still no aim to speak of, but with that many people, there was always someone to catch a bullet for her. Ow, my arm's broken. Damn it, this crazy woman's shooting blind. My little buddy. Stop shoving. I need to find my little buddy. Screams and curses blended into one big racket. Finally, Su Xiaosu emptied her magazine again. Out of bullets. Wait for me, okay? Almost done. The moment she bowed her head, focused on reloading, a scrawny man at the back of the crowd flashed murder in his eyes. Seizing the moment while Lin Ruashi was firing elsewhere and Su Xiaosu was completely off guard, he pounced from the side like a phantom, a sharpened steel rebar aimed straight for her temple. If it landed, Su Xiaosu was as good as dead. Xiaosu, Lin Ruashi cried out, but there was no time to swing her gun around. Yet a black shadow was faster than she was. I'd been lazily watching the show the whole time, but the instant that man moved, so did I. I didn't use a gun. A flick of the wrist, and an antique horse cleaver appeared in my hand with a whistling rush of air. A flash of the blade. SHHK? The scrawny man's charging body froze abruptly. He looked down in disbelief and saw a line of blood across his chest rapidly widening. Then blood gushed out, and he collapsed to the ground. I was already back where I'd started, a single drop of blood sliding slowly off the blade's tip, like I'd done nothing more than a trivial little chore. I only said blandly to the still-stunned Su Xiaosu, "Pay attention. When you reload, find cover, or get close to me and Ruashi." Only then did Su Xiaosu react. She rushed over, still shaken by how close that had been, her little face pale. She patted her chest. "Whoa, master, you're so fast." "Thank you, master." Then, puffing up with anger, she raised her gun and pumped 2 more rounds into the corpse. "You jerk. How dare you sneak up on your auntie? Take that." Ugh, how could she be so childish? But as long as she wasn't some bleeding heart type, I couldn't be bothered to change her personality. After that lesson, her aim was still tragic, but she instinctively edged closer to me and started her suppressing fire style of shooting. Bullets flew everywhere, and every now and then she'd get lucky and hit one or two, causing chaos. After witnessing that scene, Lin Ruashi's eyes turned even colder. She stopped focusing solely on precision kills and started deliberately laying down covering fire, driving back enemies who got close to Su Xiaosu, and sealing off charge routes during her reload intervals. One was a clumsy but energetic rookie, splashing chaos around like water. The other was a calm, deadly queen of the night, every bullet pursuing maximum efficiency. I stood in a safe spot, holding the horse-cleaving saber, my eyes sweeping the scene. Unless one of the two women's lives was truly in danger, I wouldn't lift a finger. Under this bizarre teamwork, the thugs in the corridor thinned out rapidly. Zhang Dabiao dragged his broken leg, watching his men fall one by one, and let out a despairing roar, only for Lin Ruashi to put a bullet right between his eyebrows. The last few thugs broke down, threw down their weapons, and tried to run. But could they outrun bullets? When the echo of the final gunshot faded, all that remained in the corridor were corpses everywhere and the thick, unshakable stench of blood. Su Xiaosu emptied her last magazine, panting from exhaustion, her little face flushed red, yet she looked at me excitedly. Master, was I super awesome this time? I feel like I hit tons of people. Lin Ruashi silently checked her weapon, then walked over to me and gave a slight nod. Master, the area is clear. Looking at these two completely different yet surprisingly harmonious partners, I actually felt a bit of a sense of accomplishment. I ruffled Su Xiaosu's hair. You've improved. Aim to get 1 kill per 20 bullets next time. Then I looked at Lin Ruashi, my gaze carrying approval. You did well. Su Xiaosu, having received her praise, squinted her eyes happily. Lin Ruashi lowered her head slightly, the corners of her lips curving into the faintest arc. Did Master just acknowledge her? Let's go, time to head back. I turned and started walking back. The horse-cleaving saber had vanished at some point, and my hands were tucked leisurely into the pockets of my trench coat. Lin Ruashi immediately followed, her steps light and alert. Only Su Xiaosu was still lost in that strange excitement, jogging to catch up, her mouth running like it was wound up with a spring. Master, did you see? Those last few shots of mine, bang bang bang, weren't they super cool? That guy who tried to run fell flat on his face because I scared him. Ha! Big Sister Ruashi, you're so calm. How did you practice your aim? Teach me, come on. I just used up my bullets a little fast. The ones you gave me are already gone, Master. Give me some more. She was giving me a headache. I shot her a glance. You think my bullets grow on trees? If you want bullets, you've got to show some corresponding value. Su Xiaosu blinked her big eyes, looking utterly innocent. Value? I'm very valuable. I cheer Master on, and I can eat food. Oh right, and I can dance. Classical dance. Dance. Classical dance. My footsteps paused. I turned my head to look at her, a little intrigued. I didn't know she used to be a dance streamer, but she'd been my maid for such a short time, with one thing after another happening, that I hadn't had the chance to appreciate it yet. All right, dance for me once we get back. Dance until your legs give out. Huh? Master, can I not dance until my legs give out? And how many bullets will you give me? She pressed on eagerly, and that adorable, dopey look of hers hit my funny bone. But I deliberately kept a straight face. Xiaosu, do you think I've been too good to you? I let you dance and you have the nerve to ask me for bullets? How about I send you a carnival instead? But carnival is useless now. It's not even worth a single bullet. Su Xiaosu, you're done for. Master's decided to starve you for 3 days. No, Master. 3 days of starving, and I'll be nothing but skin and bones. Her little face crumpled, and she pouted in grievance. I dance really well. I put my heart into it. Forget the bullets, but why dock my food rations too? Master, please don't dock my rations. Depends on your performance. The moment we stepped into room 3001, Su Xiaosu immediately switched into desperately trying to please mode. First, she jogged over to help me off with my coat and hang it up, then crouched down to help me change into my slippers. She moved so hastily, she nearly tripped over herself, and I had to steady her. Why are you so clumsy? I chided her lightly, without any real irritation. She stuck out her tongue and hurried off to make tea. This time she was extra careful, testing the water temperature over and over, adding and re-adding the tea leaves. Though she was inexperienced, she was very earnest. She brought the hot tea to me, then ran off to fetch some fruit, watching anxiously until I took a sip before she finally relaxed. After settling me onto the sofa, she bashfully rubbed her fingers together. Master, I can dance, but I don't have a proper dance costume. This outfit won't look good for dancing. It won't look good with clothes on. So you're saying you'll dance with them off? Master, how could you say that? Su Xiaosu stomped her feet, flushing with embarrassment. Why can't I? Weren't you the one who said clothes don't look good? Is that what I meant? Isn't it? No. You and your fuss. I walked into the storage room and, a few seconds later, came out with an aqua green classical dance costume. The fabric was light and airy, embroidered with delicate bamboo leaf patterns, and it came with a silk shawl and hair ornaments. Here, put it on and try it. Su Xiaosu took it with delight. The fabric was silky and cool to the touch, exquisitely crafted, and she happily ran off into the guest bedroom. After a while, the door opened softly, and she stepped out in the dance costume. In that instant, I felt the whole living room brighten a little. The aqua green dress made her skin look whiter than snow. Her waist was slender enough to grasp in one hand. The wide sleeves fluttered, and the hem trailed along the floor. She'd tied her hair up simply, fixed with a jade hairpin, and applied just a touch of makeup. Her already sweet little face had somehow taken on an air of elegant grace, like a lady stepping out of a Jiangnan ink painting, lively yet gentle. Master, do I look nice? She bashfully spun in a circle, the silk shawl tracing a beautiful arc through the air. I suppressed the amazement in my eyes and said the opposite of what I felt. SOSO, stop babbling and dance. Lin Ruashi, reading the moment perfectly, took out her phone and played an ethereal, lilting piece of classical music. The moment the music started, Su Xiaosu instantly slipped into character. As she began, the opening moves were still a little stiff, but after a few beats, her body's instincts seemed to awaken, and her dancing grew more and more fluid. At times, she was like a slender willow swaying in the wind, her long sleeves tracing graceful arcs. At times, she was like a startled swan taking flight, spinning and leaping, her skirt blossoming like a flower. The living room was cramped, but she cleverly used the shifts of her posture and silk shawl to imbue the classical dance with rich charm. Every frown and smile carried an indescribable allure, especially when she reached a move that demanded incredible flexibility and balance. Body arched backward, water sleeves gently rising, her gaze dreamy yet focused. The beauty of that moment actually made my heart skip a beat. When the dance ended, she was slightly out of breath, sweat at her temples, cheeks flushed pink, looking at me expectantly. Master, how was it? How was it? I really was blown away. I never expected this normally goofy little foodie could be so mesmerizing when she danced. That focus and dedication made her whole being seem to glow. I suppressed the inexplicable flutter in my chest, clapped my hands, and with genuine appreciation in my eyes said, "Didn't know you had that in you. That was pretty good." Praised, Su Xiaosu was as happy as a cat that had just been stroked. She immediately sidled up to me and asked eagerly, "So, Master, the bullets?" I chuckled, reached into my pocket, and like a magic trick pulled out a box holding several dozen gleaming golden bullets. "Here, your reward." "Thank you, Master. You're the best." She snatched the box and grinned, so wide her eyes disappeared. "All right, you got what you wanted. Now shouldn't you help Master work off a meal?" "Work off a meal? I haven't even eaten yet. What's there to work off?" I didn't explain. I just reached out and scooped her up. Master," she yelped, wrapping her arms around my neck, the bullet box hitting the floor with a clack. "Haven't eaten? Exercise burns a lot of energy. Perfect timing. Master will feed you some high protein to replenish your reserves." I laughed under my breath and carried her in long strides toward the master bedroom. "Really? Then I want braised pork and hairy crab." "Really? Huh? Master, this is the wrong way. Isn't the food in the kitchen?" 3 hours later, I strode out of the bedroom feeling refreshed and gently closed the door behind me. Su Xiaosu had long since passed out from exhaustion, her little face still flushed. I stretched my limbs, my whole body still brimmed with strength. Sure enough, once my combat level hit LV10, my physical attributes had undergone a qualitative leap too. My endurance and explosive power far exceeded an ordinary person's. That session just now was, at most, a warm-up for me. And this is only LV10. If I keep going up, I stroked my chin, feeling both a bit worried and a bit expectant. With the slender frames of Lin Ruashi and Su Xiaosu, would they be able to handle it in the future? Looks like recruiting mates can't wait any longer, or who would share the load for those two? I picked up my phone, planning to try the residence group chat again. Another day had passed. Maybe some of those women who met my standards had come around. But the moment I opened the group, I was drawn in by all the commotion inside. Building 13 to 2101, brothers and sisters. Something huge happened. A few hours ago, Building 13 got slaughtered. Dozens dead. Building 17 to 1201 for Real. Don't spread rumors. Over 20? I couldn't rack up that many kills in a single match. Building 13 to 2101. It's the honest truth. And it was someone from inside our complex who did it. I don't even dare leave my apartment. Image. I opened the pictures. The angles were awkward and the images blurry, but the carnage in the hallway was crystal clear. Bodies sprawled everywhere, bullet holes and bloodstains covering the walls and floor. Wasn't this exactly the scene where Su Xiaosu and Lin Ruoshi had practiced a few hours ago? The group instantly blew up. Building 9, good heavens. Who did this? Is no one going to do anything? Building 5, it's the apocalypse and we're still killing each other. Absolutely insane. Building 11, oh these wounds look like gunshots. Building 13 to 2101, it was guns. At the time it sounded like firecrackers going off. The moment the word gun appeared, the group completely erupted. Building 8, who in our complex has a gun? Seems like gunshots went off near Building 28 last time too. Building 2, right. A day ago there really were a few gunshots over by Building 28. Probably the same person. Building 1, someone with a gun going on a killing spree. Are they trying to wipe us all out? Property Management Manager Wang, at everyone please stay calm. Property Management is investigating with everything we've got. DM me if you have any leads. Anyone willing to join Property Management? I guarantee you 3 days of survival. Building 19. Haven T been the big boss for years. Old Wang. Instead of catching the killer you're out here recruiting? Trying to fight the Blue Wolf gang for turf? At everyone the shooter's too big a threat. I say we team up and kill her first. If anyone has intel, please share it. While the arguing raged on, a new message got bumped to the top. Kenyan Daddy Farmer. I know what the shooter looks like. Image.jpg, it's this crazy woman. When I was guarding the main gate, I saw with my own eyes as she shot my buddy dead. Later she went upstairs, and not long after, Brother Biao and his whole crew were wiped out. This woman is a straight-up homicidal maniac. The image was blurry and shaky, but the girl was clearly recognizable, dressed in cute winter clothes, sweet-looking, cradling a desert eagle in her arms, face full of excitement. Who else could it be but Su Xiaosu? The group completely exploded. Building 17, such a cute girl holding a gun? Talk about a total contrast. Building 5, you can't judge a book by its cover. Ruthless like that. She has to be severely punished. Building 9, bro, was it just her? What did she come to Building 13 for? Canyon Daddy Farmer. It wasn't just her. There was a man and a woman following behind. The guy looked totally ordinary. The woman had a real, elegant air about her. But this crazy woman was the main force. She did most of the shooting. Why did they come? Maybe she got thirsty and wanted to drink human blood. Panic spread in an instant, and the image of a heavily armed, unpredictable, crazy woman took hold. Building 8. With someone like that in the complex, who could sleep at night? Building 2. Does anyone know her? Know which building she lives in? Building 28. My family owns a mine. I know her. Her name's Su Xiaosu. Before the apocalypse, she was a dance streamer on the Inu platform, kind of well known. She used to live in our Building 28, Unit 2802. Yesterday, there really were intense gunshots at her place, and after that she moved away. No idea where she lives now. At Property Management, at Blue Wolf Gang, the situation's obvious. This woman is extremely dangerous. She's got a gun, and she's killed this many people. Who knows what she'll do next? Might he take a shot at us? We have to eliminate her. That message was like the final catalyst, redirecting all the hostility straight onto Su Xiaosu. Building 11. If the big shot says so, it's gotta be right. Building 19. Old Wang. The evidence is rock solid. This woman has to die. Let's set aside our differences for now and team up. Wipe out this menace first. Property Manager Wang. Agreed. We will show no mercy to extremists who threaten every resident here. On behalf of the Property Management, I'm willing to work with the Blue Wolf Gang. Anyone know where she lives? Dead silence in the group. Those willing to speak didn't know. Those who knew didn't dare speak. Property Manager Wang. Nobody's talking, huh? Fine, we'll do this by the book. 1 hour from now, every building captain in Complex 32 reports to Zone B of the underground parking garage for a meeting. Anyone who doesn't show up, don't blame me for playing rough. Building 19. Anyone who fucking dares not show, my Blue Wolf Gang will be the first to have a problem with it. When that time comes, every man in that building gets slaughtered, all the supplies get looted, and the women. Haha, we'll save them for the boys to have some fun. The group fell silent as a tomb. A wave of suffocating fear pressed down on every building captain. Zhang Hao, captain of Building 30, stared at his screen, cold sweat pouring down. Of course he knew where Su Xiaosu was. But did he dare say it? No way. He'd seen Chen Nanqing's methods with his own eyes. The guy kicked a security door clean off its hinges, and he had a gun. Crossing him was a one-way ticket to the grave. But not saying anything. If the Blue Wolf Gang and Property Management joined forces and came knocking with 200+ men, could he and the guys from Building 30 hold them off? The men killed, the women violated. He didn't even dare imagine it. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Zhang Hao paced frantically. Finally, gritting his teeth, he dialed my number with trembling fingers. Hello, is this Boss Nanqing? Talk. Boss, we've got a huge problem. Property Management and the Blue Wolf Gang are teaming up to go after Su Xiaosu. They're forcing every building captain to meet in the underground garage in 1 hour to hunt down her location. Anyone who doesn't show gets their whole building massacred. What am I supposed to do? I let out a contemptuous laugh. That's it. What are you panicking about? But they've got 200-something thugs, and they're armed. A lot of people. I cut them off. They're not exactly of one mind. When the time comes, you just kill a few of the ringleaders. Relax, I'll head down and handle it in a bit. Yes, yes. Thank you, boss. Zhang Hao felt like he'd been granted a pardon. Half the weight lifted off his chest. After hanging up, I turned to Lin Ruoshi, who was wiping down a cup. Ruoshi, go wake Xiaosu up. Yes, master. A moment later, Su Xiaosu's groggy, whining voice drifted out of the bedroom. Sister Ruoshi, 5 more minutes. Xiaosu, get up, quick. Something's happened. Something happened? What could possibly happen? If the sky falls, master's got it covered. She rolled over, determined to stay in bed. Helpless, Lin Ruoshi leaned down and whispered in her ear. The whole complex has put out a hit on you. Property management and the Blue Wolf gang are joining forces to kill you. Huh. Su Xiaosu jolted awake, bolting upright, all sleepiness gone, eyes wide as saucers. A hit on me? What? Word got out about your target practice over at Building 13 yesterday. To everyone's surprise, she just blinked, and instead of being scared, she got excited, her little face lighting up. Really? Wow. There's a hit on me. Just like in the movies. She hopped out of bed, ignoring the soreness all over her body, threw her clothes on lightning fast, cradled her Desert Eagle like a treasure, pulled out the ammo I'd given her, and started cleaning and loading it in earnest. Haha. Good thing I've got plenty of bullets. Now I can really get some practice in. Leaning against the doorframe, watching her carefree, itching for a fight attitude, I couldn't help but press a hand to my forehead. This girl's brain really did work differently from everyone else's. Xiaosu, do you have any idea how many people are down there? Could be over 100. You're not afraid. Afraid of what? Master's here. However many come, they're just easy pickings, right, master? She blinked up at me flirtatiously, without a trace of fear. That inexplicable trust of hers left me both touched and exasperated. I walked over to her and looked her straight in the eye. Xiaosu, master can't protect you forever. It's dangerous out there. Someday you'll have to face it alone. Being strong yourself, that's true strength. Relying on others never lasts. Understand, the excitement slowly drained from her face, replaced by a flicker of helplessness and hurt. Her lips pushed out in a pout, and her fingers unconsciously tightened around the gun. Master, why would I have to face it alone? Don't you want me anymore? Are you going to leave me behind someday? Her big eyes instantly misted over, her voice choking up, like a little animal about to be abandoned. My heart softened, and my tone gentled. It's not that I don't want you. It's just that anything can happen in the apocalypse. If one day I'm not by your side, you at least need to be able to protect yourself. Su Xiaosu sniffled and nodded, half understanding, but the dependence in her eyes didn't fade one bit. Then master, you have to stay super strong, so you can keep protecting me forever. I'll practice hard with my gun too. I won't drag you down. She pumped her little fist hard, and with those red-rimmed eyes, she looked especially endearing. I knew there was no point saying more. Time would teach her everything. Still, the safety of these 2 women had to be guaranteed. Otherwise, if they died, how boring would this apocalypse be? So I pulled out 2 brand new Glock 17s, along with several boxes of ammo, 50 rounds each, for 100 rounds in total. Ruoshi, Xiaosu, come here. Lin Ruoshi walked quietly up to me, while Su Xiaosu crowded in curiously, her big eyes fixed on the 2 new guns. The Desert Eagles I gave you earlier pack a punch, but the recoil's brutal and the magazine capacity is low. I handed the guns over. This Glock 17 is lighter, has less recoil, and most importantly, holds 17 rounds. I'm giving each of you another 200 rounds. That should be enough to get you through this crisis. I paused, my expression turning serious. Remember this. If one gun runs dry and things are getting hairy, don't waste time swapping magazines. Just draw the other one and keep firing. Staying alive comes first. Got it. Understood, master. Lin Ruoshi took the gun, checked it over with practiced ease, and slid it into the holster on the other side of her trench coat, packing the ammo away neatly and efficiently. Su Xiaosu, on the other hand, was like a kid who'd just gotten a new toy, excitedly poking and prodding at everything. Wow, a new gun, way lighter than the Desert Eagle. Master, you're the best. Copying Lin Ruoshi, she tried to stuff the gun into the pocket of her down jacket, but the pocket was too small and it wouldn't fit. She spun around in a panic. Ugh, where should I put it? Sister Ruoshi, where'd you put it? Lin Ruoshi shook her head helplessly, stepped forward to adjust the belt, tucked the gun into the small of her back, and let the hem of the shirt cover it a bit. Try it like this. Su Xiaosu wiggled her little butt. That's better. Thanks, sis Ruashi. Then she cradled the heavy ammo box in her arms, beaming. Hee hee, this many bullets. Let's see who still dares put a bounty on your ante. I'll turn him all into Swiss cheese. Once everyone was ready, I waved my hand. Come on, let's go down and see what game they want to play. The three of us headed downstairs. At the iron gate on the ground floor, Zhang Hao was already waiting in the cold wind with 4 or 5 of his guys. Their faces were tense, hands rubbing together, eyes darting around. The moment they saw us, Zhang Hao hurried forward and forced out a smile uglier than a grimace. Boss, you're here. I glanced at him and the handful of lackeys behind him, their legs practically trembling, and said flatly, Zhang Hao, you sure you want to come with me? Not afraid of dying. They've got a lot of people. Once things kick off, you might not walk away. Zhang Hao shuddered, a flicker of struggle crossing his face, but he quickly steeled himself. Boss, I, Zhang Hao, don't have any great talents, but I know how to read a situation. Since I've chosen to follow you, I can't be two-faced about it. The Blue Wolf gang and the property management crowd look powerful, but they're all scheming against each other, a plate of loose sand. And you, boss, you're unfathomable. He stole a glance at my expressionless face, then looked at Lin Ruashi and Su Xiaosu behind me, each with such a distinct aura, especially the eye-catching Desert Eagle in Su Xiaosu's arms and the bulging bag of ammo. His eye twitched, and he went on. I believe following you has a better future than sticking with that rabble. Sure, there's risk, but it's the end of the world. When isn't there danger? I gave a non-committal nod. Zhang Hao was a smart man. As long as he didn't die in the short term, he might accomplish something down the road. If you've made up your mind, then let's go. Our group passed through the cold, dim underground parking tunnel and headed toward Block B. The closer we got, the more oppressive the air became. When we reached the open clearing in Block B, the sight before us made Zhang Hao and his crew suck in a sharp breath. The clearing was packed with a dark mass of at least 150-60 people. Aside from Zhang Dabiao, the Building 13 Chief Lin Ruashi had killed, every building chief was present. Each one had 3 to 5 lackeys at his side, all with hostile faces, brandishing all kinds of weapons, steel pipes, machetes, watermelon knives, and some even carried bows and homemade crossbows. The crowd had been chatting in low voices in small clusters, but the instant they saw us, they immediately sized us up with curiosity. After all, a squad with 2 gorgeous women was way too eye-catching. Wait, why is that woman Su Xiaosu? It's her, it's really her. That crazy bitch. Su Xiaosu, why is she here? She knows we're out to kill her. Shouldn't she be hiding? That thing in her arms. Is that a Desert Eagle? Is she looking to go head-on? Scared of what? She's got one gun. She can't take on all of us. Their mouths said they weren't afraid, but their bodies kept shrinking backward. One gun couldn't kill everyone, but whoever stood at the front would always be the first to die. I took in all these reactions, and the corner of my mouth curled into a mocking smirk. Hello there, everyone. I heard you want to kill my little maid. Can somebody tell me exactly how you plan to do it? The noisy clearing instantly fell into an eerie silence. Every gaze shifted from Su Xiaosu to me. Who was this ordinary-looking young man? Why did he carry himself so cockily? And he called Su Xiaosu his maid? Was that even possible? She was a crazy bitch who killed without blinking. How could she be willing to be someone's maid? Seeing that no one spoke, I stepped forward twice. What? Nobody's talking now. Weren't you all lively a second ago? I heard you gathered here to figure out how to execute my little maid. I tilted my head and pointed at Su Xiaosu, who was puffing out her cheeks with an "I'm so fierce" look. Well, here she is. Aren't you going to make your move? After a brief silence, the crowd finally snapped out of it. A building chief with a face full of ugly, thick flesh stepped out and turned his aim on me. Kid, you can't read the situation, can you? Can't you see how many of us there are? Guns are dangerous, sure, but you need time to fire them. If all of us rush at once, how many can you shoot down? 3? 5. So be smart and hand over that crazy bitch Su Xiaosu right now. Otherwise, you'll be buried right alongside her. After threatening me, he looked over at Zhang Hao and his men. If you don't want to die, stay away from Su Xiaosu. Otherwise, this old man's blade doesn't have eyes. Zhang Hao and his crew visibly stiffened, their eyes all shooting toward me. Back down to save their skins, or stand firm to the end. I dug at my ear with my pinky. Threatening me, huh? I hate it more than anything when people threaten me. The words had barely left my mouth when I moved. Everyone saw a blur before their eyes. I'd already pulled a horse-cleaving saber, glinting with a cold light, from beneath my trench coat. Kid you, the thick-faced building chief never finished his sentence. The blade was already rapidly enlarging in his pupils. Squelch. His massive head shot into the air, his headless body swayed, then crashed heavily to the ground. Dead silence. Everyone was terrified out of their wits by this sudden, brutal act. They'd imagined conflict, gunfire, negotiation, but never that this refined-looking young man could be so savage. One wrong word, and he'd behead someone in public. The crowd instinctively retreated several steps in unison, clearing a wide space, isolating us and that headless corpse in the center. Zhang Hao and his men went even paler, their legs going weak. They'd picked a side, but they never expected the boss to be this ruthless right out of the gate. I slung the saber over my shoulder and swept my gaze across the crowd. Everyone, mind your manners when you talk to me, because I'm timid, and once I get scared, I tend to kill people. No one spoke. Over 100 people, and not one of them dared even breathe hard now, looking at me as if I were a demon crawled up from hell. Su Xiaosu hid behind me, poking half her head out, her eyes full of excitement, and murmured softly, "Master's so cool." Lin Roashi's face was blank, her right hand hanging seemingly casually at her side. But in truth, it was already resting on the grip of the Glock beneath her coat, her gaze sharp as a hawk, locked onto every figure that might suddenly lunge. I was satisfied with this reaction. Absolute deterrence was exactly what I wanted. You people from the Blue Wolf Gang, you people from property management. Here already? Weren't you people the ones leading the charge to kill my maid? The crowd stirred, automatically parting into two paths. On the left, a middle-aged man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses stepped out, looking prim and proper. Manager Wang from property management. On the right, a burly, bald man pushed through the crowd. A vicious knife scar cut across his face, tattoos covered his neck, and a fire axe with blood not yet dry hung at his waist. I recognized him instantly. On the first day of the apocalypse, it was this scar-faced man who'd kicked Sister Zhang to death, ushering in the era of chaos in our complex. They called him Scarwolf. Manager Wang pushed up his glasses, forcing down his fear, straining to make his voice sound righteous. "Sir, you're out of control. Committing murder in broad daylight, in front of everyone. Have you no respect for the law?" Scarwolf stepped forward with a sinister grin, patting the axe at his waist. "Kid, you've got skills, I'll give you that. But can you kill one? 10? 100? That crazy bitch Su Xiaosu massacred innocent people in Building 13. The evidence is solid. We're carrying out justice for the safety of this whole complex. You shield her. You're an enemy of everyone here." The blade on my shoulder didn't move an inch. My tone dripped with mockery. For the safety of the complex? Carrying out justice? Heh, that's a nice story. I raised my blade, the tip slowly tracing across the crowd. How many of you here have clean hands? Since the apocalypse, how many people have you killed over a bite of food, over supplies to keep warm? And those people you murdered, who's going to carry out justice for them? Manager Wang didn't even flinch. We had no choice. It was survival. But we would never do what Su Xiaosu did, slaughtering dozens of people for no reason at all. Scarwolf chimed in. Exactly. We killed to survive, to restore order. But her? She kills purely for fun. A psychopath like that has to be put down. Looking at these two ugly faces playing agents of justice, I suddenly felt utterly bored. When you're determined to condemn someone, you'll never run out of excuses. Reasoning with these people was a pure waste of time. I turned my head to look at Su Xiaosu behind me, who was baring her teeth and making faces at the two of them. I asked flatly, "Xiaosu, you hear that? They say you're a crazy bitch who slaughters the innocent, a psychopathic murderer. So tell me, when someone frames you like this, what should you do?" Su Xiaosu blinked her big round eyes, tilted her head, and thought about it seriously. Then, sounding a little wronged and uncertain, she said, "I should explain things to them, tell them I didn't mean it, that those people provoked me first, or prove to them that I'm actually really nice." Su Xiaosu's thought process nearly made me laugh out of sheer exasperation. I gave her a sharp knuckle rap on the top of her head. Ow! She clutched her head, looking pitiful. "Prove your innocence, my ass." I scolded her, irritated. "Remember this. In the apocalypse, when someone frames you, the best way to clear your name is to make the accusation stick." Su Xiaosu froze for a moment. Then her eyes suddenly lit up, all her grievances instantly transforming into excitement. Make it stick? Master, you mean? That's right. They're calling you a crazy bitch, a murderer? Then go crazy for them, kill for them. Show them what living up to a name really means. Wow, Master, I get it. Su Xiaosu's little face flushed bright red, like a mischievous little demon. She hoisted up her desert eagle and shouted while bouncing on her feet. "Then I'll just be a proper crazy bitch. You villains, how dare you frame this lady? Prepare to die." Before anyone could react, she'd already pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening gunfire rang out again. The same familiar, utterly haphazard spray and pray shooting. Bullets whistled into the densest part of the crowd. Ah, my eye. Of all the places to hit, why my eye? Bro, stop screaming. Your head's been shot clean through. The crowd descended into chaos, screams erupting everywhere. Su Xiaosu's marksmanship was pathetically bad, But with the crowd packed so tightly, a few unlucky souls were bound to end up dead or wounded either way. Manager Wong and Scar Wolf were scared out of their wits. Even as they shrieked, "Stop her! Grab her gun! Whoever gets it rules the complex." They were frantically shrinking back behind the crowd, using others as human shields. Whoever gets the gun rules the complex. The temptation was too great. A few desperate men lost all reason and charged forward, brandishing their weapons. "Come on, brothers. She's only got one gun. She'll run out of bullets eventually." The crowd surged toward us like a tide. Lin Ruashi dropped her pretense and threw herself directly into the fight. Bang, bang, bang. 3 sharp, rhythmic shots. The 3 thugs charging at the front had their foreheads burst open in sprays of blood, dropping without a sound, dead in an instant. Precise, efficient, cold. The charging crowd came to a sudden halt. "What the hell? There's another gun. That woman's aim is dead on. Fall back." Panic began to spread, but the crowd was already out of control. The ones in front wanted to stop, while those in back who couldn't see the situation kept pushing forward. "Stop pushing. There's a sharpshooter up front. Quit shoving from the back. You trying to get us killed?" Those at the front had no choice, driven forward by the surge behind them, right toward us. Lin Ruashi's eyes were ice cold, her arm moving steadily, every single bullet dropping one person with lethal precision. Seeing this, Su Xiaosu got even more fired up, shrieking as she wildly pulled the trigger. As a fellow maid to the master, there was no way she'd let her kill count fall behind Lin Ruashi's. But the frenzied wave of people, propelled by the clueless push from behind, kept closing in. The frontmost thugs were now less than 3 meters from the two of them, their savage faces and swinging machetes clearly visible. I was done watching the show. My figure blurred. I turned into a bolt of black lightning and threw myself into the surging crowd. The horse-cutting saber in my hand carved out a cold, ghostly arc, flesh and blood flying everywhere it passed. There were no screams, only the muffled sounds of the blade slicing through bone and flesh, and the thud of bodies hitting the ground. My movements were too fast for the human eye to follow. All anyone could perceive was a blur, a black shadow sweeping past like the Grim Reaper, and the people around them dropping in droves. Throats, hearts, necks, every strike landed on a fatal point. In the span of mere seconds, a vacuum nearly 10 meters in radius had been cleared around me. Over 40 corpses lay scattered across the ground, their blood staining the concrete red. The sight sent shudders through the very souls of everyone who could see it. Monster. He's not human, he's a devil. Run. The lucky few in the front row who hadn't died, yet completely lost it, screaming their lungs out as they clawed their way back. They finally understood. The scariest thing wasn't those 2 guns. It was me, the man wielding cold steel. My kill rate was dozens of times higher than those 2 women's. And judging by how effortless I looked, not even breathing hard, I wasn't even trying. It was like I was just toying with a flock of sheep waiting for slaughter. The panic up front finally reached the back. The people in the rear couldn't see, but they could sense something was wrong. Those weren't the wails of people getting shot, but the hopeless screams of people who'd seen a ghost. "What's going on up there? Did I just hear them yelling devil?" A few taller ones stood on their toes and caught sight of the massacre. Their legs went weak. "Fall back. There's a death god up front. 1/1 kill." Panic swept through the crowd like a plague. Of the 100+ men who'd been so full of bravado moments ago, nearly half were already dead. The rest scrambled to flee, trampling each other into total chaos. I didn't bother chasing those fleeing small fry. My eyes swept across the crowd like a hawk's and instantly locked onto Manager Wong, who was crawling and scrambling through the pile of bodies, trying to slip away in the confusion. I pushed off with my feet and caught up to him in just a few bounds. Manager Wong felt a chill on the back of his neck. He turned in terror, right into my ice-cold eyes. "No, please. I'll be your dog, I swear." A flash of the blade. A head with gold-rimmed glasses flew high into the air, the face still frozen in absolute terror. The headless body toppled to the ground, blood spraying. I didn't even glance at it. My gaze shifted and quickly found the next target, Scar-faced Wolf. He was using brute strength to shove people out of his way, sprinting desperately toward the garage exit. Trying to run? I snorted coldly, my arm snapping taut as I hurled the blood-soaked horse cleaver like a javelin. The blade turned into a streak of cold light, tearing through the air, closing in on him at terrifying speed. Thunk! The blade sank into flesh, severing his spine in an instant. Scar-faced Wolf's movements jolted to a halt. He looked down in disbelief and saw his upper body separating from his lower half, blood and organs spilling out. "That's impossible." Thud. His 2 halves hit the ground. He could clearly feel his organs losing their support, his life draining away with his blood. What terrified him even more was this. I could easily have finished him with a single clean cut, Yet I deliberately sliced him in half at the waist, condemning him to inhuman torment. Why? Why not give him a quick death? The underground garage fell dead silent, filled with nothing but the thick, suffocating stench of blood. Lin Ruashi and Su Xiaosu jogged over to me. Master, you're amazing. One slash, one kill, swish, swish, swish. Even faster than Sister Ruashi's gun. Su Xiaosu's eyes were full of adoration, completely ignoring the carnage all around her. Lin Ruashi studied me for a moment. Seeing that my breathing was steady and my clothes weren't torn, she asked softly, Master, are you all right? I'm fine. I replied flatly, my gaze turning to scar-faced wolf writhing on the ground. I gestured toward him. Recognize him. The moment Lin Ruashi's eyes landed on scar-faced wolf, her cool, aloof demeanor shifted instantly. Cold hatred and killing intent radiated from her uncontrollably, her stare sharp as a blade. How could she not recognize him? On the first day of the apocalypse, when everyone was terrified and selfish, refusing to help anyone else, Lin Ruashi, who had no supplies at home, was starving, unable to buy so much as a scrap of food. It was Big Sister Zhang from Unit 302, Building 9, who shared her own food and water and saved her life. But a few days later, right here in this garage, Scar-faced Wolf kicked Big Sister Zhang to death in front of everyone, all over a bottle of water and a small bag of rice. The crowd was chaotic, danger everywhere, and Lin Ruashi, terrified of falling into the hands of those thugs, hadn't even dared step forward to claim the body. That helplessness and guilt had been branded into her heart like a nightmare. She drew a deep breath, forcing down the surging emotions, and turned to me, her voice trembling slightly. Master, may I deal with him myself? I raised an eyebrow. The whole reason I hadn't killed Scar-faced Wolf outright was to see how she'd react. You may. Given permission, Lin Ruashi said nothing more and walked step by step toward the dying Scar-faced Wolf. Her steps were steady, each one landing like it was crushing down on rage she'd bottled up for far too long. Kill. Kill me, just make it quick. Scar-faced Wolf's eyes burned with desperate pleading. In this moment, death had become a release. Oh, I'll kill you, she said. But not here. Lin Ruashi bent down, grabbed him by the collar of his torn clothes, and dragged his half-body toward the depths of the garage. A winding trail of blood streaked across the concrete floor, a grisly sight. Dragged along, the excruciating pain wrung ragged, tuneless gasps from Scar-faced Wolf's throat. His consciousness was already fading. She didn't stop until she reached that familiar load-bearing pillar. The dark red bloodstains on the column had long since dried, and the rebar that had claimed Big Sister Zhang's life still jutted out starkly, silently bearing witness to that tragedy. Remember this place? Scar-faced Wolf's unfocused eyes locked onto the rebar, and the memory came rushing back. It was right here that he'd delivered that kick, the one that had raised the curtain on the neighborhood's descent into chaos. I remember. Of course I remember. Haha, that self-righteous bitch. Why didn't she just hand over the water and rice on her own? She deserved to die. So you're saying I brought you here to avenge her? She was my savior. You never should have killed her. Lin Ruashi's arm suddenly surged with force. She swung his half-body up and slammed it with pinpoint accuracy onto that protruding rebar. Squelch. The rebar punched effortlessly through his chest and out his back. He convulsed violently, eyes bulging, staring fixedly at Lin Ruashi as if trying to say something. Then his head lolled to one side, and he went completely silent. Scar-faced Wolf's corpse hung impaled on the rebar, his posture eerily similar to Big Sister Zhang's back then. An eye for an eye. I watched the scene unfold in silence, my estimation of Lin Ruashi climbing a few more notches. She had a clear sense of gratitude and grudge, every debt repaid, every wrong avenged, and even her revenge had a sense of ritual to it, leaving no room for complaint. More importantly, she remembered kindness. A person who knows gratitude is naturally far less likely to betray me. This woman could be useful. Lin Ruashi stood, on the spot, watching my enemy die in a similar fashion, the pent-up frustration that had been building in my chest for so long finally released. She turned around, walked up to me, and dropped straight to her knees. Thank you, Master, for giving me the chance to avenge myself with my own hands. I gave a faint in response. My gaze shifted to Zhang Hao, who was standing off to the side, still looking a little pale. A lot of people died this time. The heads of the property management and the Blue Wolf gang are pretty much wiped out. The ones left are leaderless. This is a prime opportunity for you to expand. Building 30 has a solid foundation. Move fast and pull in everyone you can. Zhang Hao froze for a second, then his face lit up with excitement and elation. He'd figured he'd be lucky just to keep his life today, but not only had I eliminated the biggest threat, I'd handed him a huge opportunity. By absorbing the remnants of the property management and the Blue Wolf gang, Zhang Hao would instantly become the biggest power in the happiness community. Thank you, boss. Thank you for grooming me. His voice was actually trembling as he bowed again and again. I won't let you down. I'll consolidate everything as fast as I can. From now on, my brother's in Building 30, and I will follow your lead, boss. I waved a hand, non-committal about all these pledges of loyalty, and just left him with one line. Clean up the scene. Don't leave any loose ends. Then I turned to Lin Ruoshi and Su Xiaosu. Let's go. Time to head back. Yay. Home time. Su Xiaosu chirped cheerfully, hugging her precious gun as she trotted after me. Lin Ruoshi rose quietly, glanced at Scar Wolf's body hanging on the rebar, a flicker of relief passing through her eyes, then quickly caught up with me. Back in room 3001, after a quick wash-up, I lounged lazily on the couch and pulled out my phone. The moment the screen unlocked, a barrage of notification tones went off, and the name, Lu Ruyan, instantly flooded the screen. Nanqing, are you busy? Why won't you answer me? Are you still not forgiving me? I sent you the apology video. I really know I was wrong. Nanqing, something's happening outside again. I heard fighting, screaming, it's so scary. Please, just say one word back to me, okay? Are you still testing me? I really can't hold on anymore. If you don't come soon, you might never see me again. I think I'm hallucinating. I saw my great-grandma. She said I'll be free soon, but I don't want to die. I still want to see you one more time, to say I'm sorry to your face. She'd even attached a selfie, pale face, chapped lips. This woman, her acting was only getting more polished. Playing the victim, feigning weakness, milking sympathy, manufacturing urgency, one trick after another. The old Qin Nanqing, the one who loved her, would probably have rushed over recklessly, heart aching. But now, I just found it laughable. I really wasn't good at dealing with this kind of manipulative, tea-sipping clinginess. All those twisted little mind games just annoyed me. I'd rather spend the time drinking tea. I tossed my phone straight to Lin Ruoshi, who had just brought over the tea. Take a look. That woman's at it again. You handle it. Same principle. Make her miserable. Make her anxious, but don't let her give up entirely. Keep her around to toy with. Lin Ruoshi took the phone and scanned through it quickly, a flash of understanding and disgust in her eyes. Yes, master. I understand. After a moment's thought, she had an idea. She prepared everything carefully, a steaming cup of coffee, a few exquisite matcha cakes, and a small plate of fresh strawberries. Then she picked the perfect angle and shot a video, the white porcelain cup gleaming, the sugary frosting on the cakes, the strawberries an enticing red. Once she'd finished filming, she settled back onto the couch and started replying in my voice. Nanqing, just having afternoon tea, didn't check my phone. The heating's cranked up so high in here, I almost dozed off. Lu Ruyan replied instantly, every word dripping with suppressed jealousy and desperation. Nanqing, you finally answered. Coffee, cake, and you have strawberries too? I know I don't deserve any of it, but I haven't had a decent bite to eat in 3 days. Please, even the cheapest cookie would do. You said last time you'd find a way to come. How's the route planning going? I really can't hold on much longer. Lin Ruoshi took a leisurely sip of coffee and replied. A route? Oh, that. The weather's been bad lately, and there was just a gang war outside. Lots of people died. It's too dangerous to go out right now. Besides, I've got a new little maid at home. She's timid, and when she heard I wanted to risk going out, she cried her eyes out. I just couldn't bear it. This message was calculated to cut deep. It rejected the request while pointedly mentioning the new little maid, hinting that I already had someone new by my side. Sure enough, Lu Ruyan was triggered, firing off several voice messages, her voice thick with tears and resentment. Nanqing, how could you do this? I'm the one you loved. What has that made to you? Could she possibly know you the way I do? Does she know how you like your steak cooked? Does she know you have to drink a cup of warm water before bed? I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please save me. Give me a chance, and I swear I'll love you more than anyone. The corner of Lin Ruoshi's mouth curved into a mocking smile as she typed on. Let's not dwell on the past. People have to look forward. But since you're so pitiful, it's not like I couldn't help you. Here's the deal. If you behave well, maybe I'll consider risking it to bring you some food. Lu Ruyan grabbed onto it like a lifeline. What do you want me to do? Just say it. I'll do anything. Lin Ruoshi smirked and tapped lightly with her fingertip. Simple. You can dance, can't you? Right now, in that cold villa of yours, dance for me. Put your heart into it. Make it moving. Just like you used to dance for all those rich young men. Remember, if you dance poorly or stop halfway, then our connection ends right here. The other end went silent for a long while. 10 minutes later, a video came through. I opened it. On the screen, Lu Ruyan stood in the empty, freezing villa living room, her face pale, her lips turning purple, her body trembling uncontrollably. She wore only a thin sundress, clearly changed into it for effect. The music began, the very song that had sealed our love back then. She started to dance, her movements stiff, shivering from the cold. But as the music went on, she seemed to genuinely lose herself in it. Her movements gradually grew fluid, spinning, leaping, every motion carrying a kind of desperate beauty. At the end of the video, her strength gave out. She collapsed to the ground, then struggled back to her feet, weakly asking the camera, "Nanxing, is this enough? When are you going to bring me something to eat?" Lin Ruashi handed me the phone. "Master, does this meet your approval?" I watched it, a flicker of satisfaction crossing my eyes before quickly settling back into calm. "Well done. You made her suffer, but gave her a sliver of hope. That feeling of being strung along is far more tormenting than an outright rejection. Thank you for the praise, Master." She dipped her head slightly. I took the phone and typed 2 words back to Lu Ruyan. "Wait." Then I set it to silent and tossed it aside. "Ruashi, Xiaosu, get dinner ready. We got a good workout in today, so let's eat well." "Yay, we're finally getting a feast." Su Xiaosu instantly threw her curiosity about Lu Ruyan out the window and cheered as she dashed toward the kitchen. Lin Ruashi got up and followed, and the two of them worked together in perfect sync. Before long, the dining table was piled high with steaming delicacies, pan-seared steak, cheese-baked lobster, stir-fried seasonal vegetables. "Master, dinner's ready." Su Xiaosu eagerly pulled out my chair, her big eyes fixed longingly on the feast as she secretly swallowed her saliva. The moment I sat down at the head of the table, she buzzed around me like an industrious little bee, chopsticks flying. "Master, try this beef. I sneaked a sniff earlier. It smells amazing." She picked up a big piece and brought it to my mouth. I'd just opened my mouth and taken it, hadn't even swallowed, when she quickly grabbed a lobster. Master, this cheese-baked lobster looks delicious too." "Hold on." The beef was still in my mouth, and now I had a mouthful of lobster too. "And these greens, you need a balanced diet." Completely oblivious to my bulging cheeks, she shoveled another bite into my mouth. "MMPH, why?" I couldn't get a word out, could only stare at her with wide eyes. Lin Ruashi frowned. "Xiaosu, let Master eat at his own pace." But Su Xiaosu was completely absorbed in the joyful atmosphere of serving her master and scooped up a spoonful of soup. "Master, have some soup to wash it down." I finally reached my limit and grabbed her wrist, struggling to swallow everything in my mouth. "Su Xiaosu, are you trying to choke me to death so you can inherit all my supplies?" Huh. Only then did it hit her, and she immediately dropped to her knees in a panic. I'm sorry, Master. I didn't mean to. I just wanted you to eat your fill quickly, so I could eat too." "So you'd choke your own master to death just to get to eat?" No. I was just so hungry, and I got carried away." "Master, I was wrong. I'm sorry." Watching her panicked expression, most of my anger fizzled out. Even though this girl had her little schemes, she wasn't bad at heart. But she still needed to learn a lesson. "Fine, get up." I released her wrist. "Since you want to eat, let's eat together. But you have to use the bowl I give you." I walked into the kitchen and pulled out an exquisite but ridiculously tiny white porcelain bowl, only 3 centimeters across, smaller than an egg. "You'll eat out of this bowl, and every piece of food you take has to make a pass through this bowl before you eat it." Su Xiaosu was dumbfounded. She was normally the kind of person who ate rice straight out of the rice cooker's inner pot. With a bowl this small, she'd finish a whole bowl of rice in one bite. At this rate, she'd never get full in a million years. "And Master, isn't this bowl a little too small?" She stared at the tiny bowl with a wronged expression, then at the feast on the table, her little face scrunched up like a steamed bun. "Too small? You're welcome to not eat at all." I'll eat." She snatched the little bowl immediately, afraid I'd change my mind. She carefully picked up a piece of beef, gave it a pass, through the bowl, quickly stuffed it into her mouth, chewed twice, and swallowed, her eyes already glued to the next dish. I smirked inwardly. "Little girl, trying to outsmart me? You should have thought about who'd end up getting the short end of the stick." "Su Xiaosu, were you starving in a past life? That food didn't even touch the bowl before you ate it." She made a bitter face but obediently complied, picking up a shrimp and reverently dipping it in the bowl before bringing it to her mouth, looking as devout as if she were performing some sacred ritual. Watching this scene, the corners of Lin Ruashi's lips curved up almost imperceptibly as she quietly served me food. Dinner proceeded in a bizarre atmosphere. Su Xiaosu was like a browbeaten little daughter-in-law, running every piece of food through the tiny bowl before quickly stuffing it into her mouth. She ate incredibly fast, practically inhaling everything, but the bowl was so small that her progress remained painfully slow. I savored her anxious yet cowed demeanor, enjoying the delicious food in high spirits. Just as dinner was halfway through, snap! The entire room was suddenly plunged into darkness, and the scattered lights outside the window all went dark too. It wasn't just our complex. As far as the eye could see, The whole of Lin City had fallen into a deathly black silence. The power's out. Master, I'll go get the lamp and candles. Lin Roashi was as sensible as ever. No need. A thought crossed my mind as I communicated with the system. Power up the invisible house. Almost instantly, the lights flickered back on. The appliances resumed their operation, as if the blackout had never happened. Huh? The power's back. Su Xiaosu exclaimed in delight, then froze the next second. Under the light, both Lin Roashi and I were looking at her. Her chopsticks were holding a full clump of greens, clearly trying to skip the bowl pass, step in the dark, and stuff it straight into her mouth. Her little face instantly flushed bright red, and she scrambled to shove the greens into her mouth, mumbling, Master, I was wrong. I was just so hungry." The smile on my face vanished completely. I could tolerate her recklessness and clumsiness, but I could not tolerate her paying lip service to my words while defying them behind my back. In the apocalypse, that kind of petty cunning could very well get someone killed. Su Xiaosu. My voice was calm, yet it made her shudder involuntarily. "I'll give you two choices. First, leave here and fend for yourself. Second, go kneel by the door, and don't come back until you've truly figured out what you did wrong." Her tears finally fell, and she dropped to her knees with a thud. "Master, I was wrong. I really was wrong. I don't want to leave you. I'll go kneel. I'll go kneel right now." She scrambled up and walked toward the entryway, crying, then knelt bolt upright by the door, her little shoulders trembling with sobs, looking utterly pitiful. Lin Ruashi, reluctant, but seeing my cold, hard profile, she said nothing in the end. I sat back down and continued eating. I do spoil Su Xiaosu, that's true, but this girl needs to learn the rules. Otherwise, once I have more maids, they'll all end up acting like her. And where would that leave my authority? Dinner ended in a somewhat heavy atmosphere. Lin Roashi silently cleared away the dishes while I leaned back on the couch, eyes closed, resting. My fingertips tapped lightly on the armrest as I mulled something over. Once she'd tidied everything up and wiped down the kitchen counter, I opened my eyes and beckoned to her. Lin Roashi obediently walked over to my side. I reached out and scooped her up into my arms. She let out a soft gasp, instinctively wrapping her arms around my neck. Her cheeks flushed slightly, but her eyes were full of delight. "Master, don't talk. I'm feeling really down right now. I need you to comfort me." "Okay, Master. Ruashi will be a good comforter." I carried her into the bedroom. When the storm had passed, the room was thick with a sensual air. Lin Ruashi's cheeks were flushed, her breathing still unsteady as she nestled against my side, fingertips absent-mindedly tracing circles on my chest. Her eyes held a lazy contentment, and something deeper, an expectation. But I just patted her on the back, my voice returning to its usual indifference. "All right, go rest in the guest room." Her body stiffened almost imperceptibly, and the light in her eyes dimmed in an instant. I knew what she was thinking. Even after being this eager, after giving me everything, I still wouldn't let her stay the night in the master bedroom. But she quickly suppressed her disappointment and obediently got up to put her clothes back on. "Yes, master. Rest well." She quietly pulled the door shut behind her. I didn't think much of it. This girl had always been sensible. The next morning, I strolled out of the bedroom feeling refreshed, and the first thing I saw was that small figure by the entryway. Su Xiaosu was still kneeling there, her little head bobbing, clearly exhausted, yet her back remained ramrod straight. At the sound of the door, she snapped awake, hurriedly straightening up and looking at me with pleading eyes, her big eyes bloodshot and brimming with grievance. I walked over and looked down at her. "Do you understand what you did wrong?" She nodded vigorously. "Master, Xiaosu knows she was wrong. I shouldn't have tried to be clever, shouldn't have gone along with you on the surface while doing my own thing, shouldn't have let your words go in one ear and out the other. The rules master sets, Xiaosu must follow unconditionally. From now on I'll be good, and I'll never take matters into my own hands again." The speech was clear, well organized, and her attitude was proper, completely beyond her usual level of intelligence. I raised an eyebrow and glanced toward the kitchen. Lin Roashi was quietly preparing breakfast, wearing an expression of complete detachment. I understood then. Last night, this silly girl had gotten quite the guidance from Roashi. Kneeling all night. That lesson should stick with her for a while. "Get up," I said, ready to let the matter drop. "Thank you, master." She tried to spring up as if pardoned, but her legs had gone numb from kneeling so long. The moment she rose, she yelped, "Ow," and toppled sideways. I caught her. She leaned into my arms and looked up pitifully. "Master, my legs are numb." Seeing her in such a sorry state, whatever anger I had left melted away completely. "Are you hungry?" She froze, her big eyes full of conflict, unable to squeeze out a word for the longest time. I shook my head. This girl really wasn't bright. Couldn't she tell I'd already let it go? "Su Xiaosu, I like hearing the truth. If you dare lie to me." Before I could finish, she cut in urgently. Master, I'm hungry. If you're hungry, then eat. Really? Thank you, Master. She instantly bounced up, legs no longer numb. All her grievances swept away in an instant. The breakfast on the table was noticeably more lavish than usual. Clearly Lin Ruashi had prepared extra, worried the girl hadn't eaten enough the night before. Such small things I naturally wouldn't fuss over. I picked up the bowl of millet porridge and began to eat. Once I'd nearly finished, Lin Ruashi finally spoke. Master, I looked through the binoculars this morning. Except for our building, Building 30, all the others have quite a few more corpses at their base. Some just a few, others dozens. It must have happened after last night's blackout. I wasn't surprised. The toxic snow and the low temperatures were the first round of screening, weeding out those who were unprepared or physically weak. The mass blackout is the second, weeding out those still clinging to illusions of civilization, unable to protect themselves. With the light no longer restraining the beast inside people, it's been fully let loose. She nodded thoughtfully, then added, there's one more thing. I used a burner account to slip into a few private trading groups. In one of them, a man openly said he wanted to trade his wife for supplies. Highest bidder wins. I wiped my mouth. In the apocalypse, morality is a luxury. Nothing unusual there. I understand. She handed me her phone. But the photo he posted, she's very beautiful. My originally careless gaze froze the moment it touched the screen. The woman in the photo wore a well-tailored black suit, a delicate bow tied at the collar of her white blouse, and a pencil skirt that traced her full, curvaceous figure. Her features were exquisite, her brows and eyes sharp, but the slight upturn of her lips softened that sense of distance, giving off a professional warmth. A corporate executive? And not a low-ranking one. Lin Ruashi nodded. From the bits of info in the group, before the apocalypse this woman was the sales director of a big company here in the city. Her name's Shen Jian. The one posting the photo is her husband, Wang Fugue, apparently a good-for-nothing kept man who lived off her. A playful smile curved at the corner of my mouth. In an apocalypse where order had collapsed, a former high-powered white-collar woman who once held real authority had been reduced to being traded like goods by the freeloader she supported. How ironic. And this woman in the photo carried a cold, aloof, almost ascetic air. If the apocalypse hadn't yet ground away that pride of hers, she'd be qualified to be my maid. Reply to him. We'll offer 10 bottles of mineral water and 10 loaves of bread. But whether it goes through or not, I'll inspect the goods first, see if she's really worth what the photo shows, whether she's missing any limbs, whether she's clean. Lin Ruashi immediately posted the offer in the group, but Wang Fugue's reply was greedy and unyielding. 10 bottles of water and 10 loaves of bread for my wife. Dream on. 50 bottles of mineral water, 50 loaves of bread, and not one less. Otherwise, I'd rather send her out to walk the streets every day and earn it slowly. I'll never sell her cheap. This chick's got a good body. She won't starve. Lin Ruashi looked at me, waiting for instructions. This price was clearly extortion, and it revealed a man with no bottom line whatsoever. He actually laughed. Tell him yes. Master this. Doesn't matter. I waved my hand. Even if I give him the goods, he still has to live long enough to enjoy them. Ask him where he wants to make the trade. Lin Ruashi messaged back her agreement and asked for the location. Wang Fugue seemed thrown off by how easily I'd agreed. It took him a second before he replied. The location, that open lot in Section A of the underground parking garage. I let out a scornful snort. Fine by me. Worry creased Lin Ruashi's brow. Master, Section A is too big, too many obstacles. Easy to set up an ambush. There's a good chance he won't come alone. I stood and rolled my wrist, my gaze cold and contemptuous. An ambush? In the face of absolute power, any ambush is a joke. Perfect. Actually, an ambush would give me a chance to stretch my muscles. I looked over at Su Xiaosu, who was gnawing on a piece of bread, her big eyes darting around with curiosity. Xiaosu, you stay home. Remember, no matter who it is or what excuse they give, even if they say I'm hurt and need you to open the door, you do not open it. You only open up for me and Ruashi, in person. She immediately set down her bread and thumped the Bear 2 plushie on her chest hard. Don't worry, Master. I'll guard the house with my life. I won't open the door for anyone. I've got a gun, after all. She patted the Glock at her waist. Her aim was still tragic, but her resolve was rock solid. Honestly, I wanted to smack her. Why beat up Bear 2 that hard? If she wrecked it, what was I supposed to play with? I turned and walked into the storage room the two of them treated like a treasure chest. With a single thought, I pulled 50 bottles of water and 50 loaves of bread out of the system space. Piled together, that was a fair bit of volume and weight. I grabbed a huge black duffel bag, packed it all in easily, and lifted it with one hand. The heavy bag felt like nothing in my grip, like I was carrying a little chick. Let's go. The power was out. The elevators had stopped running long ago. We took the emergency stairwell down, the dim space lit only by Lin Ruashi's high-beam flashlight. "Master, would you like me to carry it for a while?" she asked, eyeing the enormous bag. "No need. Just handle the light." 30 flights of stairs were nothing to me, like strolling on flat ground. When we reached the meeting spot, I tossed the bag onto the ground and scanned the area. No ambush. A little disappointing. 2 minutes later, 3 men emerged from the shadows. The one in front had a pinched, ratty face and wore an ill-fitting down jacket. That had to be Wang Fuguwei. Behind him were 2 burly guys gripping steel pipes, sizing us up warily. I gave them a quick glance, then checked behind them. No Xinjian. My voice went sharp. "Where are the goods I'm supposed to inspect?" Wang Fuguwei rubbed his hands together, his beady, triangular eyes darting shiftily. "Boss, the goods you wanted to see. Heh, top quality, guaranteed. My wife, Xinjian, is tied up nice and tight back home. Not a single hair out of place. But you're just running your mouth, saying you've got 50 bottles of water and 50 loaves of bread. Who's to say it's real?" I gave a cold laugh, nudged the bulging bag with the tip of my foot, and pulled the zipper down a little. Row after row of water bottles and bread spilled into view. Wang Fuguwei and the 2 thugs went instantly slack-jawed. Since the apocalypse began, they'd never seen this many supplies. I zipped it back up. "Now you've confirmed I've got what you want. It's my turn to inspect what I want, isn't it?" Wang Fuguwei snapped out of his daydream, reluctantly dragging his eyes off the bag and plastered on a nauseating grin. "Boss, we've seen the supplies, sure, but we haven't gotten our hands on them yet, have we? Times are chaotic, and you never know what's in another man's heart. Can't trust anybody. How about you hand over the supplies first, and we'll go bring the person back safe and sound right away. I promise you'll get all the inspecting you want." My expression darkened in an instant. "Wang Fuguwei, are you trying to pull something?" We agreed. Inspect first, then trade. Now you want the supplies first? You think that's happening? My aura made him flinch, and he instinctively took half a step back. But then he glanced at the steel pipes beside him, then at the supplies, enough to live large for a good long while. And his greed finally won out over his fear. He stiffened his neck, forcing a calm front. "Boss, you can't say that. Being careful in times like these is just common sense. Who's to say you won't back out after we bring the person, or just take her by force? It's only fair if we get the supplies first. Otherwise, forget the whole deal." My eyes turned suddenly cold. "So you're jerking me around?" A chill ran down his spine, but he held his ground. "Boss, a deal's got to be mutual, right? If you don't like it, we go our separate ways." "Go our separate ways?" I flipped my wrist, drew the horse-cleaving saber from beneath my trench coat, and before he could react, the blade was pressed against his throat. "If you didn't want to trade, you shouldn't have agreed in the first place. Now you set up an inspection and then go back on your word. You think I'm a pushover?" The moment he saw the blade, Wang Fuguwei was scared out of his wits. He didn't recognize me, but he'd heard people talk about this saber. Yesterday, in Section B of the underground garage, some man had wielded a blade just like this, cutting people down like chopping vegetables. In under a minute he'd killed dozens, and the 2 beautiful women at his side had guns, mowing down the Blue Wolf gang, the property management, and the building wardens until heads rolled. Then he looked at the coldly elegant, stunningly beautiful woman standing behind me. Clearly the one from the rumors, the crack shot with god-tier aim. He'd stepped into deep trouble now. "B-boss, please, don't. It's a misunderstanding, a total misunderstanding." Wang Fuguwei's legs went weak, and he nearly dropped to his knees, his voice cracking into sobs. "I'll take you there. I'll take you to inspect the goods and see my wife right now. She's at my place, Building 2, Unit 602. I'll lead the way this instant." My blade didn't move. I just asked him coldly, "Then why didn't you bring her earlier?" His eyes darted away, and he stammered, unable to spit out an answer. I pressed down with my wrist, the edge cutting a thin line of blood across his neck. "Tell the truth, or die." The threat of death shattered him completely, and he broke into wails. "I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Boss, spare me. I figured, as long as nobody took my wife away, I could sell her to several buyers at once. That way, even if it all came out, worst case I hand her over and let the buyers fight it out like dogs, while I walk away with a huge haul of supplies." Quite the scheme. The killing intent in my eyes deepened. "So who all have you sold her to already?" He didn't dare hold back. Trembling, he rattled off several names, all leaders with some clout in the complex, and added, "The earliest deal is set for tonight. Delivery." I let out a cold snort and pulled back my horse cutter blade. I didn't care when he was supposed to deliver to anyone else. All I needed to confirm was whether Xun Jian met my standards for a maid. If she did, no one was taking her from me. If she didn't, then I'd respect her fate. "Lead the way." Yes. After you, boss." Wang Fuguwei scrambled ahead to guide us. Lin Ruashi and I followed him to Unit 602, Building 2. It was a spacious flat, luxuriously furnished, leather sofas, marble floors, a crystal chandelier. Very grand. Only now everything was coated in dust, cold and desolate, giving off an air of decay. Where's Shinjian? Wang Fugawei, you'd better not be pulling something. I wouldn't dare. My wife's in the guest bedroom. He pointed at a closed bedroom door, treading carefully. I signaled Lin Ruashi to stay on guard and stepped forward to push the door open. The room was dimly lit. A woman in a wrinkled business skirt suit sat curled up on the large bed in the corner, her hands bound behind her back. Her hair was a mess, her face streaked with tears and grime, her lips cracked, and she was bundled up in a bulky down jacket. But even so, none of it could hide her striking beauty. Almost the instant I laid eyes on her, the system interface popped up automatically. Name, Shinjian. Age, 26. Height, 169 centimeters. Measurements, 90-62-92. Marital status, married, blindly loyal to her marriage. Combat level, LV0. Ability detection, none. Beauty rating, 93. Notes, highly capable, strong-willed, and rational, with a strong need for control. Currently in a psychologically fragile state due to the apocalypse and her spouse's betrayal, but the pride in her bones remains unbroken. Enormous potential for development. The moment Shun Jian saw Wang Fugawei, her dull eyes instantly blazed with fury. She struggled upright and cursed at the top of her lungs. Wang Fugawei, you animal. You piece of trash. Let me go? You'll die a horrible death. Wang Fugawei shrank back, not daring to respond. He turned to me with an ingratiating look. Boss, is this merchandise to your liking? Absolutely untouched. I swear I haven't let anyone lay a finger on her. My gaze settled on her. The very picture of seductive married woman. She was qualified to be my maid. Not bad. This woman, I'll take her. Joy flashed across Wang Fugawei's face, but the instant it met my cold stare, that delight was swiftly crushed by fear. Yes. As long as you're satisfied, boss. So, about the supplies for the trade. I, Chen Nanxing, am a man of my word. You'll get every bit of what we agreed on. I tossed the heavy travel bag forward, dropping it right at his feet. Wang Fugawei was beside himself. He'd expected me to bully him and hand over nothing at all. He never imagined I'd actually be a man of principle. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. This woman, no, Shun Jian, is yours from this moment on. Do whatever you want with her. She's got nothing to do with me, Wang Fugawei, anymore. Good. Very good. I paid him no more mind, walking over to the bedside and looking down at Shun Jian. You saw the deal between me and your man. From this moment on, you, Shun Jian, are the maid of Chen Nanxing. Her head snapped up, though bound and weakened. The pride in her bones still made her straighten her spine. I, Shun Jian, am an independent person. I'm my own individual, not anyone's property, and I'll certainly never be anyone's maid. I gave a soft laugh. You think you still have a choice? Your loving husband didn't just sell you to me. He sold you to several groups at once. Right now, outside, there are at least 5 or 6 factions waiting to inspect the goods. The words hit her like a bucket of ice water. She turned to Wang Fugawei in disbelief, her voice trembling with rage. Wang Fugawei, is he telling the truth? You actually sold me to this many people at the same time. Clutching the travel bag, Wang Fugawei shrank back guiltily, then stiffened his neck and tried to justify himself. Jian, you can't blame me for this. It's the apocalypse. We all have to survive somehow. Just go with this big shot. He's the most generous of them all. Survive? She was shaking with fury. I must have been blind to marry you. I fed and clothed you. I paid off your debts. And this is how you repay me? Selling me around like some piece of merchandise. She turned to me, her eyes full of humiliation and despair. Even so, I will not be anyone's maid. I'd rather die. I toyed idly with the horse cutter blade in my hand. That would be letting you off too easy. Do you know how the other buyers would treat you? They'd make you communal property, let every one of their men have a turn. Even after you're dead, they wouldn't wait for you to cool. Compared to that, being my maid, not having to serve a whole crowd, is your best option. I reached out and tilted her chin up, forcing her to meet my eyes. I can tell you're no fool. In the apocalypse, a beautiful woman with no means to survive has only 2 fates: become the property of someone strong, or become everyone's plaything. Death is a luxury you don't get to have. Her lips trembled as she tried to argue back, only to realize that everything I said was true. Seeing her fall silent, Lin Ruashi knew it was her turn to act. She stepped forward, staring at Shin Jiyan. Miss Shin, you still don't understand your situation. To be chosen by my master is your good fortune. Countless people in this apocalypse beg for even a sliver of a chance and never get it. Now that my master is willing to take you as his maid and give you a way to live, you should be grateful, not putting on airs of false nobility here. Shun Jian shifted her gaze to Lin Ruashi, a woman with fair skin, smooth and glossy hair, a clean, crisp trench coat, and even her nails neatly trimmed. By the sound of it, she was my maid too? But a maid could live this comfortably? Impossible. A mocking smile tugged at the corner of Shun Jian's mouth. How lovely that sounds. But it can't hide your ugly, filthy true colors. This so-called taking a maid is nothing but satisfying some man's perverted need for control. Judging by the look of you, I'd guess you're this pervert's lover, aren't you? Why bother putting on this act to deceive me? Lin Ruashi's eyes turned cold. Before she could finish, Lin Ruashi raised her hand and delivered a slap. Smack. It was no light blow. Shun Jian's head was knocked to one side. She stared, wide-eyed. You dare hit me? Lin Ruashi's face was frost cold. That slap was to teach you your manners. Slander my master again, and you won't. Just one slap. Shun Jian wanted to fight back, but she was tied up too tightly. All she could do was look at Wang Fugui, one last flicker of hope in her eyes. Wang Fugui, are you even a man? You're just going to stand there and watch someone beat your wife. Wang Fugui was busy greedily counting the supplies. Her shout startled him so much he flinched. He looked up at my blank face and Lin Ruashi's icy stare, then screamed shrilly. Shut up. Wake up, Shun Jian. You're the boss's maid now, not my wife. The boss's people are beating you to teach you your place. Getting to serve the boss is your good fortune. Don't you dare bite the hand that feeds you. Then, afraid of getting caught up in it, he quickly turned to me with a fawning look. Boss, this woman doesn't know any better. Please bear with her, bear with her. Watching Wang Fugui's groveling face and hearing his heartless words, the last shred of illusion in Shun Jian's heart shattered completely. She really had been blind, to have given everything, wholeheartedly, for a man like this. Ha ha. Good, very good. Wang Fugui, since you don't care about our marriage, since you sold me off like merchandise again and again, then don't expect to come out of this unscathed either. She stopped laughing, her eyes turning cold as she turned to me, radiating the aura of the corporate elite she'd once been. Mr. Chun, since you bought me as your maid, then the supplies from the deal should rightfully belong to me, not to Wang Fugui, that scumbag who sold me off. That's just basic logic, isn't it? I rubbed my chin, a glint of amusement in my eyes. This woman was interesting. She'd calmed down so quickly, and she even knew how to fight for her own interests. You've got a point. So what's next? She took a deep breath and spoke fast and clear. Since the supplies are mine, I demand that all of them be placed under my control. She paused deliberately, watching my reaction, then added, Of course, I'm your property now, so naturally these supplies fall under your command, master. But I will never allow Wang Fugui to take even a single cent's worth. Hearing this, Wang Fugui panicked and lunged at her. You stupid bitch, what nonsense are you spouting? These supplies are mine. Lin Ruashi took a step forward, her Glock already pressed against his forehead. Touch the master's maid, and I'll blow your brains out. Wang Fugui froze in place, cold sweat trickling down his temples. Mercy, please. I'd never dare touch the boss's maid. I just wanted to have a friendly little chat with her. Lin Ruashi didn't budge, pushing the muzzle a few inches closer. Wang Fugui was scared out of his wits and could only beg me. Boss, I didn't mean to touch your maid. But Shun Jian, this woman's gone completely insane. The deal was clearly between you and me, but she's claiming the supplies are hers. You've got to back me up here. I looked at this couple who'd turned on each other and felt a playful smile tug at the corner of my mouth. A good show to watch, wonderful. And it would burn Shun Jian's bridges back to him. Two birds with one stone, even better. Wang Fugui, you say the supplies are from a deal between you and me, so they should belong to you. There's a tiny bit of truth to that. Wang Fugui was overjoyed inside. This stupid woman wanted to fight him for the supplies, as if she was worthy. But before he could enjoy it for even 2 seconds, he heard me continue. Shun Jian, you say you were the one being traded, so the supplies should belong to you. That seems to have a tiny bit of truth to it too. But that puts me in a bind. You both have a claim, and yet there's only one batch of supplies. What a difficult situation. I put on a troubled expression, my gaze sweeping back and forth between the two of them a few times. After a few seconds, I clapped my hands. How about this? I'll give you both a fair chance to compete. These supplies go to whoever can grab them. Mine. The supplies have to be mine. Wang Fugui shot toward the travel bag like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, wrapping both arms around it and practically sprawling on top of it. Shun Jian, still tied up, couldn't rush over, and it drove her frantic. Master, please untie me. I will never let this scumbag get his way. I raised an eyebrow, my interest piqued, and gestured to Lin Ruashi. Untie her. Lin Ruashi cleanly cut the rope around her wrists. Freed at last, Shun Jian rubbed her numb wrists, but she didn't rush forward. Instead, she calmly assessed the situation. Wang Fuguei had already dragged the bag into a corner, shielding it with his body, his eyes fixed warily on her, just like a stray dog guarding its food. Stupid bitch, you come any closer, and I'll take you down with me. He yanked a fruit knife from his waist and waved it around wildly. Shen Jian let out a cold laugh and, instead of retreating, took a step forward. Wang Fuguei, you think this will keep the supplies safe? Have you forgotten where you are? Have you forgotten who's standing in front of you? Wang Fuguei froze, instinctively glancing at me and Lin Ruashi. He was probably wondering, we wouldn't actually help her, would we? It was that split second of distraction. Shen Jian grabbed the metal lamp from the nightstand and slammed it hard against the wrist holding the knife. Ah! The fruit knife clattered to the floor. She moved forward without hesitation, kicking the knife away and grabbing the bag, yanking it back with all her strength. Let go. No. I'll die before I let go. Wang Fuguei clutched the bag with both arms, his face flushed red as he glared at her. Mine. This is all mine. Shen Jian, you want to take it? Not a chance. Shen Jian looked at him coldly, as if staring at a pile of disgusting garbage. Even now, you still think all of this is rightfully yours. Obviously. Wang Fuguei shrieked hysterically, spit flying everywhere. I'm your man. What's yours is mine. Wasn't it always your job to earn money and support the family? Now these supplies. I traded you to get them, so they're even more mine. You're just merchandise that got sold off. What right do you have to fight me for anything? Shen Jian was shaking with rage, but more than that, she felt the icy cold that comes after the heart has truly died. How could she have been so blind before, to give everything for a man like this? Wang Fuguei, listen carefully. Back then, I earned the money, supported the family, and paid off your debts because I thought we were husband and wife. I was willing to give to this family. But I am not your possession, and I am definitely not your ATM. You enjoyed everything I gave you without a shred of guilt. After the apocalypse, you took no responsibility at all, and for a few bottles of water and some bread, you sold me off like merchandise, and to multiple buyers at once. From the moment you made that decision, we were done, all ties severed. Now I'm the master's maid, and I have nothing more to do with you. These supplies. The supplies were bought by my master with his chips. They belong to me, not to a piece of trash like you. Bullshit. Wang Fuguei's face twisted with rage. Cut ties? You think you can just cut ties whenever you want? I'm your legal husband. You're mine in life and death. So what if I sold you? It's the apocalypse. Surviving is the only thing that matters. Hand over the supplies, and for old time's sake, I might just put in a good word for you with the boss. Make things a little easier for you. Old time sake. Shen Jian sneered. The moment you slapped a price tag on me and lined up different men to inspect the goods, whatever pathetic sentiment there was got trampled into nothing. Wipe that disgusting look off your face. Right now, in my eyes, you're lower than the mud on the side of the road. What gives you the right to beg my master for anything? You cheap slut. Since you don't care about our marriage, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Wang Fuguei turned to the two accomplices he'd brought with him. De Huang. Hey Z, help me pin this bitch down. Take her, and we'll split the supplies 3 ways. She's yours too. Do whatever you want with her. How about it? De Huang and Hazy hesitated at first. After all, Lin Ruashi and I were standing right there, watching like hawks. But the temptation of splitting the supplies plus doing whatever they wanted with Shen Jian was too much to resist, especially with her looks and figure, the kind they wouldn't have even dreamed of touching before the apocalypse. Greed and lust instantly overpowered their fear. The two exchanged a glance, a vicious glint flashing in their eyes, and closed in on her. Shen Jian's face paled. She instinctively backed away, but her grip on the bag never loosened. Just as their hands were about to reach her. Swish, swish. 2 cold flashes of blade cut through the air almost simultaneously. De Huang and He Zi froze mid-motion. A thin, thread-like line of blood appeared across each of their throats. Their eyes bulged as they tried to scream, but all that came out was a wet, hissing gurgle. Then blood erupted, and they crashed to the ground, twitching twice before going still. I was suddenly back where I'd started, my horse-cleaving saber angled toward the floor, a single drop of blood sliding slowly off the tip. I said, who the supplies belong to is something the two of you settle yourselves. Anyone else who steps in, did they ask my blade first? Staring at the 2 accomplices who died in an instant, Wang Fuguei was scared out of his wits. A wet stain spread across his crotch on the spot, and the sour stench of urine filled the room. B-Boss, mercy. I was wrong. I shouldn't have called them to help. I casually wiped the blood off my blade. No harm done. Since you know the rules now, go on and continue. With permission granted, Wang Fuguei lunged at the supplies again, wrestling with Shen Jian. Only this time he had no helpers, so all he could do was desperately drag the bag toward his own chest. You filthy bitch, why won't you just hand over the supplies like a good girl? As my wife, Aren't you supposed to give me everything? Though Shen Jian was a woman, the strength she summoned now was far from small. She clutched the other end of the bag with everything she had. Wang Fugawei, you'll always be an overgrown baby who never grew up. All you know how to do is take, never give. Shut your mouth. Struck right where it hurt, he flew into a rage and yanked hard. The bag suddenly slid toward his side. Just as he thought he'd won, Shen Jian let go. Wang Fugawei had pulled with too much force. Caught completely off guard, he toppled backward, the back of his head slamming into the wall with a dull thud. In a flash, Shen Jian seized the bag again, and at the same time raised her right foot and stomped viciously down on his arm. Act! Wang Fugawei yelped and let go, and the bag fell fully into her hands. She quickly backed away several steps, putting distance between them, and panted, Wang Fugawei, you lost. The supplies are mine now. No, I didn't lose. Wang Fugawei struggled to his feet, his eyes bloodshot. Give the supplies back to me. They're mine. He lunged at her again like a madman. But this time, he wasn't after the supplies. He went straight for her throat. He wanted her dead. This spineless man. His methods were still just as low as ever. Having been married to him for so long, Shen Jian knew his temperament all too well, and of course she wasn't about to just wait for death. The instant he lunged, she quickly sidestepped and kicked at his ankle. Bam! Wang Fugawei lost his balance and crashed to the floor, his chin cracking against the cold ground. Cough, cough. Shen Jian, you cheap slut, how dare you fight back? I'm going to kill you. The last trace of warmth in Shen Jian's eyes vanished completely. What was this man saying? He wanted to kill her, and expected her not to fight back? Was that anything a human being would say? Wang Fugawei, you're really something. When you can't win by force, you decide to kill me instead. But look at the state you're in. Useless. Raging, like a rabid dog. Besides sprawling on the floor and howling, what else can you do? Kill me? Do you even have what it takes? Before the apocalypse, you lived off me, spending my money without a shred of guilt, playing the big shot out there while I paid off the mountain of debt you racked up. After the apocalypse, your true colors came out. Not a single ounce of responsibility, like a rat in the gutter, thinking only about how to sell me for a good price so you could scrape by. You're not a man at all. You're a worthless piece of garbage through and through, scum. Shut up. Shut your mouth. Wang Fugawei was trembling all over. He could be a good-for-nothing, but he couldn't stand being called one to his face, especially by Shen Jian, the woman he'd sold off like merchandise. That was harder to bear than being killed. He sprang up from the floor and lunged at her face, clawing and snarling. You slut, I'll rip that filthy mouth off your face. Without me, you think you'd be where you are today? Everything you have, I gave you. This time Shen Jian didn't retreat, nor did she dodge. Just as his filthy nails were about to touch her cheek, a fierce glint flashed in her eyes. She grabbed the metal desk lamp beside her and smashed it hard into his temple. Bam! A dull thud, mixed with the faint sound of skull cracking. Wang Fugawei's forward lunge stopped dead. His body froze, his eyes bulging like brass bells, full of confusion. Before he could even understand what had happened, a thick, crimson stream gushed from the wound at his temple, quickly staining half his face red. You! How dare you hurt me? He reached out, trying to grab hold of something, but his body began to sway beyond his control. Watching his bloody, wretched state, Shen Jian felt no fear in her heart, only the exhilaration of complete liberation. Gripping the bloodstained lamp, her voice was terrifyingly calm. Wang Fugawei, I gave you your chance. If you'd shown even a flicker of remorse just now, if you'd just admitted defeat like a loser and crawled away, I wouldn't have gone for the kill. But you insisted. She'd chosen the path to ruin, challenging my limits in the most despicable way possible, and she'd even tried to kill me. Did she really think I, Shen Jian, was some sick little kitten to be pushed around? The words had barely left her lips when she raised the lamp again, aiming it at his blood-soaked head, and brought it down with every ounce of strength she had. Crack. This one's for the youth I threw away, for being blind enough to marry you. Crack. This one's for draining every last bit of my savings and dignity like some kind of vampire. Crack. And this one's for being so heartless you sold me off like livestock. Crack. 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 She swung again and again, as if pouring out years of pent-up resentment, grievance, and rage all at once. At first Wang Fugawei could still let out a few faint groans, but soon he went completely silent, collapsing to the floor like a pile of mush. His head was nearly caved in, red and white splattered across the ground, a gruesome, bloody sight. She didn't stop until her arm was too sore to lift, panting hard. She looked at Wang Fugawei's mangled corpse on the floor, then down at the lamp in her hand, coated with blood and brain matter. She jerked her hand open as if scalded. Clang! The lamp hit the floor. Shen Jian dropped down onto the ground. She'd killed someone. And not just anyone, the man she'd legally married. Clap, clap, clap. Crisp applause broke the dead silence of the room. I clapped, staring at her with a look that was somewhere between a smile and a sneer. As expected of a high-flying career woman. So decisive, you'll even kill your own man. She slowly raised her head, her eyes bloodshot. That's right, I killed my own man. But this is all your fault. If it weren't for you. My fault. I raised an eyebrow, cutting her off with a hint of amusement. I'm not the one who killed him. From start to finish, I never laid a finger on him. What a silver tongue. If you hadn't dangled all those supplies to tempt us, my husband and I never would have turned on each other so fast. I let out a soft laugh. Shenjian, you're a smart woman. Why lie to yourself? Even if I never showed up, Wang Fugue would have sold you anyway. The only difference is whether I get you alone or a whole crowd of men gets you. My showing up just helped you see what a piece of garbage he was a little sooner. So, you should be thanking me. She opened her mouth to argue, but found her throat blocked as if by something lodged there. She couldn't get out a single word. I was right. Given Wang Fugue's character, he was absolutely capable of doing something like this, and he already had. It was just that the word thanks, in this moment, in this scene, was too bitterly ironic to bear. Seeing she had nothing to say, I straightened up. Anything else? If not, come with me. Shen Jian looked at the corpse on the floor, then at my expressionless face and Lin Ruoshi standing there with her gun drawn. She knew she had no choice at all. As she was leaving, she glanced at the bag of supplies and hesitated. These? You're not taking them. I didn't even spare it a look. Wang Fugue touched it. It's filthy. I don't want it. Whoever's lucky enough to find it can call it a blessing. A bitter smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. So the very thing Wang Fugue had fought for with his life meant nothing to me. How pathetic. And what about her? She, whom I had bought. What was she worth in my eyes? What kind of ending awaited her? The moment the door to room 3001 opened, Shun Jian was stunned. Outside was the bitter cold of 50 below, where your breath froze in the air. But inside, it was warm as spring, with the faint aroma of food drifting through. The spacious living room was clean and bright. A few throw pillows lay tossed carelessly on the sofa, and a plate of half-eaten fruit sat on the coffee table. Was this really the apocalypse? While she stood there dazed, a figure in fuzzy pajamas rolled off the sofa and scrambled to her feet. Su Xiaosu rubbed her sleepy eyes, and the moment she saw me, she flew over like a cheerful little bird. Master, you're back. She crouched down expertly, helping me off with my cold-chilled coat and shoes, then slipped comfortable indoor slippers onto my feet. Only after all that did she notice Shun Jian behind me, her big eyes full of curiosity. Wow, master, who's this pretty lady? A new maid. Shun Jian, I answered casually, walking over to take a seat in the main spot on the sofa. Wow, a new maid sister. Su Xiaosu instantly perked up, circling Shun Jian twice like a kitten inspecting a new toy. Master, does that mean someone needs to teach Sister Jian the maid's rules? Then can I be the one to teach her? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. I remember everything Sister Ruoshi taught me. I promise I'll train Sister Jian well. Looking at how eager Su Xiaosu was, I really didn't have the heart to shoot her down. Fine, you can do it. Let's see how a veteran like you sets the rules for the new girl. Master, you're the best. Su Xiaosu was so thrilled she practically danced in place. I knew exactly what she was thinking. She wanted to establish her authority over the newcomer, to show off, to prove to me she wasn't just a glutton, that she was useful too. Su Xiaosu cleared her throat and put on the air of a seasoned old hand, addressing the still bewildered Shen Jian. Sister Jian, this is Su Xiaosu's first time being a teacher, so you'd better listen carefully, otherwise master will cut off your rations. At that, she gave a little shiver herself, then hurried on. Maid's rule number 1. Master is the sky, master is the earth, master is our everything. You must absolutely obey master's every command. Number 2. When speaking to master, you must kneel to show respect. As she said this, she actually knelt down on the carpet at my feet, lifting her little face up, the picture of obedience. Number 3. We may only eat master's leftovers. We can only eat after master has had his fill. Listening to these rules one after another, Shun Jian's expression grew uglier by the second. Kneel? Eat leftovers? She'd been the favored child her whole life, clawing her way up the corporate ladder to director. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? Enough! She suddenly cut in, her chest heaving violently with fury. These rules you're spouting, I will never follow them. Huh? Su Xiaosu jumped, her little face falling. She looked at me, then at Lin Ruoshi, pouting with hurt. Did I say something wrong? I ruffled her hair, a little helpless. Xiaosu, your rules aren't wrong. You just used the wrong method. She blinked her big eyes. Wrong method? But Ruoshi taught me exactly this way, gentle and soft. It felt so nice to listen to. I glanced over at Shun Jian. This woman carried the particular arrogance of a corporate elite. Even after betrayal and hardship, that pride was still buried deep in her bones. Sweet talk and gentle words would never make her submit. You keep teaching then. I tossed out the words and turned to Lin Ruashi. Come with me to the bedroom for a minute. Lin Ruashi froze, wondering to herself, why is Master suddenly calling me into the bedroom? Is he in a bad mood and needs me to soothe him? But she didn't let it show on her face and answered respectfully, yes, Master. Once inside the master bedroom, I casually shut the door. Lin Ruashi waited quietly for instructions, only to watch me pull an ordinary-looking white rabbit milk candy from my pants pocket. Eat this. Obvious surprise flashed in her eyes. She was called into the bedroom just for a piece of candy? Couldn't she eat it in the living room? Or was there something special about this candy? But she didn't ask. She'd long grown used to obeying my orders without question. She unwrapped the candy and popped it into her mouth. At the same time, with a flick of my thoughts, I opened the maid panel, found maid, Lin Ruashi, and tapped the plus sign after LV0 under combat level, changing it to LV1. Almost in that very instant, Lin Ruashi's delicate body shuddered violently. A wave of heat surged from her lower abdomen and rushed through every limb and vein. An unprecedented sense of lightness and power filled her entire body. She could even feel her five senses sharpening. She was far too smart to think this was some kind of genetic mutation. Master, this candy. She stared at me in astonishment, her eyes full of disbelief. I gave a deliberately enigmatic smile. This isn't ordinary candy. I call it combat candy. Eat one, and it unlocks your body's potential. Your combat power skyrockets. In your current state, taking on 8 or 10 burly men barehanded would be no problem. Combat candy? Unlocking potential? An instant boost in combat power? She was completely stunned. Had the world gone so mad that even something this defiant of common sense could exist? But the surging power inside her body was so real, it was no illusion. She instinctively clenched her fist, and her knuckles cracked crisply. Master, it's not that I don't believe you. It just feels too unbelievable. Think it's unbelievable? Then try it out. I gestured with my eyes toward the few bottles of mineral water on the nightstand. She walked over and picked up an unopened one. She used to struggle just to twist off caps like this. She'd need a towel for extra grip. But now, with a slight squeeze of her fingers, pop, the hard plastic bottle was crushed and twisted in her bare hand, the cap blasting right off as water exploded all over the floor. Lin Ruashi was dumbfounded. She looked at her fair, slender hand, then at the mangled bottle. Refusing to believe it, she grabbed another bottle, this time holding back her strength, but the result was the same, crushed with ease. Real. It was real. A surge of ecstasy welled up in her heart. With power like this, she could survive far better in this crisis-ridden apocalypse. Thud. Without hesitation, she dropped to her knees before me, her voice trembling with excitement. Ruashi thanks Master for this gift. I nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly gaining power without letting it go to her head. Truly the person I'd counted on. Get up. This is what you've earned. During your time as my maid, your performance has been satisfactory. She immediately caught the underlying meaning. Rewards were directly tied to loyalty and performance. She lifted her head, her gaze resolute. Ruashi understands. I will devote my entire life to serving Master with all my strength, never harboring a second thought. In that moment, the vague notion in her mind suddenly became clear. Maybe Su Xiaosu's words back then, Master is a cultivator, hadn't been a joke after all. Ruashi, as long as you follow me faithfully, the future you will reach heights you can't even imagine. My words seemed to carry a kind of magic, sending her heart pounding even harder. Master, rest assured. In life, Ruashi belongs to you. In death, Ruashi is your ghost. I will never leave your side, not for my whole life. Good. Then I have a task for you. I shifted my tone. That newcomer out there is far too proud. Go help her face reality and make her a little more obedient. The methods are up to you. I only care about the result. A cold light flashed in Lin Ruashi's eyes, and she instantly returned to her calm, decisive demeanor. Rest assured, Master. I guarantee the task will be done. We returned to the living room. There stood Su Xiaosu, hands on her tiny waist, puffing with anger in front of Shun Jiyan, her little face flushed bright red. Jiyan, the rules say you have to kneel when speaking to Master. Why are you still standing? This is all wrong. Shun Jiyan crossed her arms, her face cold, a mocking curl at the corner of her lips, treating the girl's words as nothing but whined past her ears. Ugh, she's driving me crazy. Su Xiaosu stamped her feet in frustration. If the new maid wouldn't listen, how was she supposed to answer to me? At that moment, Lin Ruashi stepped forward slowly. Xiaosu, go rest to the side. Leave this to me. As if pardoned, Su Xiaosu quickly ran over and plopped down in the corner of the sofa beside me. whispering her complaint. Master, look at her. She just won't budge no matter what. I waved my hand, signaling her to quiet down and enjoy the show. Before Lin Ruashi's combat power boost, Shun Jian might have still had the right to talk back. But now, Lin Ruashi stood firmly before her gaze calm, yet radiating an invisible pressure. Shun Jian, Master took you in as a maid to give you a chance to live in dignity. It seems you don't cherish it. Shun Jian snorted coldly and was about to fire back a retort when Lin Ruashi struck without warning. She saw only a blur, and her wrist was clamped in Lin Ruashi's iron grip. An irresistible force surged through, wringing a muffled groan of pain from her as her body was forcibly twisted around. Thud! She was pressed down onto one knee. You, Shun Jian, shocked and furious, struggled with all her might, only to find that beneath that seemingly slender palm, she was pinned to the floor as if nailed there, unable to move an inch. Lin Ruashi looked down at her, her voice icy. Here, Master's word is the rule. Break the rules, and you get punished. It seems you need to first learn what it means to obey, what it means that Master is your heaven. What followed was Lin Ruashi teaching Shun Jian a lesson in the most direct, even ruthless, way. The first lesson of being a maid. No unnecessary lectures, only precise and agonizing punishment. Shun Jian's proud spirit was shattered inch by inch. The intense pain and complete helplessness finally forced her to face reality. In the domain this man controlled, any resistance was futile. If she wanted to live, the only way out was submission. The pride that had sustained her for over 20 years completely collapsed. She lowered her head and, with all her strength, forced a few humiliating yet somewhat relieved words out of her throat. Master, this servant Jian was wrong. I shouldn't have questioned the rules here. Please forgive me, Master. Her voice was soft, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. A satisfied smile curved at the corner of my mouth as I looked approvingly at Lin Ruashi. Well done. You can stop now. She bowed slightly. Easing your burdens is Ruashi's duty, Master. Take her to get cleaned up, then send her to my room. Yes, Master. Su Xiaosu skipped over to help too. When she reached Lin Ruashi's side, her eyes were full of admiration. Sister Ruashi, you're amazing. You broke her in with just a few moves. Xiaosu wants to be just like you someday. Lin Ruashi ruffled her hair without saying a word, but her eyes softened a little. The two of them led the disheveled, hollow-eyed Shun Jian toward the bathroom. When they poured buckets of water into the bathtub, shock finally returned to Shun Jian's numb eyes. They were actually using such precious water for a bath. Such extravagance. As Su Xiaosu helped rinse her off, she enviously ran her hand over her curves. Sister Jian, you've got such a great body. No wonder Master took a liking to you. Shun Jian closed her eyes as humiliated tears mixed with the warm water and streamed down her face. Yet something strange stirred inside her. The feeling of bathing in warm water was something she hadn't experienced since the apocalypse began. Was this a dream? After the bath, Lin Ruashi and Su Xiaosu were very considerate. They didn't let her change back into her bulky down jacket, nor did they dress her in a maid outfit. Instead, they found a well-tailored black skirt suit paired with a white blouse, even a delicate bow tie. It was exactly how she used to dress as a corporate elite, only with higher quality fabric and a cut that accentuated her figure even more. When the transformed Shun Jian was brought into my bedroom, my eyes lit up instantly. With the grime and disarray washed away, she had regained that cold, elegant, and capable aura. The fitted suit outlined her perfect waist and hips, black stockings wrapped around her long legs, and her face wore an expression of humiliation mixed with forced composure. The very picture of an elite career woman who'd been coerced through unspoken rules. No wonder everyone hates the villain, yet everyone secretly wants to be the villain. A rush of excitement surged through me. Wildflowers must smell especially sweet. For the next 3 hours, insert mosaic here. 3 hours later, Shun Jian drifted into a deep sleep amid extreme exhaustion and a strange sense of relaxation, while I walked out of the bedroom feeling refreshed and invigorated. Almost the moment I closed the bedroom door, the system's notification chime rang in my mind. Congratulations, Master, on successfully recruiting your third, made with a beauty rating above 90. Distributing rewards. One large luxury RV, now stored in your system space, available anytime. Bulletproof, cold-resistant, impact-proof, with fully equipped interior facilities. Master's combat level has been raised to LV-15. Toxic Snow Immunity Serum X10. Special reward, short distance flight, effective range 1 kilometer, 10-minute cooldown. I was overjoyed. An RV? With this mobile fortress, I could leave the 100 Flowers Happiness Complex and explore a much wider world. The combat level didn't mean much to me, since I had no rivals to speak of. What really caught my attention was the Toxic Snow Immunity Serum. The timing couldn't have been better. With this, I could take my little maids outside safely, never having to fear the toxic snow again. But the thing that thrilled me the most was that short-distance flight skill. Sure, it was only a kilometer, but in a critical moment, whether chasing, escaping, or crossing obstacles, it was a godsend ability. Perfect. I clenched my fist, brimming with anticipation for the future. Back in the living room, Lin Ruashi and Su Xiaosu immediately came to greet me. I took out 2 vials glowing with a faint blue light and handed them to Ruashi and Xiaosu. Drink these. Su Xiaosu took hers and looked at me, puzzled. Master, what is this? Toxic Snow Immunity Serum. Once you drink it, you won't have to fear the toxic snow outside anymore. What? A serum that makes you immune to toxic snow? Sister Ruashi, hurry, hurry, drink it down. Afraid I might change my mind. She tilted her head back and downed it in one gulp, even licking the bottle clean afterward. Then she stared at me with her big wide eyes. Master, I don't really feel anything. It's just kind of cold and tingly. Is it expired? Why don't I feel that whole body glowing, super strong sensation? I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Had this girl watched too many sci-fi movies? Did she expect a magic wand and an incantation too? I couldn't be bothered to explain, so I just decided to prove it through action. I walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and yanked it open with a loud swoosh. Freezing air of over 50 degrees below zero, laced with toxic snow particles, poured in instantly, and the living room temperature plummeted several degrees. Ah, so cold. Su Xiaosu shivered, hugging her arms. Before she could react, I grabbed her by the back of her collar, lifting her like a kitten, and with a swing of my arm. Ah, she shrieked as I tossed her right onto the balcony. Thud. She landed butt first into the freezing snow pile, dumbfounded. Then, overwhelming terror washed over her. Toxic snow, which festered your skin on contact and killed you if inhaled. Ah, snow. Toxic snow. I touched the toxic snow. Master, I'm going to die. She flailed frantically to brush the snow off her body. But the more she brushed, the more clung to her. Finally, she just collapsed into the snow and began delivering her last words. Boo-hoo. Master, I never got enough of your braised pork belly. I only got to eat that cheese-baked lobster twice. Sister Ruashi, the chips I hid under my nightstand are yours now? Don't forget to burn me some extra food during the holidays. Boo-hoo. I'm so miserable. There's still so much good food I never got to try. Even as she wailed, she kept sneaking glances up at me and Ruashi, looking both pitiful and hilarious. I shook my head helplessly and stepped onto the balcony, looking down at her from above. She was still rambling. I want a bowl of piping hot spicy hot pot placed in front of my tombstone, full of scrambled eggs and ham. Thwack. I flicked her right on the forehead. Ow. Master, I'm about to die and you're still hitting me. I flicked her again. What are you screaming about? Take a look at yourself. Are you dead? She froze, then looked down at her hands and touched her face. Right. Aside from feeling a little cold, she seemed totally fine. Wasn't touching the toxic snow supposed to make your skin rot and foam pour out of your mouth? Her head snapped up, and her eyes lit up with disbelief and wild joy. That's right. I'm not dead. Haha, I'm not dead. I'm not afraid of the toxic snow anymore. Su Xiaosu bounced up out of the snow and started leaping around the balcony, then scooped up a handful of snow and packed it into a ball. It's really fine. Ruashi, look, I can play in the snow. Even Ruashi's cool, aloof face broke into a faint smile. Without hesitation, she tipped her head back and downed her own vial too, then stepped out onto the balcony. The frigid air rushed at her, and toxic snow landed in her hair, on her shoulders, on her lashes. She held out her hand and caught a few flakes, watching them melt in her palm and leave nothing but a damp trace. No burning at all. A long-lost sense of freedom welled up in her chest. Ever since the apocalypse hit and the toxic snow sealed off the world, everyone had been like a prisoner trapped in a cage. And now, that shackle seemed to have shattered. Su Xiaosu packed another snowball excitedly and hollered, Master, Ruashi, let's have a snowball fight. I promise I won't aim for the face. A snowball fight. Sure. I bent down, packed a snowball, flicked my wrist, and nailed her square in the forehead. Hey, Master, how could you sneak attack me? She tried to fire back, but another snowball flew from me and caught her right on the shoulder. Ruashi, help me. A smile flickered in Ruashi's eyes as she packed a snowball too, but her target wasn't me. It was Su Xiaosu. Splat. The snowball burst against her back. Ruashi, why are you hitting me too? How can it be 2 against 1? That's so unfair. Ruashi and I worked in perfect sync, snowballs flying at her from every direction until she was scrambling around with her arms over her head, like a little panda rolling in the snow. I quit. You guys are bullying me. With snow all over her head, she huffed and stormed back into the living room. Ruashi and I exchanged a smile and went back inside to the warmth. Ruashi brushed the snow off me, gratitude in her eyes. Master, thank you. That vial. It made me feel alive again. No longer a bird in a cage, a turtle in a jar. No need to thank me. I gave you the vial because I think you're worth it. Warmth spread through Ruashi's heart. Master, Ruashi is always receiving from you, yet I don't know what I can do for you. It weighs on me. I turned to look at her. After all that roughhousing, her fair cheeks were flushed, a few strands of damp hair clung to her temples, and her usually cool features had taken on a new liveliness that made her even more captivating. I reached out and brushed a snowflake from her hair, my fingertips grazing lightly across her cheek. Who says you can't do something for me right now? I'm all fired up. I need to let it out. She understood instantly, her face turning even redder. Ruashi is willing to ease Master's burden. One after the other, we walked into the guest bedroom. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Su Xiaosu was thrilled. She snuck 2 cups of yogurt out of the fridge. Oomph, you rotten master. Bully me, will you? I'm going to drink all your yogurt. The words were barely out of her mouth when the guest bedroom door suddenly opened. I leaned out and yanked her inside. Master, I was wrong. I shouldn't have called you names, shouldn't have snuck food. MMPH. At 8 that night, I sat at the head of the table, a spread of 6 dishes and 2 soups laid out before me. Ruashi sat to my right like a gentle wife, quietly serving me food and soup, only occasionally taking a small bite of her own. Su Xiaosu stood behind me to my left, cradling that egg-sized, personal rice bowl, staring hungrily at the dishes on the table, secretly swallowing her drool, waiting for her turn to eat. Kneeling on the carpet, Shun Jian's stomach twisted with hunger. The aroma of the food filling the room was pure torture to her. She stole glances around. The 3 people at the table clearly held 3 different ranks. While I was bent over sipping my soup, she edged quietly closer to Su Xiaosu and asked in a low voice, "Is she Lin Ruashi, Master's girlfriend?" Su Xiaosu was fixated on a piece of braised pork rib and got caught off guard by the question, her little mouth puckering. She still remembered what happened earlier that day. It was this newcomer who wouldn't listen to her guidance and made her lose face in front of me. Humph. She pointedly turned her head away, ignoring her. But 2 seconds later, she couldn't help turning back, lowering her voice with a hint of smugness. She is not. Ruashi is just like us. She's Master's maid too. Shen Jian was taken aback. All of them maids. But the way Lin Ruashi was treated. Su Xiaosu saw her confusion, and there was a trace of envy in her tone that she didn't even notice herself. But Ruashi is really impressive. She's especially loyal to Master, and she's reliable at getting things done, so Master gave her a lot of privileges. She doesn't have to kneel, she gets to eat with Master, and she even helps Master manage things. She paused. Master rewards and punishes fairly. Do well, and you get rewarded. Someone like you. She looked the kneeling Shun Jian up and down and shook her head. You've got a long way to go. The words dropped like a stone into stagnant water, sending ripples through Shun Jian's heart. A crack split open in her despair, and through it she saw hope. She thought to herself, she'd already been bought, her body already claimed. Clinging to her old identity and pride was pointless now. It would only bring more pain. In the apocalypse, surviving, and surviving well, was what mattered most. And this man had strength and resources. Sticking with him at least meant her life was secure, no longer being bought and sold like merchandise. And besides, if rewards and punishments really were fair, like Su Xiaosu said, then didn't she have a chance to live the way she wanted? That stubborn, unyielding, elite mindset buried in her bones began to stir. She'd clawed her way up to director in the corporate world by reading situations and working relentlessly toward her goals. This was just a new workplace, a new boss. Since she couldn't resist, she'd adapt as best she could, and then fight to climb to a higher position. Better treatment, like Lin Ruashi's, maybe even surpassing her. Her thoughts raced, and her gaze grew resolute. She edged forward to my feet and lifted her face. Master, you've worked hard through your meal. May Jian serve you. My hand paused mid-motion as I was picking up food, and I looked down at her. After being cleaned up and dressed, she had regained that cold, striking beauty, and now. Yet it came wrapped in such docile pleading. The contrast piqued my interest. Oh, and how exactly do you want to serve me? She stood up, took a piece of chicken into her mouth, then leaned in to feed it to me lip to lip. Pre-chewed meat? I didn't mind. We'd already done things far more intimate than this. Her movements were clumsy, nowhere near as fluid as Ruashi's, but there was a certain flavor to watching someone so proud lower herself to please me. Encouraged, she grew bolder. Seeing my soup bowl empty, she scooped up a spoonful, blew on it gently to cool it, and brought it to my lips, much smoother this time. Ruashi watched quietly from the side. Her brow furrowed almost imperceptibly, then relaxed just as quickly. She silently peeled a shrimp and fed it to me. As long as I was happy, she wouldn't say a word. I savored the novelty of being waited on by 2 women, in quite a good mood. An hour later, Ruashi and I had both finished eating. Su Xiaosu, who'd been clutching her little bowl and waiting the whole time, immediately lit up. Master, Master, you're done? Is it Su's turn to eat now? She stared at the leftovers on the table like they were a rare delicacy, ready to charge in. Watching her impatience, then glancing at Shun Jiyan by my feet who'd just earned her keep, a wicked idea struck me. It's your turn. But Jiyan hasn't eaten either. You two share. Huh. Su Xiaosu's little face fell. She looked at Shun Jiyan, then at the small bowl in her hands, so aggrieved she was about to cry. Share? Master, my bowl's so tiny. How am I supposed to compete with anyone? All right, enough sulking. Since you've owned up to your mistake, no more small bowl from now on. Really? Her big eyes went perfectly round, delighted in an instant. Thank you, Master. You're the best. She cheered, tossing aside the little bowl that had tormented her for so long, instantly transforming back into an energetic eating machine. Hearing she could finally eat too, Shun Jian quietly breathed a sigh of relief and moved to grab a bowl. But before she could, Su Xiaosu shot to the rice cooker like a gust of wind, hoisted out the entire inner pot, grabbed the big serving spoon, and shoveled a heaping scoop into her mouth, cheeks puffed out like a hamster's. Show good. The ishish the only way to eat. She mumbled through a full mouth, hands never stopping, sweeping through the dishes on the table like a whirlwind. Shen Jiyan was completely dumbfounded. What kind of eating speed was this? Had she not eaten in several lifetimes? She stood frozen with her empty bowl, unable to get a single bite in. By the time she'd managed to pick up one clump of vegetables, Su Xiaosu had already demolished half a fish. She'd barely scooped a spoonful of soup when Su Xiaosu was already scraping the crispy rice from the bottom of the pot. Within minutes, the entire table of food and the whole pot of rice had visibly vanished. Su Xiaosu let out a satisfied burp, patted her rounded little belly, and looked up, right into Shun Jiyan's blank, stunned expression as she held her empty bowl. Su Xiaosu blinked, then belatedly scratched her head, a little sheepish. Jiyan Jijai, I kind of forgot you hadn't eaten either. Shun Jiyan, I'm standing right here, a grown adult, still holding an empty bowl. Is this girl blind? For once, Su Xiaosu looked a bit guilty, mumbling her defense. I was just so hungry, and Master had just lifted my small bowl rule, so I got excited and forgot. I nearly laughed out loud. This outcome was exactly what I'd expected. I knew all too well what Su Xiaosu was capable of when it came to eating. How could a slow-chewing corporate elite like Shun Jiyan ever hope to compete with her? All right, Xiaosu, don't eat so much you burst. Holding back my laughter, I gestured to Lin Ruashi. Ruashi, go grab some food from the storage room for Jiyan. Lin Ruashi's delicate body gave a slight jolt, a flash of disbelief crossing her eyes. The storage room? That was an absolute forbidden zone, explicitly off-limits, written right into the maid's rulebook. And now, I was actually letting her go in. What did that mean? I could tell her heart was racing, a surge of excitement rushing through her entire body. This wasn't just about fetching food. It represented an even deeper level of trust from me. She stole a glance at Shun Jiyan, still aggrieved and hungry, then at Su Xiaosu, oblivious as she rubbed her round little belly. A trace of superiority surfaced on her face. Yes, Master. She suppressed her excitement, pushed open that tightly shut door, and stepped inside. I knew exactly what she'd find. Just some cases of bottled water, compressed biscuits, canned goods, and daily necessities. A decent amount, but hardly inexhaustible, and certainly not enough to sustain the lavish lifestyle we lived now. The steaks, the lobster, the strawberries, the guns, and the bullets, she wouldn't find a single one of them. That was exactly the effect I wanted. To make her believe that my real secret was still firmly in my own hands. Sure enough, when she came out, there wasn't a trace of disappointment on her face. If anything, her awe of me had only deepened. What she brought Shin Jiyan was a pack of compressed biscuits, a small bag of beef jerky, and a bottle of water. Perfectly measured. Smart woman. She held the items out to Shun Jiyan, who knelt pale-faced on the carpet. Eat. Shun Jiyan looked at the hard, dry biscuits and the cold water, then thought of the table full of gourmet dishes and Su Xiaosu's whirlwind feast. Her eyes stung with bitterness, but she was in no position to be picky. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Miss Lin. Lin Ruashi spoke down to her from above. Shun Jiyan, remember this day. Remember what you're eating right now. Remember your place at this moment. Don't even think about resisting, leaving, or getting any ideas you shouldn't have. If you want more, if you want to be like Xiaosu and me, or even surpass us, then you make Master the center of everything, and you serve Master. Shun Jian looked at the meager food in her hands, and her gaze gradually turned firm and pragmatic. I watched it all unfold, growing more and more pleased with Lin Ruashi. Not only had this woman found me a new maid, but she handled everything with such perfect tact, crushing the newcomer's arrogance while constantly upholding my authority. Really not bad. Maybe I should consider pulling her into my arms tonight. Just then, the phone I'd tossed into the corner of the couch lit up. I picked it up. It was Lu Ruyan. Nanqing, are you okay? Did you find a route? When can you get here? I can't hold on much longer. The power's out. The whole villa complex lost power. It's so dark, so cold. My phone's almost dead, and the signal keeps cutting in and out. Nanqing, please, just answer me one time. Just let me know you'll come, okay? I was wrong. Everything was my fault. I never should have treated you like that. As long as you'll come, I'll do anything. Nanqing, I'm so scared. I froze for a second, then it clicked. Right, the whole city was blacked out, and her side had lost power too. Once her phone died, she'd be completely cut off. Then how was I supposed to keep toying with her, savoring the sight of her thrashing in despair? No, before her power ran out, I had to hit her with one more brutal blow, crush that last shred of hope she was clinging to, and leave her in the cold and dark, slowly dying with the deepest regret. I curled my lips and tossed my phone to Lin Ruashi. Ruashi, I'll leave it to you. That woman's phone is about to die. Before she goes dark, leave her with something memorable. Lin Ruashi glanced at the messages and understood exactly what I meant in an instant. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. Xiaosu, Jian, come over here, both of you. Su Xiaosu came bouncing over, and Shun Jian hesitated before standing up and stepping closer. Lin Ruashi adjusted the camera angle, making sure all three of them were in frame, especially their clean clothes, their rosy complexions, and the warm, bright surroundings behind them. Su Xiaosu wrapped herself around one of my arms with a sweet smile, and after a moment's hesitation, Shun Jian followed suit and leaned into my other side. Lin Ruashi stood behind me, bending down slightly, her cheek nearly pressed against mine, giving the camera a cool, possessive smile. Click. A family portrait, frozen in time. I lounged in the center seat, a beauty on each side and another cool beauty standing behind me, with the backdrop of a home that qualified as paradise in the apocalypse, a cruel, brutal contrast to the dark, cold, hopeless situation Lu Ruyan had described. Lin Ruashi quickly sent the photo over, along with a caption. Ruyan, so sorry. Master was just busy introducing us to our new little sister. She's the one in the suit in the photo, used to be a director at some big company. You said the power's out? Phone's about to die? Huh, we don't really feel anything over here. Maybe the electricity we use is just special. As for a route to you, Master really has been busy lately. He's got to keep the three of us happy, deal with all the little issues around the complex. And today he cleared out another batch of fools who didn't know their place. I'm afraid he won't have time to make it your way anytime soon. But don't worry too much. Who knows? Maybe something will turn around. The message went through, and the other end fell dead silent. 5 or 6 minutes passed, and just as I figured her phone had shut off, Lu Ruyan replied. No text, just a long voice message, trembling and choked with sobs. Lin Ruashi tapped play, and Lu Ruyan's near-breaking voice instantly filled the living room. Chun Nanqing, how could you do this to me? I was wrong. I really know I was wrong now. Please, just give me one chance. I don't want a title. I won't fight with them for anything. I'll be your slave, your beast of burden, the lowliest servant. Just give me a bite of food. Let me get out of this hellhole. I'm really about to die here. Boo-hoo-hoo. Her voice was full of despair and groveling. Lin Ruashi looked at me. Master, what do you think? I let out a scornful laugh. There wasn't a shred of pity in my eyes, only cold amusement. A slave? A servant? She thinks she's worthy? My maids aren't a job for just any stray dog. She's not even fit to fetch Xiaosu's shoes. I paused, my nasty smile widening. But, tell her to hold on a few more days. If I can't find a maid to my liking in the complex over the next few days, then maybe I'll consider dropping by her place for a visit. Of course, just a visit, to watch how she suffers and how she dies. Let her cling to that false hope and really enjoy her final hours. Lin Ruashi understood immediately and sent Lu Ruyan one last message. Master says you're not worthy, but he does plan to head out and explore soon. If you can hold on until the day Master reaches your complex, and he still hasn't found a maid more to his liking by then, maybe he'll spare you a glance. Stay alive, sweetie, though the odds are slim. After the message sent, Lu Ruyan never replied again. Clearly, her phone had finally drained its last bit of power, sinking into eternal darkness and silence. I patted the back of Lin Ruashi's hand with satisfaction. Beautifully done, Ruashi. You always grasp my intentions perfectly. She bowed slightly. It's only because Master made them clear enough. Smooth talker. Master should reward you with something. Let me help you blow off some steam. That reward of mine lasted nearly 3 hours. Only when night fell, with Lin Ruashi collapsing limply into my arms, her eyes hazy and her breath coming in soft gasps, did I finally stop, still not quite satisfied. Looking at her flushed cheeks and her seductive, misty gaze, my mood only grew better. I gave her firm backside a pat, signaling for her to go clean herself up. Once she'd stumbled off toward the bathroom on unsteady legs, I picked up my phone and dialed Zhang Hao's number. He answered instantly. Boss, what do you need? Come by 3001. Yes, yes, yes. On my way, be there in 3 minutes. I hung up and strolled leisurely into the living room. Su Xiaosu was hugging a tablet, watching cartoons and laughing without a care in the world. Shun Jian knelt quietly in a corner, eyes lowered, her posture already far more submissive. About 3 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. Su Xiaosu looked up and started to go answer it, but I raised a hand to stop her. Stay put. I've got it. I didn't rush to open the door. Instead, I went to the entryway first, took off the thin jacket I was wearing, and threw on a thick down coat, bundling myself up tight. Only then did I pull the door open a crack. Zhang Hao stood outside, hunched over in an extremely humble posture. Boss, you wanted to see me? Got a job for you. Just name it. Find out for me whether there are any more good-looking women in this complex. Same tier as the maids at my side. The images of Lin Ruoxi and Su Xiaosu immediately surfaced in Zhang Hao's mind, and his heart clenched. Beauties like that. Having two in the apocalypse was already a miracle. And the boss wanted a third? Little did he know, I'd already had a third for a while now. I was looking for a fourth, but he didn't dare question it, quickly nodding instead. Understood. I'll have my boys turn this whole complex upside down. We'll track it down for you no matter what. I was satisfied with his attitude. I won't let you work for nothing. Xiaosu, Jian, go grab some stuff. The two of them struggled to carry out 2 large cardboard boxes, neatly packed with 100 boxes of instant noodles and 100 bottles of mineral water. In the apocalypse, this was an insane fortune. Zhang Hao's eyes went dead straight in an instant, his breathing turning heavy, and the few underlings behind him couldn't help swallowing hard. But he quickly forced his gaze away, suppressing his greed. These things belonged to the boss. The boss could give them, and the boss could take them back, could even decide whether he lived or died. He took a deep breath. Boss, you're too generous. I can't accept these. All I ask is that if Building 30 ever hits a wall we can't get past, you'll help us out for the sake of us living in the same building. I'd be forever grateful. I glanced at him, unsurprised by his tact. It's good that you feel that way. But since I've already brought this stuff out, there's no reason to take it back. As for helping you, we'll see. After all, I'll be leaving the complex in a few days. Leaving the complex? Zhang Hao's head snapped up, his face full of shock. Boss, it's all toxic snow out there. Way too dangerous. I have my ways. Consider these supplies in advance on your payment. Just get the job done. Zhang Hao was rocked to his core. He knew better than anyone what conditions were like out there. Yet the boss claimed to have a way out? In his mind, I became even more unfathomable. He no longer refused, bowing deeply. Yes, I, Zhang Hao, swear I'll comb through every corner of Happiness Complex within a day. Then he turned and barked at his still stunned underlings. What are you standing around for? Move it, and don't block the boss's door. The underlings snapped out of their daze and carefully lifted the 2 boxes of supplies before hurrying off. Only after watching them disappear around the stairwell corner did I close the door. Su Xiaosu had flopped back onto the couch to watch cartoons, giggling foolishly now and then. Lin Ruoxi was still in the bathroom. Shun Jian had knelt back down in the corner, eyes lowered, docile and obedient. With Zhang Hao doing the legwork, I actually found myself with time to spare. I strolled over to the floor-to-ceiling window and gazed out at the dead, silent world buried under thick snow. A gray-white curtain of snow shrouded heaven and earth. The once bustling Lincheng was now nothing but crumbling ruins, like a giant tomb. Sigh, always looking down from the 30th floor. The view still isn't wide enough. I muttered to myself when a thought struck me. Why not go down and take a walk myself? It'd be the perfect chance to test out the short-distance flight. The system had rewarded me. No sooner said than done. Under Shen Jian's astonished gaze, I yanked open the heavy window and leaped out, jumping straight off the 30th floor. Master! Shen Jian shrieked in terror. The scream startled Su Xiaosu on the couch too. She whipped her head around just in time to see my figure vanishing beyond the balcony. Master! The tablet slipped from her hands and clattered to the floor. She scrambled and crawled her way to the balcony, gripping the railing and looking down. But the snowy curtain below was a hazy blur. Where was there any sign of me? Master, why would you do something so drastic and jump? Her little face went white as she cried, tears streaming down. Master, don't die? What's Xiaosu supposed to do if you're gone, boo-hoo? She wept as if her heart were breaking, slumping onto the cold floor. In her simple understanding, jumping from this height meant certain death. Boo-hoo. Master, come back. Xiaosu promises to behave from now on. She'll never sneak your yogurt again. What's wrong? What happened? Lin Ruoxi heard the commotion and, Without even time to get dressed, wrapped herself in a bathrobe and rushed out of the bathroom, wet hair still dripping. Sister Ruashi. Master. Master jumped off the building and killed himself. Su Xiaosu threw herself at her, wrapping her arms around her legs, sobbing uncontrollably. Lin Ruashi's heart sank, but she forced herself to stay calm and quickly walked to the edge of the balcony, her gaze sweeping down like a hawk's. After her combat level had risen to LV1, her eyesight far surpassed that of an ordinary person. She carefully examined the snow below, level, intact, without any impact marks from a heavy object falling, and certainly no bloody, mangled scene. If someone had truly fallen from the 30th floor, the force would have punched a deep crater into the snow. But right now, the surface was as smooth as if no one had ever touched it. An absurd thought flashed through her mind. He hadn't fallen. He had flown away? The idea startled even her. How could a person possibly fly? But on second thought, weren't there plenty of impossible things about Chen Nanxing? Pulling countless supplies out of thin air, candy that boosted combat ability, serum that granted immunity to the toxic snow. Which of those made any sense? So it seemed his flying wasn't entirely out of the question either. At that thought, the tension in her chest eased a little. She crouched down and gently patted Su Xiaosu's back. Stop crying. Master's fine. How could he possibly be fine? This is the 30th floor. How could he survive a jump? Maybe he smashed into nothing but bits, which is why you can't see him. Su Xiaosu lifted her tear-filled eyes, her logic surprisingly clear. Lin Ruashi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but explained patiently. Look at the snow down there. Not a single mark. If Master had really jumped, there'd definitely be a big crater. The snow's flat, which means he never fell at all. He left some other way. Really? Su Xiaosu wasn't fully convinced. She poked her head out to look again, and indeed, the snow was untouched. But if he didn't jump, then where on earth did he go?